What is up, everybody? Welcome to this NHL 2022 entry draft. Do they even call it the entry draft anymore? Is it just the NHL draft watch party here via the Sota Pod Podcast? What is up? I know it's been a while since I've joined the podcast, the YouTube channel. I've been busy on the City Life project. Hoppy's been busy on vacation, traveling Europe. Z's been fucking the most busy out of all of us here. But welcome everybody to the watch party. It's going to be awesome. We have a ton of guests on the show. We'll run down all of our housekeeping notes momentarily, but just again, want to say welcome to everybody here. Throughout the show, we'll give live updates. If you can't watch it, we got the draft show in front of us here, and we'll have a bunch of guests, like I said, rotate throughout this. I don't know, last time we went 4 hours, boys, so I don't know how long we're going tonight, but it's going to be a long one here, hosted by the Sota Pod. We'll start with Hoppy. How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, it's kind of weird to be back. I'm still recovering from my supposed vacation, but let's get her.
Love the energy. Love the energy. Z,
So
what's
much
going
energy.
on?
Not much. I don't know much about these kids. Haven't watched any of them play, but I'm really excited for the draft, and I have enough booze lined up on my desk to kill a horse. So let's ready to rock and roll.
You guys saw the J-Fresh post earlier today that had people freaking out, right?
Oh, my God.
No.
We should have had that teed up.
His latest first round, the final projections for the first round of the draft, and he was just making up names, and people were freaking out. Like, no, that kid's no good.
Casper the Friendly Ghost?
Yeah, that's right.
Z's being actually modest. For those who are viewing, Z is the Sota Pod's, prospect expert here. Check out the podcast on the Sota Pod feed, Judd's Buds, every Tuesdays and sometimes Thursdays. And whenever we're doing Sota streams like this, and boys, this is the third annual Sota stream. It's unbelievable. I'm so excited. Again, welcome to all the new viewers here on the Sota Pod, those who subscribe to the City Life Project YouTube channel, those joining as well as Everyday Hockey. What is up? Welcome to the watch party. The third annual Sota Stream watch party. It's going to be so much fun. And last year, what was crazy was it was so much fun. Like, it was a great party. But then there was that curveball with that Logan Mailloux kid getting drafted late by the Montreal Canadiens, who are hosting the draft this year, no less. And we stayed on for another fucking hour and a half after that. So that was a little crazy. I don't know if there's going to be, draft drama like that. I don't think we're going to see any crazy off the board picks with, again, drama attached to them like that kid. But there could be some trades here. So boys, before we bring in our first guest, Dan Bradley, who's actually joined us on our second Sota stream. He'll be joining us in a few minutes here. But let's dive into some possible trade talk here. Do you think it's going to be busy? I know today it started a little bit. But what do you think, Hoppy? Do you think we're going to see a lot of trades today? Because it's different in the COVID days. COVID, it's pretty much gone.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. They've already been talking about how the Devils and the Coyotes and the Islanders are very open to trading their picks. So, I don't know. We already saw the 7-pick move, which maybe I'm off. I thought that trade from Ottawa, they got DeBrincat for a lot cheaper than I thought Chicago was giving him out for. I don't know. Do you guys agree?
I don't think a lot. It was a little bit I wasn't too surprised, but I was honestly, for the first time in a long time, I have to say, pumped for Ottawa. Great trade. We got Sean, by the way, a fan of the Sota Pod here. And I mean, Sean supports everything I do media wise. So what's up, Sean? Thank you for joining. He's asking if Kaprizov has escaped. Is the Kaprizov Gulag escape fundraiser? That's hilarious. No, it's not, and we have no we have no comment on that matter. We're gonna let Russo first tell that story before we dive into it, because that shit's crazy. We want to keep things positive here right now, and it would just be textbook Minnesota sports, luck. I mean, on steroids if this is the end of Kaprizov. So we're not gonna dive into that right now, Sean. I mean, end of Kaprizov in Minnesota, I should say. Let's calm down here.
Z is temporarily frozen. We'll get him back.
Oh, that's funny. There we go. And Hoppy, you just told me in the private chat. You're right, and I just remembered Dan likes to join us in the lobby here throughout the entire stream. I remember last year he did that as well. So let's just go through the lineup here, Hoppy. We got Big Dev from 10K 10K takes. unbelievable guest, friend of the show. Love it. He joined us I guess it was a couple months ago now when we were diving in to a lot of playoff talk. He's going to be joining us right at the top of the hour, 6 o'clock. And then we got Seth Topol at 6:20. Then we got Dan, our boy who's in the lobby right now. We got Dan at 6:45, followed by Brett Marshall at 7, Alex Micheletti at 7:20. And then it's just a fucking free-for-all. Whoever wants to join, I mean, not necessarily the viewers, but out of our guests, we'll bring them back on. But the viewers, we do recommend you all, jump in the live chat here. This is an interactive stream, like you saw with Sean, like you saw with actually my mother, who's in Quebec, probably at the draft right now. Huge hockey fan there. It should be a good one. What's up, my buddy Jack? Saying hi, Isha. Hope you're doing well. Looking forward to an exciting draft. Yeah, Jack, who you thinking the Canucks should pick? Jack, a Canucks fan there.
So Isha and I lightly touched on a bet off air, and we'll throw it out here, but I want Z's thoughts on this. Isha, biggest suck off for WHL hockey, and I'm pretty high on a lot of the kids for the national development team this year. We are betting on who gets more taken in the first round, and all the mocks I look at, it could be anywhere from 5 to 8 on either side in the first round, just depending on where guys go. Who's winning that bet, Z? If you're even with us.
Yeah, Z's internet's a little in and out right now. He'll figure it out.
But I was going through it, Isha, and in most of the mocks and most of the rankings from people I respect, it wasn't one of us has all of them lumped at the front and at the back. It's pretty consistent, every other throughout the first round.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of what you want to see. I'm excited. I'm a huge fan of Junior A. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the CHL, Major Junior, don't get me wrong, but love Junior A. It's there's less funding there too, both in the United States and in Canada, for the USHL respectively. What's the other one that you guys have? The other Junior A league? The NA, the NAHL, and then in Canada, obviously there's BCHL, AJHL, so on and so forth. Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League. I like to pull for the underdogs. It's just something I like to do, but it's great hockey nonetheless. And sure, maybe there's less parity as in Major Junior, but the teams at the top, the teams are these draft picks from the USHL and, the BCHL and Junior A here in Canada, respectively. They're on, the top tier teams that, let's be honest, could take on any of the Major Junior teams in my humble opinion.
All right.
Jack saying at 15, does it even matter? Hoppy, I ask you this question. Because that's smack dab in the middle. I mean, you'd have to think that matters.
Well, there's going to be good players going throughout the first. And I think we all know the biggest wrinkle coming into this. What's going to happen with the Russians?
That is a great question. And you know what's, as we bring Z back here, that's a great question. We okay? You here, buddy?
No, this is gonna happen all night, and I'm going to kill myself. I swear to God.
It's your bit, man. It wouldn't make sense if you were in here straight.
He's not serious, viewers. He's not serious.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that, but I did. So
I don't know if you heard before, Z. Isha and I have a bet on who gets more draft picks in the first round, the WHL or National Development Program. Where do you lean?
Okay, it'll be close.
Because they're neck and nose.
Yeah, it'll definitely be close. And I'm frozen again. Oh my God.
No, you're not. No, you're good.
No, I'm about to be frozen again. You're both lagging. I'm gonna die. No, I know you're both moving, and when I hear you, it's like This
is brilliant.
Okay, well, we have our first guest joining us anyway, so you can if you need to figure it out, you can take a break there, but we're good. Neck and the handle. Take a drink. You have a straw. Take a sip, I should say. It's gonna be neck in there, but on the point with the Russian players there, Hoppy, that's interesting because I actually read an article recently. Well, I've read a few, but there was one that stood out that kind of hinted at there's a handful of NHL teams that have completely wiped them off the board. Right? Completely wiped them off the board. They will not be picking any Russian prospects. Then there's other teams that are treating this as business as usual. Politics aside, These kids are playing, they're on the path for professional hockey. There's no politics attached to it. So it's going to be very, very interesting. That throws a caveat in this draft. Z's internet is waffled, much like
he's texting
Z.
me right now and going berserk.
Oh, poor guy.
So
poor
upset.
guy. Just tell him to restart the modem. I mean,
I think he already did.
Take 3 steps to the left.
I told him to take the game, roll on it, put it back in. Nothing.
Z, working. If you're listening, take 3 steps to the left. Never fails. Never fails. Dudes rock indeed. What's up, Umar? But anyways, that is a very good point. In a draft year where actually I said right off the top, without COVID, just without the crazy world that we were living in for the last 2 years, I said that, okay, it's going to be somewhat of a normal draft. That's why we're going to see trades again and stuff. Not to say that this throws a caveat into there being less or more trades, but there is something to keep an eye out, and that is, dare I say, the Russian factor in 2022. Dan's chiming in the chat.
Well, Dan told us about a Fleury signing, and then Dev just left. So,
oh no. Well,
I think he's going to stroke one off quick.
I did hear that it was pretty much said and done via TSN prior to jumping on here, and then I had to buy a Sportsnet subscription because my family. I'm dog sitting right now for my family dog. She's an old yeller here, but I was like, oh sweet, cable. That's cool. I haven't had cable for a while. My family's smart, they subscribe to the good ones, TSN. But still, I was like, God damn, I just had to buy it quickly. But anyways,
before we bring Dev in, got to give a shout out as always. 7th Ave Pizza. The idiots who voted on my poll made me do squares, so I just made them really big squares, so it was less of a bad thing.
I hate pizza squares so much.
It tastes worse. 10 confirmed.
Absolutely. Sean with a good point here. Fedorov was picked 74th overall. Under worse conditions, it's good players fall that far. Seems silly not to gamble if they're easily the best available. Yeah. That's a good point. I mean, we did see a ton of Russians come into the NHL under crazier circumstances. Hell, some even escaped Alexander Mogilny. What a story that was.
Sean, how good was the whole Kaprizov situation for your mental health for about 4 years?
Tyler G. And I'll ask the betting man, Hoppy, here. What are we setting the over-under at on Russians taken in the first 2 for Yurov and Mirosh? 3 or 4?
I'm inclined
that's good, Tyler. I'm bookmarking this comment. We'll bring it back up. Maybe we'll ask Dev here.
Like a 0.5. I don't know. That's the over-under, I think.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here, just 30 seconds. We'll bring in our first guest of the night. Again, we have a ton of guests. From now until 7:40, we have just a string of great guests in the Minnesota market, the Minnesota media market, podcast market. So excited for everyone who's joining us here. Everyday Hockey, the Sota Pod, the City Life Project, whether you're on Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube, subscribe, follow us and all of our guests. Quick break here, 30 seconds. We'll bring Z back and we'll bring our first guest here on tonight. Big Dev of 10K Takes here. You're watching the watch party here, Sota Stream, 3rd annual Sota Stream, NHL 2022 watch party. Let's see the beautiful Bell Center here in Montreal. We'll see you on the other side. I have to say, boys, I don't toot my own horn too often, but I picked like a banger lineup of music for tonight. So there you go. And speaking of bangers, that shirt, Dev. I mean, is that our friends from Waggle? Is that just like on par? You should have just said yes. You should have just said yes because like they're literally the sponsor right on your square on the screen. That would have set you up so perfectly.
You know what it is? You know what it is though? Is because it wasn't from Waggle, I actually stole this shirt from Target because if I use the money that I saved to then go buy myself a Waggle hat, which I lost at the pool in wonderful Henderson, Nevada, just for you, Isha.
Oh, I love Henderson. It's a great spot. I haven't taken this hat off since I've left Minnesota, by the way. So shout out our good friends at Waggle. They support us. Go support them. Whether you're in the United States or Canada, baby. That's right. They ship to Canada now. Let's go. But anyways, Dev, thank you so much for joining the first of many guests here tonight on the 3rd annual Sota stream. Right on the broadcast here, Sportsnet for myself, the Canadian, I believe ESPN for everybody else. The draft show has begun. We'll continue to talk about the picks as they come in live. We want to see your live reaction in the chat here. We'll get to everyone's comments, I promise, as we chat with a bunch of great guests in the Minnesota podcast and media sphere. So, Dev, right off the bat, we were talking about the quote unquote Russian factor in this draft. Sean Cosgrove, one of our loyal fans and listeners, viewers of the Sota Pod, brought up a good point. What are your thoughts on that going into this draft?
Sean's comment, I think 2 is probably right about for the over under. But I think that there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna put on the show of we're not gonna draft any Russians, or we're gonna if it's a tie, then we'll pick the non-Russian or whatever. And that's that might be true. But for unless you think that this situation is going to be the situation for the next 3 or 4 years, especially with Russian kids, they're not going to be in the NHL for a long time anyway. So I feel like it's probably not going to be as big of a deal.
No, absolutely. Sorry, Dev. I hope the listeners were really engaged. I lost concentration because I love Jamie, one of Z's buddies. I'm guessing the drop is a local bar. I hope it's a local bar or pub because that would just be on brand.
Yeah, that's actually the spot. That's where he plays DJ every day.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm sad that I didn't get it. I didn't get the picture ready in time. But the other night, so I've been in Vegas for a week, which if you've ever been to Vegas, that is a horrible decision. And I'm having.
I was only there for 52 hours.
Yeah, you're there for zero time. You were in Henderson.
I'm having the time of my life, but also I am absolutely crippled right now. And
attaboy.
I had to hydrate. I'm just drinking water right now.
Oh yeah. Oh, I love it.
But the other night, my brother and I went and played blackjack. This is on, I think, the 4th of July. We went and played blackjack at the link, and then we walked over. We both won $150, and we went over and we went to Guy Fieri's restaurant, and we had that. It was very tasty. And the server at the very end of it, he came out with an extra beer, and he put a straw in it. And I was like, well, everybody was like, oh, well, everybody in my group was like, oh, I'm not doing that. And I was like, I will. For Spoke Z, I will.
Yeah, attaboy.
So I'll send Hoppy the picture in a little bit. I meant to send it to you before I hopped on, but I'm calling it. Like I said, I'm calling in from the hotel. So I don't want to.
Speaking of hotel, did you have to run off to the bathroom real quick because you saw the Fleury signing, or why did you bail out there for a second?
Yeah, because you were in our lobby for a little bit.
I was in the lobby. I got several texts in a row that said Fleury signed 2 years at $3.5 per. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. So I think that leaves us with a 1.5 for this year to sign a 4th line dude.
Oh, yeah, right. So much room. So much room
for activities.
Yes.
It's probably a slight overpay if we're being honest, but on the other hand, we get 2 more years of my favorite goalie for my favorite team, so I'm not upset about this at all. This is great news. So yeah, I was going for I think 90 seconds because I had to go rub one out real quick.
I was really hoping it would just somehow end up back with Vegas and just the roller coaster of emotions the fans would have to go through.
So the thing is, I think I will give Vegas a ton of credit. I've been here. This is the first time I've been here. This is the second time I've been here since the Knights have been around. And the first time they were still pretty new, and I don't think anybody really knew what to do with them. And I'll give a lot of credit to Vegas. I've seen a ton of people walking around with not just Golden Knight stuff, but Henderson Silver Knight stuff too. I actually met one of the scouts. I met one of the video coaches for the Henderson Silver Knights on my plane. He was rocking a So I forgot that the logos were different. So I saw him rocking a silver Golden Knights logo. And I was like, oh, you work for the Henderson? Or I said, do you like the Henderson team? He goes, well, this is the Vegas logo, just silver. But yeah, I actually am one of the video coaches for Henderson. I was like, oh, nice.
Cool, man. That's awesome. All right, let's get into some draft talk here. I mean, like I said, the whole show is starting. It looks amazing at the Bell Center there, but I mean, second to none there in La Belle Province. Who do you think's going first overall, boys? Do you think it's a lock that Shane Wright goes first overall as we got Gary Bettman here on stage?
It would be laugh out loud funny if like Juraj Slavkovsky goes first, but yeah, it's got to be Shane Wright, right?
It's going to be Slavkovsky.
Oh, I love it.
I hope it is. I actually really like Slavkovsky. I watched him at the Olympics, and that was the first time I'd ever really heard of him and seen him, and I've gone through and watched a couple of highlights. I really like his game. I just I feel like it feels like one of those things where like Montreal will just draft Shane Wright because everybody's been saying for 4 years that whoever gets first pick in this draft should take Shane Wright.
I mean, if it was me, it would be Shane Wright, because the only knock on Shane Wright is people say that sometimes he's lazy or like sometimes the engagement isn't there.
So he's just holding
which isn't true. It's just he rarely needs to do anything flashy. He missed the year
so
of
much
hockey
better.
at the OHL. If he hits his absolute ceiling, he's Patrice Bergeron. Like that's who he is. So Slavkovsky, for me, like I would have him, like if I was going, I'd probably like 4 or 5 for me. Like he's either going to be what people think Josh Anderson is, like with Josh Anderson scoring 30, 35 a year, or he's Yoel Armia. So like there's just, I don't know. Like to me, he's a project for a first overall pick. He'll have to play in the NHL next season if they're going to take him first, but I don't know. I guess like most scouts think he's going first.
No,
I think he has to.
Has to what?
Has to play next year in the NHL, because I think that I agree that they might, but I think it's dumb that that's just the expectation.
I think if it's Shane
I don't
Wright,
think he's
yes.
ready,
If it's Slavkovsky, I don't think he has to.
Even
Slavkovsky's got
Wright,
swagger, by the way. We watched his interview before, well, just like on the pregame show or whatever here on TSN, and he can speak pretty good English, which is awesome. I guess it's not good if you're in Quebec, but it's awesome for us here. And he was just saying how he just loves like the hockey mecca that is Montreal, and he just, I don't know, he ran with all the questions the media threw at him, just with like I said, with swagger and with ease. And he even said that like, you know, Montreal came to him and said that, look, this might happen. And he was like, no, it's going to happen. If you're smart, it's going to happen. And I was like, oh man, he just told TSN that. I love it.
He's got a whole lot of drip. He's 6'4", good looking dude.
Dude,
he's about to go first overall. And he's
I was going to say,
go to Montreal.
Dude,
what do you think is what's thicker though? Like his tree trunks or the dip in Z's lip there?
I don't know what you're talking about. It's just my jawline.
It is one hell of a jawline, he says as he finds the spitter.
I'll lead with Z here though.
I'm
curious from all of you. Do you like Cooley enough that if he's still there at 3, like would you be willing to make a package of picks to move up there?
If you're Minnesota?
Yeah. Like what would you give?
I don't know what
How far do you
to
take
get
it?
to 3.
I don't think Arizona has any interest if it goes Slavkovsky and then Wright. I don't think they have any interest in not taking Cooley. Like I think Cooley's going there no matter what.
Okay.
I agree.
Because they're not going to be tempted by any of the picks you have. You're going to be good next year. They're not going to be tempted by a 2023 pick to give up that pick. And they need someone that needs to, like, Cooley's going to Minnesota next season, but he'll probably be right in the NHL, at least get a look right after that, after 1 year. Like, Arizona needs a flashy player to pop, like, and no one else that you're getting at 19, 24, and whatever the 2023 pick Minnesota has, it's not going to be a top 10 pick. So I have them penciled in to take Cooley, which is what's interesting about if Montreal does take Slavkovsky. I don't think Wright goes 2, and I don't think he goes 3. He could slip to Seattle at 4. which is going to be
Wow.
bananas if that happens. Because I don't think New Jersey has. They don't really need. I mean, like, it's crazy to
center.
say they don't really need to get Shane Wright. I would like watch out for them to take like
Nemec?
David Jirasek.
Okay.
Like
Nemec would have been my guess. Jirasek would be interesting.
A lot of teams love Jirasek. I love Jirasek.
Okay.
Like
You like him more than Nemec
for me is 2. No, I like Nemec the most of any defenseman. Nemec is for me. I would go Wright, Nemec, probably Cooley, Jirasek, and then Slavkovsky. Because I mean, if Slavkovsky doesn't hit his absolute ceiling, you're drafting like a winger that is probably second or third line.
Capo Caco.
And like I don't even like. It sounds like I'm shitting on Slavkovsky because I love that kid. Like I watched him all year long, and he's nasty. And like he played better against like better competition on a really good team that he didn't get a ton of ice time on, like over in Finland. But like, I don't know. Like if he doesn't pop, like you're in trouble.
By the way, a lot of love for Z in the chat here. Sorry, Dev. Dave Chappelle saying rocking the gold chain. What a G. More drip than sloth.
What if I told you? What if I told you there's 2?
Oh shit! There you go. There you go.
But now we have to keep him out.
Sorry, Dev. Go ahead.
No, man. I was gonna say I agree with what Z said about Slavkovsky playing up to his competition. I didn't watch a ton of his games in Finland. Just kind of watched some highlights and everything because you know, I leave the real scouting to the experts like Spoke Z. But watching him in the Olympics, man, like whenever it was like crunch time, like they would count on him, and I was like, man, they're counting on this kid. And he's like 15 or he's 19, I think actually. But it was crazy to look at him and be like, there's this like literal child playing amongst grown men. And he's the one that's coming in clutch. So like that was what I really liked about his game. And I didn't watch enough of him to notice the warts like Z did. So, I'm a little higher on him, but I'm also not as educated. So who knows?
Well, again, and that's why I said it sounds like I'm shitting on him, but I'm calling him a top 5 pick. Like it's still like he's ridiculous. And like there's a very real possibility that he ends up being the most talented player in this draft. It's just like my thing with Slavkovsky, you're taking him number 1 or number 2 overall. I need to draft a kid that there's not that much variability in like what he could become. Like if he doesn't become a top 6 forward, like if he's not scoring 30 every year, which he's more than capable of doing, and there's a better chance that he does than he doesn't, like you're drafting a winger 1st or 2nd overall that's hopefully scoring 20, 25. And like you're leaving guys like Cooley, Jirasek, who's like his absolute floor is a number 4, big, like good skating, has a lot of offense, shut down D who kills people. Nemec, who's producing at a historical rate, like against men in Slovakia. Like that's another kid. His floor is being a number 4. Like you're leaving all of this on the table. Logan Cooley, like if you take that kid 1st or 2nd overall with such a range of outcomes. So like for me, I'm just like, it's risky to me. But again, there's also not a lot of guys that look like him that can do what he does too. So like he's unbelievable.
If you're a team like I think New Jersey needs to find a guy that can play sooner than later. I think Montreal, their fans will demand that a kid plays sooner than later. But if you're Arizona and you already know that you kind of have to punt on the next year or 2 anyway, why not take a flyer, which sounds stupid to say with a 3rd overall pick, but like, why not take, a gamble almost, and go for the upside, even if there's a little bit of risk. I know that they don't really have a track record of developing players, but to me, if I'm Arizona and I can take Slavkovsky, I probably would, without too much thinking.
If Cooley's there, I think it's the best of both worlds, though, because you get that elite talent, and he's probably not coming for a year or 2, like depending on what goes on with the Gophers.
Right. So, Cooley, I think, is a no-brainer if you're Arizona, if he falls to 3. If it's Cooley or Slavkovsky, I think I like Slavkovsky's upside a little bit more, but like you said, the floor is much higher with Cooley, so I think I probably would do that too.
Anyone outside of the 5 we just talked about, though, Z, that you think has a decent chance to creep into the top 5?
Yep. There's a couple. First one who's like skyrocketed as the years gone on, especially lately, is a kid like Marco Kasper.
You think he'll make it to the 5?
There are a lot of scouts that love him, and like
I love Marco Kasper too. I just kept seeing him getting mocked to the mid to late teens. So I'm like, I've talked myself into it now.
He's not going. He's not going to be there past 10. I promise you, he's not being there past 10.
I like him a lot, so I think you're probably right.
The thing with him, like the only question with him is, what's his ceiling? Like he's definitively an NHL player. Like he absolutely is. Just the way he plays and his strength, like he's an NHL player. Like it's a guarantee you're not going to draft a kid that's never going to play. Like for me, he's with the way he plays and how simple it is. And like, he's big, he's super physical, he's an absolute pest, and there's sneaky offense and skill in there. Outside those top dogs, like he has a good chance to be the first one to play or become an NHL regular. So like,
yeah, I buy that.
The thing is he a top 6 center? I don't know. Like, I think he absolutely has the chance to be. It's just, again, it's the same question. It's like, you don't know what that ceiling is. So, but I mean, he played really well at the World Championships. He played really well against, like men in his league. And he had an unbelievable playoff with on a really good team getting limited ice time. So that's a kid I know. I would be shocked if he made it past like 8. And that's just recently. The last like 3, 4, 5 weeks, he's like,
shit. You know what this means is Chicago is totally going to draft him at 7, aren't they? I'm calling it now.
No, because that makes a lot of sense. That doesn't sound like something Chicago would do at all.
He would have right now. If they didn't get that pick, Ottawa's 100% taking him at 7.
Yeah,
he is with how they've been drafting lately. The type of player they want.
I would love to see him on Ottawa. That'd be such a fun team in like 2 years.
Gautier's going high. That Tyler G. Gautier's probably going. I would assume if he's there at 5, which he should be, I think Philly takes him at 5. That's another kid that shot up all year.
There's zero chance that Fletcher takes a Russian, right?
They're one of the teams that early on they said we're not drafting Russians.
Yeah. Fletcher's like, I've been burned before. I'll never be hurt again.
The one Russian kid that's gonna go high is the Minchikov kid because he's already playing the OHL, so he's already here. He's not going back to Russia, so that's a kid that'll still get taken high. He'll be a top 15 pick.
I like him.
All right, boys. So Montreal officially on the board. We had someone in the comments here, Matthews, asking when the picks are actually started. Well, 2 minutes 46 seconds now. Official on the board. Montreal Canadiens. Just by the way, quickly, Hoppy, how fucking sexy was Martin St. Louis up there in that suit? He's looking fly. The crowd chanting
how do you tailor
for him.
Pants for that, man?
The crowd chanting for him and then immediately booing. I have it on like volume 5, because I'm trying to hear you guys over the TV. Don't want the TV sound coming in here. And I could hear the chants and then the boos. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. The energy in the Bell Center is probably unbelievable. So that's cool to see. As much as I rip on the Montreal Canadiens, those who follow the Sota Pod, I have to, tip my cap to Martin St. Louis, an absolute legend. Tyler G as well coming in here with some comments. Thank you so much for joining as well, buddy. Shane's here. And then as well as I know Seth, he chimed in as well. Everybody joining us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook. Thank you so much. Again, pick one. It's in for the Montreal Canadiens. They'll get on the stage momentarily. That was fast indeed.
See who it is.
I mean,
I think it's going to be Slavkovsky.
No, see, I think if it's that fast, you have to take the quote-unquote consensus.
Okay, well, live beer bet right now between Dev and Z.
It's not fast, Dev. You act like they haven't had months to make this decision.
Yeah, come on.
Like they're still up there thinking about it like, I don't know.
No trades the first overall.
I mean, yes, I agree, but also like every draft ever, it's fast because it was 30 seconds after they go on the clock, but every draft ever, they, even if they know what they're going to do, they wait until 20 seconds left before they actually put their pick in.
True. Z, by the way, because you're, and even Dev and any of our guests, you guys are the draft experts, so chime in on any of these questions I bring up on the screen or in the chat here, because, they're asking you the questions, not Hoppy and I, who are technically kind of still on vacation mode.
Chappelle over there is asking. He's asking a question I actually wanted to hear. I hadn't really heard much about Nazar until earlier today. Somebody sent me his highlights and was like, "Hey, you should check this kid out because nobody's really talking about him." I was like, "Oh shit, he's got some serious some silky mitts." Let me tell you what. I really enjoyed watching him. I enjoyed watching him play hockey for the 8-minute clip that I watched.
70 points, 28 goals last year for the development program. Not bad.
Yeah, he's not bad at all.
There was a lot of the season he was playing significantly better than Logan Cooley. Like he was, if he wasn't 5'10", he would be top 6 or 7. But he's 5'10".
Let's just stock up. Let's stock up on all the little guys. We'll have the tiniest.
He's gonna fall
ever.
If they get to 15, like let's say they get to 15, he's not taken. I would watch for Minnesota to trade up to get him.
Speaking of little guys, Z, I gotta get your opinion here because I'm fascinated by Lane Hudson. Like, what are the odds this guy goes in the first round?
I think pretty good. I think he'll go lower than he should. He's just unbelievable. And like,
would you agree with what I heard that if he was 6'2", he'd be the first overall pick?
Not first overall pick, but like if he was able to do what he's doing at 6'2",
right,
then probably consensus top 5.
Yeah.
Like he's that good. I don't think he's as good as the 2 right shot D though. So he's unbelievable though. He's the kid. I'm pretty sure he said that like he went to see an endocrinologist and his bone age is younger than his physical age. So he's going to get bigger or whatever. Here we go.
Oh, that's that kid?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, the Molson Brothers suits, like, my God. How much you think those cost? Damn.
Hey, here we go. Kent Hughes is such an odd-looking person. Like, he's not a bad-looking guy. Let me be very clear. I'm not saying he looks.
He's got some hockey battle wounds. I love it.
Yeah, he looks different than what you'd expect the Montreal Canadiens GM to look like.
Well, I mean, coming off Marc Bergevin, I mean, this come on, dude. It's hard to fill those shoes.
Honestly, yeah, I'm probably just biased because I've been used to looking at Bergevin's mug for like 10 years or however long it was. 8 years, I think.
All right. Here
we go.
We'll keep you here for the first 2 picks, but we're going to bring in now because he looks pretty antsy there in the waiting room and might be the only one that outdrinks Z tonight.
Nice.
That's
good job, Z.
Wow, Z, he was right.
Told you.
Good call, Z.
Wow.
Checks in the mail.
Wow, Montreal surprising us to a lesser degree this year compared to last year, but 2 years surprising us back to back. Most of us here, anyways.
I forgot about that last year. Fuck.
How could you forget? That made us go an extra hour.
Well, because
never doubt Z.
I have been purposely putting that fucking kid's name out of my mind. I've been trying super hard not to think about him.
So
good job for Yuri Slavkovsky, though.
It's going to be a defenseman
that kid with the swagger. I love it.
Yeah, he's got some drip. That's awesome. What a betting upset.
Tyler G saying, "Damn." Yeah, I haven't gotten into like betting on the draft yet, but I saw some like crazy parlays today, and this was part of it.
I tried to bet. I went to the sports book earlier, and they said that they were not taking bets for the NHL draft. So
really,
why not?
I don't know. I guess they couldn't get good odds, but it was Planet Hollywood, which is like the worst casino. So that's on me for.
Slavkovsky was going at like plus 125
for first overall.
Yeah,
dude, he's literally like a foot and a half bigger than Gary Bettman.
Shit.
He's a beast.
His mom is so happy.
Z knew, but doesn't agree with it.
I mean,
that's the best
you're still
part.
getting a ridiculous player.
Yeah.
You're just getting more of a project than a sure thing.
And like
honestly,
project makes it sound worse. Like again, it sounds like I'm shitting on the kid. I wouldn't have taken it first overall, but I would bet on that kid to succeed and be the player they hope that they're gonna get.
I'm sorry, but they got the accent on the Y. I mean, the textbook Montreal.
Awesome.
They ain't gonna miss an accent because that's fucking Francais, baby.
That's fucking awesome. That rocks so hard.
Hey, now this shit gets interesting.
Yeah, dude.
Come on.
Defenseman, yeah.
Let's
Wow.
see some chaos.
Watch,
see some chaos.
watch out for them to take Jiricek number 2 and not Shane Wright.
Dude.
Watch out.
I think
for
Greg
that.
Wyshynski might shit himself.
That would be nuts.
I'll shoot Greg a note afterwards if they take Jiricek, because I think he might shit himself.
One down. Oh,
So 31 games with TPS.
a whole lot.
Yeah, and the Finnish league. I believe Sammy Salo is still coaching there, if I'm not mistaken. Z.
That
So
sounds
good
right.
program. Very familiar with Sammy Salo being on the West
Also,
Coast here.
it's gonna be sick to watch Marty St. Louis get to work with this kid.
Audrey saying hello from Montreal. What is up, Audrey? Nathan, is Shane Wright looking at getting picked by AZ?
Oh, he missed that.
Seth, by the way, as we brought in Seth here, right when the pick went down. How is it going, Seth Topo?
Good. I went to go get food before the draft started, and I nearly drowned because we're evidently just in a monsoon here.
Yeah, welcome to my life. It is
We've
been
had
a
like
monsoon.
we had like 2 inches of rain already, and this thing started like at 6.
Nice.
I don't know.
I like that Megan Chayka's on the panel for ESPN this year.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows, again, those who are followers of the Sota Pod. I mean, I shouldn't say everyone, because we're streaming to a lot of people here tonight. And welcome everybody to this watch party here. Again, keep the live chat buzzing. We address all the comments here. Absolutely love it. But yeah, you all, a lot, especially everyone here, you know how I feel about Sportsnet. When TSN had the rights, the draft show was unbelievable. Bob McKenzie, Darren Drager, Duthie hosting the damn thing. I don't know. There's just Sportsnet. It doesn't have the same flavor. It doesn't have the same flavor. And I'm not even looking for things to shit on them anymore. It just they just keep presenting stuff to me. So I don't know.
I have a question, Hoppy. I feel like you probably know this. So I know that the Stanley Cup broadcast rights switch between ESPN and TNT every other year. Is it the same thing with the draft, or has ESPN had that all 7 or 8 years, or however long this is?
That I don't know. That wasn't part of the release that I saw that said it was flipped back and forth for Stanley Cup. So that's actually a good question.
Because I'm just thinking TNT would be a very fun. I think ESPN. I mean, I have it on.
I think TNT would be way more fun, but they're probably less equipped to handle it too.
I don't know. You just have Wayno. You just have Gretzky and Biz. Just be like, yeah, I don't know. This kid might be somebody. I don't know.
That I get, but the whole production process, right? Like ESPN does the NFL draft every year. TNT just doesn't. I mean, maybe it's more simple than I'm making it out to be, but that's the only thing I could see.
By the way, Biz is moving to Vancouver Island. He's moving into his house in Oak Bay. I just saw that on Twitter today. A bunch of people
from Vancouver originally.
Good for him.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he's from BC. I think he's from Ontario. He bought a place on the island a while ago, and I mean, smart him renting it out for probably a stupid amount. He bought a place in the nicest area in the nicest city on the island, and it's just primo. Mike Gillis lives in that area. But anyways, yeah, Dev, again, thank you so much for your time. You can stay for as long as you want. I'm not by any means kicking you out here at all.
I want to see who the Devils pick, and then I'll just be following along. And
there's no way they can.
I know the chat here in the live stream too is saying there's no way Shane Wright goes to AZ.
There's no way Z, do you want to go double or nothing?
Oh yes, let's go. I think it means
hey, if this happens, if they don't take Wright, they're gonna take one of those D-men, either Nemitz or Jiricek. I don't know if Arizona takes Wright. If Wright falls to Seattle, they've got Matty Beniers, Shane Wright, and Jared McCann down the middle for 8 to 10 years.
I think Jared McCann should be moved to the wing personally, but
don't tease the one Kraken fan watching here. Z.
Incredible for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, at the wing.
The pick is in, by the way, for the New Jersey Devils. I mean, they were on the clock, but they didn't need any time at all. They know who their guy is.
Yeah,
as they make their way to the stage.
on our timer, it has the pick went in with 14 seconds left, which is what I was talking about earlier. Even if you know who you're going to pick, they usually wait as long as possible so that they can
answer a couple calls,
Yeah, wait for somebody to offer a stupid package,
Oh man, the best was I forget what network did it, but they put like ISO cams on the GMs on the floor, and then actually like put together a pretty good like montage of like the day and like just the phone calls and stuff like that. And the Canucks did one, I think Calgary did one, Pittsburgh, I don't know if Pittsburgh did one. Anyways, they were fucking hilarious, man. Some of these conversations they have, because some of them have like good rapport and just like talk like hockey bros, but they're in their like late 50s, 60s, most of the GMs and stuff like that. So anyways, it was just super entertaining. It was like pulling the curtain back a little bit on the draft floor.
It's really funny. I remember that. I think we heard Stevie Y call somebody a pigeon. I was like, all right, I'm in.
I mean, Jim Benning was a walking soundbite, so his was like amazing. New Jersey, the whole parade is here on the stage. And I mean parade. This is probably one of the biggest entourages I've seen in a long time. Just the whole fucking family, dude. It's the whole owner's like extended family.
Dude.
Yep, I'm seeing it too.
Wow. What's going on with that kid in the Q-Zip? Can he play hockey?
Not quite.
He's the Devils owner's like second nephew.
Of course, broder.
What's up, Marty?
Montreal, what's up?
Look at Gary leading traffic.
Yeah.
Just doing a great job for once. Oh, God, did I say that out loud?
Oops.
What are you drinking right now, Seth? Into the Ronnie yet?
No.
Was that 7-Eleven Slurpee?
It's a McDonald's large Diet Coke.
This is bananas.
Kate Madigan. I've not heard of her before.
Just got brought in as the AGM. Or promoted.
Wow.
She gets to make the pick. Here we go.
Fucking told you.
Oh!
Wow! And the
Fucking
drama
told you.
begins.
I told you.
What's Arizona gonna do?
The fucking draft wizard over here, boys. Holy shit.
You picked
Who's
the
it gonna
other
be,
guy
Z?
first, but yeah, he did say Nemec. So are we sticking with Cooley? Do we triple or nothing?
I mean, at this point, Dev, you're in Vegas, right? I mean, you might as well. Let's go, baby.
Yeah. All right.
Hockey Boy, what is up? Thank you so much, Hockey Boy. Hey, subscribe wherever you're watching, buddy. Going to be doing a lot more live streams on the Sota Pod, on the City Life, and on Everyday Hockey.
All right.
Shane Wright is absolutely shitting himself, says Nathan. By the way, thanks everyone tuning in to this watch party here. We absolutely love the interaction. I mean, that's why we do it. The Sota streams here. This is the third annual one. We bring in guests. We talk. You see our reaction, but we want to see yours as well in the live chat.
Oh, by the way, Z, I got this beer kind of for you. It's called Bear Bait, and it's got little pictures of bears.
Oh,
What?
It's the Chicago Cubs like super old logo, is it not?
Or I don't know, Isha, this could be for the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Or for the Man Bear Pig logo. There we go. Tons of bears.
It kind of resembles the Man Bear Pig a little bit more than the Grizzlies, I think.
It's just a bear.
Or actually what was your nickname for that Boston one?
The meth bear?
Yeah, the cracked out bear, the meth bear. I guess everything crack related has to be attached to the Seattle franchise now.
KRAK.
There you go. Yeah, I brought this on screen, but again, Nicholas, get on the phone with AZ, Billy. I mean, right now, how many calls do you think Arizona's getting? Like on the floor? Probably it's probably blowing up, no?
Yeah, has to be a lot. But I don't know. You guys, I'm sure you guys talked about it before I hopped on, but like I myself am going to be super fine if bracket has a guy that he wants, and the Wild use capital to go up and get them, right?
What?
Like if the Wilds trade up to go get somebody, I'm super fine with that.
Yeah.
With 2 first rounders.
Who's that somebody?
That's the question.
I mean, whoever Judd picks, I'm going to agree with. But
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, the Wild have gone to be with general manager Jim Benning with the reins. They've gone 2 for 2 on the draft years thus far. I know you can't. It takes a while before you can really tell if you've won a draft year, but we've all liked what we've seen thus far. He's picked the guys that we've all been high on, things like that. So I'm confident that the team, the franchise, and I'm talking the team overall, from Judd to Billy to everybody else in that room, that they're gonna make the right moves, even if that's trading up to get the piece that they want, the best player available. Because things are already shook right now with Shane Wright not going first overall.
This is cool as hell. The first ever 1-2 for kids from Slovakia.
Wow,
Oh, that's cool.
That's
this is
cool.
This age group is like, they're legit. They have more.
Awesome.
They have more coming too. Sakura, he's gonna go second round, I bet. That's another one.
Z, are we? You want to officially go triple or nothing?
I don't know. I'm not as confident in this one because they're crazy to not take Shane Wright. But with Arizona, like, do they go
You just
for
never
the flashy, high skill? Like,
Cooley, baby.
I mean,
I feel like it might be fucking Cooley.
Justin saying, is Dev dressed as Fred Flintstone?
yes. I wore my T-Rex shirt for the draft because I was out of the pool. You can also see too. I'm wearing my American flag.
USA.
Because why not?
Why not?
Drinking a water to stay hydrated in the form of Coors Light.
Good call. Stay
Mountain
hydrated.
water.
It's
Mountain
important.
water.
It's really important to stay hydrated, especially when it's 102 fucking degrees out.
Dude, you're so lucky, man. It's so cold. I have to wear a jacket inside. It's so cold right now. It's like friggin' winter outside. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
What's the temp in BC?
Let me do the quick freaking conversion.
Give it in me Celsius.
12?
12?
Yeah.
All right. That's a harder number than I thought it was going to be.
Hold on one sec.
It's not that
Oh,
hard.
It's 53.
Tyler's right. Yeah, Philip Mešar, another Slovakian kid, should go in the first round. A lot of people soured on him as the year went on. Sniper, he's real good.
Is that the kid with the wrister?
I don't know. He'd score bombs from deep. He's
Well, yeah.
Four bombs from deep.
Z hockey. The hockey news.
Absolute rocket launcher.
The hockey news has him at 27.
Yeah,
Messed
he
up.
slipped. He started the season like hot for Pop Red.
They got the close up on Wright and Cooley right now, and they're both like, "Fuck, don't pick me, Let me go to Seattle."
I know.
Kick is in.
I don't know though. New Jersey, like they're on the up and up, man. They're gonna be. Oh my
What's
god.
New Jersey have to do with anything?
Oh Jesus.
Hello.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
baby. You like that? I say
Seattle
I'm
can
wearing
afford
30.
to trade down.
I'm wearing 30 because whoever they draft will be out of the league before he turns 30.
Yeah, those glasses look dirty too, so it's perfect.
Yeah, they're filthy. No, that was really mean, and I hope that whoever they draft is like the fifth best player of all time.
I mean, it's not hard to do that. It's
To be the
surprising
fifth
that they
Fifth
don't
best player
have
of all time.
that they don't have like.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
Is it happening? Is it Cooley?
Dev, are you losing more money in this beer bets?
I fucking told you guys.
Incredible.
This is fucked.
Dude, Z, how are you getting this inside info?
I don't know.
Oh, Brett Marshall's in the lobby. He already has some things to say. I love it.
Oh, I bet he does. Holy
And Dan.
shit.
Okay, after this pick, we're gonna take a quick break. And then we'll bring on Dan Bradley into the mix as well. But Arizona, the pick is in. They're on the floor on the mic. Here we go.
Guess who it is, motherfucker?
Xavier Gutierrez.
wow.
Do it if you're bad.
The great city of Montreal. Literally, my family's out east right now. They're all in Montreal.
This is fucking bananas.
Oh man, I'm shaking.
I love the Kachina pins they have on the suits, by the way. Those are fucking
those are
sick.
clean. I can't remember what the guy's name is, but there was that artist that did all of the other logos.
Yeah. The Bruins
Just-
one was awesome, man. That one was fucking
Fire.
sick. The Canucks one sucked, but hey.
I kind of like the Wild one, but it wasn't. It was just kind of. It was uninspired, but I get it.
I like I mean, it's a Nordy. What are you gonna do?
It was just Nordy over the Kachina head, which it's not a bad thing. It just some of the other ones were a little more creative. The Bruins one was sick. You're right. All right, so I just have him on mute so I can.
Yeah, just taking his sweet fucking
I mean,
time.
he's just like, thank you to ASU, thank you to Tempe, dude. No one gives a fuck. We all wanted you out.
Explaining the thing from.
It was actually
earlier
part
when
of the
we talked
contract.
about
To use the rink, he
Swedes.
has to do this.
What place is
Anyway,
the
we're
Golden
gonna
Knights?
take Brad Lambert.
Oh, here we go.
If they take Brad Lambert, I'm going to laugh.
No,
did
I
it.
already
They
told
did
you.
it.
I already told
Is
you.
in.
I know.
Z's, wow, bro. Wow.
3 for 3, bitch.
Look at Shane Wright, dude. Look
Shane
at
Wright
his
is in
face.
shambles.
He's like, I hate it here.
Do you guys remember when Aaron Rodgers fell to like 27 or whatever it was? This is that same energy. Man, that's
Wow.
tough. Feel for Shane Wright. That's really tough.
Man, but I mean, the credit to
He's
the
been being
teams.
told. He's been told for 4 years that he's the number one overall pick in this draft, and here he is.
Not the number one overall
It's-
pick.
There's no way that
Dangerously
it's
close
not
to be.
right now. Yeah,
It's gotta be.
Has to be.
It
gotta
has to.
be.
If you can go Shane Wright, Matty Beniers down the middle for 15 years,
That's gross.
Yeah.
are you kidding?
That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Okay, folks.
Again, before we even fucking started, I told you if Shane Wright doesn't go 1, he's going 4 or 5.
You
fucking
you
told you.
He
did.
did say that. He said that.
Well, and you know what else you said is you said you don't know anything about this shit, Z. Clearly,
Yeah,
you
I've
know
never
more
watched any of these
than the fucking
Never-
GMs right now. So
Never
I mean,
watched
No
any of
C
these
dominance
kids.
over here, motherfucker. I'm
All right. 30-second break. We're gonna catch our breaths and we'll bring on Dan Bradley here on the Sota stream. An hour in, already a bunch of drama. Thanks to everybody tuning in on the Sota Pod YouTube channel, Facebook, Twitter, City Light Project, and Everyday Hockey. Subscribe, check out our podcast. Yeah, we'll see you all on the other side. I mean, I'm shocked. This is gonna be such a great night. We're freaking 3 picks in, and the drama
Incredible.
is already here, folks. We'll see you all in 30 seconds here on the other side. Dev, I know you said there he's gone. He's gone. I was gonna give Dev a second to plug away his podcast and everything, as I didn't do a good job on that, as he stayed a little later. But again, go check out Dev and everyone at 10K Takes.
Wild Takes is their podcast. Isha always forgets that.
Wild Takes is the podcast, but everything that 10K Takes do. If you're Minnesota, sports fan, go support them. And Wild Takes, the podcast, of course. Dev might join us again later, but given that he stayed on, 3 times the segments he was slotted in to be here for, he may not be back. So again, shout out to Dev and thank you so much for joining as we bring in Dan Bradley. How's it going, buddy?
Doing well, Isha. How's everybody else on the panel doing tonight?
We're doing great, man. I know you've been in the lobby a little for a little bit. You've seen the energy that we're bringing. Look at Z. I mean, he's got his Seattle
I
sweater.
was
Absolutely.
wondering what he was doing in the
Seattle
background when we
hockey.
came back in.
Yeah, we came back and Z is
Unbelievable.
shirtless on the stream.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
we can
Dev's
get
saying in the
shirtless.
chat, by the way, he'll try to come back at the end. So there you go. Yeah, Nick
Oh, do we have a
Z
trade?
throwing on the Seattle gear.
That fucking
Christian,
rates.
by the way, shout out to you, Christian. Thank you so much for joining. I hope the Golden Knights get a good player.
Okay, guys, I think we got a trade.
A
Yep.
trade
they
to
do.
announce. Yep.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Wow. The Habs are back.
What?
13th overall. And was it
Dach?
98 for fucking Romanov?
Oh, Kirby Dach just moved.
Whoa!
Oh, and Kirby Dach.
What?
Wow.
All right. Let's break
Hoppy,
this
get-
down, dissect
goodness.
it.
Hang
Hoppy,
on. I'm trying to get all the details
Get that
here.
trade on a banner for our viewers if you can here.
Yeah.
Montreal 13 and 66 to Chicago for Dach.
Wow.
Per Elliot Friedman, and that's I think what Bettman was just announcing too.
Credit to Montreal making a little splash here at home at the Bell Center. Tyler said it's an overpayment for Dach. What do you boys think?
What was the total?
I just had it here. It's 13 and 66 to Chicago for Kirby Dach.
So then
But
Chicago ends up
that
with
was
7
at-
and 13 now, right? Or was there? They said something. They said Romanov got traded too.
Romanov. So it was like a three-way trade.
So a 3-team.
Yeah.
Okay. Islanders get Romanov and 98 overall for 13. So Montreal traded back up to get 13 and then flopped 13 to Chicago.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to digest this a little bit.
Whoa.
That's okay. Like just when you can, so that when we talk about
Okay,
it,
but
we
like
can
suddenly
pull it up for you.
Montreal's center situation is looking pretty good.
That is
That's not a bad bit of work.
This is nuts, dude, because now you got Seattle can rock Shane Wright and Beniers down the middle, and now New Jersey can rock Luke Hughes and Simon Nemitz as a pair for fucking 20
Wow.
years,
That's
dude.
crazy.
And now down the middle, Montreal, you got Suzuki and Dach
hmm
Jeez.
to go along with Slavkovsky, to go along with Caulfield. Like,
I go on Twitter. The first tweet I see is Alex Mikulay. Now, does Talbot get moved? Love you, Alex.
That's going to be a weird looking line if they end up with Slavkovsky and Dach on a line with Caulfield. Those two massive dudes, and then Caulfield out there.
Islanders getting Romanov, dude. You guys all like Romanov? I've always liked that player. I think he's an
that's an
incredible skater.
insane move for the Islanders. That
Yeah.
was the dumbest shit they've done.
What was the Islanders?
After they
I
moved
had
Devon
them-
Taves for 2 seconds, they needed somebody.
That's
on
true.
the back end.
I had them penciled in to take either the big fucker Nathan Gaucher at 13 because he's such a Lou pick, or to take Brad Lambert because last year they took Ratu, who was like before the season started consensus 1 or 2 overall, and then he had a shit season, fell to the second round, and the Islanders picked him up, and then this year he was nasty, and then Brad Lambert was a top 3, 4, 5 pick coming into the year. He switched
Lost
teams
ties.
11,000 times, had like 8 points in Liga this season, and he's now projected to go like in the 20s. But his uncle's Wayne Lambert, who's going to be the head coach of the Islanders. So you would have had the Islanders having those 2 years where they take Ratu and Lambert, and you have Lambert's uncle as the head coach. So I was like, they might just go for the full trifecta here.
By
But
the way,
now they gave that up for fucking Romanov?
so you're not high on
Oh,
Romanov at
pick is in.
all compared to the value they were
The
getting. Out of those
13th
other two
overall pick?
Well,
No.
guys? Okay.
That's
Wait, so you
insane.
like it, Isha?
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
By the way, Seth,
my God.
Goose on Twitter, he's already tagging you with your eyes closed, saying Seth's already so bored he's sleeping.
So should I have my phone up like this?
All right,
there's a
here
lot
we
going
go.
on in
Finally.
Seattle.
Done.
There it is. There's Shane Wright.
You know what? He should be smiling. He's going to be an instant superstar in that fucking franchise.
Oh yeah.
There you go. There you go. That's such a fucking sick sweater.
I'll hide that for you. There we go.
The right pick. The right pick.
Right? Beniers down the middle.
Dude.
I
So-
know that
That's
is
insane.
So what does the brilliant Chuck Fletcher do here?
I'm 4 for 4 now, by the
Really?
way.
Yeah, let's see if he can go 5 for 5.
Yeah, Z, who's
He'll
next,
go-
by the way?
Cutter Gauthier.
That
All right.
feels right.
I wouldn't.
That's why Chuck would.
Not anything I would do, but hey.
Oh, man. Well, another good pick for the Kraken here, man.
Shit. That'll work.
That will work. I mean, I don't think the young man expected to be picked by Seattle tonight. I
I don't think Ron Francis was ready for that.
No, I mean
No.
he's just salivating right now. Man, I love those jerseys.
Oh, and Isha, quick update.
No. For those just joining us, by the way, or for people who are just joining us on the stream, or if you're listening to this part of the podcast here, Hoppy and I we got a friendly beer bet going on to see how many U.S. development players and or BCHL players will be drafted in this first round. Should be neck and neck, so we'll see who comes out on top. Right now, 1-0 for the U.S. development program. Again, shout out to everyone joining us tonight. Really appreciate it. Live here, this watch party, the 3rd annual Sota stream. Already a bunch of drama. Already a 3-way trade, so a massive trade. And I mean, we're at the 5th pick, so this has been awesome. Seth, again, shout out to you for joining. Shout out Dan for joining. Shout out Dev, who is with us in the first segment of this watch party. Yeah, what are our thoughts, boys? What do we expect moving forward?
I don't know. I think if the other picks in the first
Chaos.
round or anything like these first 4, we're gonna have a heck of a stream tonight. I mean, it's been chaotic so far. So let's keep that chaos rolling.
Well, Dan, reevaluating now, because let's be honest, I mean, coming into this, I'm sure your board is a little bit different now with how it's.
Oh, my board's awful right now. I'm 0 for 4.
so like just quick reset. Who are your next 3 that you think are going to be picked?
The next 3 that I had were David Juracek to the Flyers at 5, Matthew Savoy to the Blue Jackets at 6, and then originally I had Ottawa at 7 with Gauthier, but now that's going to be Chicago. So we'll see if that still holds. But Chicago could do just about anything at that spot and just keep messing things up for everybody. I wouldn't be surprised with their defensive needs either if Chicago went with maybe Korchinski or Minchikov after that.
No need for the Seattle tarp anymore.
Hoppy or Seth, do you have anything to chime in there? Do you agree? I know Huss Gamer saying Jurek at 5. I mean, that's what Dan's saying.
Flyers should take Juracek, but I know they love Gauthier. So it's one of those 2.
Yeah, Z's 4 for 4. I'm 0 for 4, so I'll trust Z more than myself.
I think this will be the one that I fuck up.
This is like this always for me. The draft is like when you were studying for the final in one of your classes in college and you get there the day of and the professor's like, everything that you've been studying is not on the test. And so I like to just react to the stuff that's going on. Obviously, those trades are something. I mean, the Islanders, that one is interesting. I guess they didn't really have anybody at 13 that they really liked or must not have. I don't know. Seems it's a puzzling move as part of that that Montreal Chicago trade.
Oh, absolutely. Just recatching my breath here. I mean, man, my heart was pumping right out of the gate here. Right out of the gate. Absolutely love it. As we're waiting here, as the panels are.
Now you have to wonder: is it those 2 or is it the sleeper pick here? Because it's Philly and the shit that they love. Do they go take the big swing, get crazy, and go Marco Kasper?
No.
I would watch out. I'm not saying that I think it's going to happen, but he's a sleeper to go to Philly at 5. But I know they
Also, what
fucking
is
love
on the
Tokyo.
jersey that person just walked on stage with?
You saw
I
it?
don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, I thought that was supposed to be a Flyers jersey. It doesn't appear that it is. Maybe it is.
The pick
Yeah,
is in.
no.
The Flyers, they're on the stage.
I'm going Gauthier.
Gauthier. All right.
Chuck
Locked it
going
in.
with pretty muted colors with the tie and the entire ensemble. Pretty standard.
5 for 5. Suck on that.
That kid.
No way.
Not even gonna wait for it to happen.
Nope.
So I'm sitting here on Twitter and I'm like, who the hell is Bobby Margarita? And then I'm like, oh, you idiot. That's Bob
Seth.
McKenzie.
Come
Yep.
on. Come on. He even has his own can
I know.
margarita.
Threw me off and I looked like I wasn't looking close. And then I was like, oh, yeah, that's Bob McKenzie.
Also, what a sick name.
Bobby Margarita.
No, Cutter Gauthier.
Oh.
I just like Z. I'm absolutely blown. I mean, I shouldn't be. You're the fucking expert, but I'm absolutely blown away here, dude. Oh, I mean, I have to relook at like after the stream. I'm gonna go and look at that parlay. I'm pretty sure like it would have hit. Fuck. I could have been rich, boys. Wow, and I'm down 2-0. U.S. development program to the WHL. Look at that tie.
You're
with
gonna
the
end up with
fucking-
a run of WHL boys here.
with the fucking tiger.
Yeah, there'll be several coming up.
Savoy,
What's on his tie? Is that a
Krasinski,
tiger, boys?
Geeky. They're all gonna go in the next probably 10 picks.
I think so. Question mark. I couldn't really see it.
Danny Briere, by the way, what a beauty. Not one gray hair. Unlike Martin St. Louis, he did the whole Jim Benning special, just for men special.
Just for men or Touch of Grey?
I don't know what Touch of Gray is. Shout out to 7th Avenue Pizza, by the way, Wago Golf, and our friends at Northland Vodka. Huge supporters of the Sota Pod. They make this happen, so go support them. As Hoppy wharfs down some 7th Avenue Pizza.
Yeah.
I can't wait to live
Brett's
on that.
blasting the
fucking
chat. I'm just gonna add him in.
Yeah, might as well.
shit. Right on time, though. Right on time.
Mid-bite.
Mid-bite.
I mean, it's 5:01. This is when we're slated to bring him on. So there you go. Brett Marshall.
701.
It's
Sorry,
501.
701.
801.
He's on Vancouver
Pacific,
Island.
yeah, Pacific slip up there. Sorry. Brett from Sound the Foghorn. How's it going, buddy?
It's going, just eating a little dinner here and watching the draft. So hard to get a lot better than that, I guess.
I mean, we've been seeing the drama. I've been seeing you react to us reacting to the drama. I mean, let's get your opinion here live.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely heard like a lot of swirling about like, all right, if Slafkovsky goes at 1, it could create some chaos, and it seems that's happened. I think the biggest benefactors here are probably Seattle. Having Beniers and Shane Wright down the middle for the next 10, 15 years is going to be pretty nasty for them. To have 2 cornerstone centers is a pretty good way to start. We did have Byron Bader on Sound the Foghorn earlier this week, and we asked him about why he had Slafkovsky, I think, down at like 16 on his draft board, and we asked him about that and why that was a pretty risky pick. So it was interesting to see him go at 1, and basically kind of the long story short of what he said was basically no player that's been picked in the top 10 since 1990 with his profile has turned into a star player, which is interesting. So we'll see if that changes. He said like the closest comp he has right now is like Nichushkin, who I still don't think in the redraft of his year would probably be the 101. Do
you agree with this commenter here? Husgamer15. By the way, shout out to you, Husgamer. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. saying need Nazar Lambert for the Wild.
Yeah, I really like Nazar. He's our consensus top pick for Sound the Foghorn between me, Justin, and Zeke. A guy that we all really like. Member of the Short King clan, so we always like to advocate for those guys. I think really skilled player. He's a center. He's got some offensive creativity to him. I guess like the one thing I would be hesitant on from the Wild's perspective, with already having a 5'9" center and Marco Rossi in the system, do they go out and grab another one without a plan to maybe put one of those two on the wing? Because I have a hard time believing if they had hesitancies with Dumba, Addison, and Spurgeon as the 3 right defensemen, that there would be, there wouldn't be hesitancy to have Marco Rossi and Frank Nazar as kind of your 1-2 centers or 2 of your top 3 centers alongside Joel Eriksson Ek. So that'd be my hesitation probably with that pick. But I would still like it, especially I think you could probably play on the wing too, and then you wouldn't really have that problem. But then you'd still be in the boat of, okay, you still need, another center somewhere in the mix along the way there.
I agree. How about you, Dan? Thoughts on Brett's breakdown there?
Yeah, I think he's spot on. I do think if you go Nazar, you're probably moving one of those two to the wing. I think Rossi might be a little bit faster of a skater out of the gates, which might make a little more sense for him to be on the wing. But defensively speaking, both would be able to hold their own in either a center or wing role. Lambert as well, a player who already has played both center and wing, but even faster. He might be the best in terms of pure speed. He might be the fastest skater in this class, and bigger size as well with Lambert. That's who I eventually had mocked to the Wild at 19 overall, just in the hope that might be the type of guy, but just elite speed, instincts, vision, creativity. But like he gets tunnel vision sometimes, which I think is what kind of the knock on him is, and that's part of why he's falling too, beyond just the lack of production this year with Lambert, is that he'll try to do it all himself, and that doesn't seem like something that's going to necessarily fly in Minnesota, to be a type of guy that's going to do it all himself. We've kind of already got that with Kaprizov, so we don't necessarily need a whole lot of guys who are, getting tunnel vision like that with the attacking the net. I do still think either one would be a good fit. I'm with Brett. I want Nazar at that pick. However, I also don't know that he's even going to be available at 19. I think there's a very good chance he's off the board before that with his skill set. Your check just went
6 for
Thoughts?
6. Let's go.
I was just gonna say, come on, where's your reaction?
Absolute beauty.
I hope you bought a lottery ticket.
This is unreal.
Does he have
Now
a
they can make
document
up for
somewhere,
that dog shit Kuhlman's pick last year. They instantly just make up for it, and they have 12.
So now the Hawks.
6 for 6. Okay, let's go.
There we go. For those watching in the comments, let us know who you think is going to go next. Who you have predicted. Let us know your score right now. I mean, Z 6 for 6 in predictions.
Z,
right now
what's
out of the
number
gate.
7, Z?
Chicago. Yeah.
Whoever like the worst possible pick here is who is Chicago's going to take.
Man, God. If they
Who
didn't
should
make
they
that
pick?
trade, I'd have Ottawa take it. I would have had Ottawa taking Casper at 7.
Marco Casper is one of my draft crushes, so if Chicago takes him, I'm going to be livid.
He's gone. He'll be gone before 10.
I don't care if
No
he's gone
way
before
he
10. I
makes
just don't want him
this
going to Chicago because then I can't shoot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't need it. And they just traded Dach, and they can replace him with Casper. Like,
Okay.
I got to look at their pool again. They're probably not taking any of the defensemen. They're definitely not taking any of the defensemen.
Ben asking, how many more centers taken before the Wild are up?
All of them.
I don't even have my thing in front of me.
Oh, come on. It's the draft show, Z. I even have my freaking dinky magazine in front of me.
We probably have Savoy,
overpriced
Othia,
hockey news
Kasparov,
magazine.
Nazar, maybe Geeky, maybe Goucher.
I could see Kemmel going here too.
Kemmel would be really good.
I would have to think too.
Probably-
Columbus is probably going to take a center at 12, given that they just went D at 6.
Well, I'd watch out if they knowing Yarmo with the Finnish connection there. I wouldn't be shocked if they took Lambert at 12.
Mm-hmm.
Just more European skill, speed. He's the most toolsy player in the draft. Like that old fucking adage, just so much tools. If it was pure skill and skating, if that was the only thing that mattered, Lambert would be a top 2 pick. It's his skate. He's the best skater in the draft. He's probably the most skilled in the draft. He's absurd. He's had a brutal 2 years.
Yeah, I think you nailed it with the Racha comparison earlier.
What?
I think you nailed it when you compared him to Racha earlier with the Islanders.
It's the profile, not necessarily
so
the type
similar
of players. They're very different players, but the profile in terms of just how their draft -1 and their draft year went, and where they were pegged versus how that year affected them. That's why I was wondering if they'd take Lambert at 13, with the uncle being the head coach now, and they took Ratu last year.
Right. I think the only thing that's going to keep Lambert out of the second round, though, is you touched on how good his skating ability is. GMs, coaches, they're going to look at that. He's a better skater than Racha, so that alone should keep him up.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago, they're taking all the time they have too. I always wonder if because Dev was on there in the first segment. He said why not take the time? But especially as we get into now deeper into the first round, how many calls do you think these GMs are getting at this stage, at the start of once the clock starts ticking? Do you think that they're just getting call after call because right now these are the picks that get moved more often?
I would say the teams that are maybe interested have already kind of mentioned it. Hey, we're interested in this pick, and if the guy you want falls, give us a call, right? But I don't think they're telling everybody that. Maybe the team's inquired about it, but hit us up at the time. But with Chicago too, they just got this pick not too long ago.
Yeah.
So maybe for them, just all right, really think it over here. Weren't sure if they're going to get the pick or not, but also with all the GMs being there too might make it a little bit easier to communicate than when it used to be when it was Zooms and stuff in past years.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the pacing of this one is just a lot more smooth. Things are just kind of there's a rhythm to it. The last few years with the Zoom, it was an absolute shit show. I totally forgot about that too.
They're heading up there, Z. What's the pick?
Oh yeah, there it is. The pick is in.
Trying to decide between Kemmel, Lecker, Amaki, or Casper. I'm trying to decide. Man. I'd probably go Kemmel, but they really need centers.
For those watching in the chat, who do you think? Help Z pick. He's got 20, 30 seconds left.
Not even.
It's going to be Casper to spite me.
Probably.
Just like Dallas taking Stankoven last year. All the players I like get drafted by division rivals. That's how it works. Kevin Weeks thinks it'll be Korchinski.
I don't know why they would.
All right, Z. Who is it? Who are you locking in? Now.
Korchinski, I bet.
Okay.
If Weeksy said it.
WHL boy, let's go. Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Whoa.
No way.
Let's go!
No
WHL
way.
7 for 7, Z!
Wow.
Oh my god.
That shit beautiful than a motherfucker.
All right. New drinking game from now to the end of the first round. You got to take a drink for every time Z gets a pick right.
100%. Let's go. And I got the good stuff here. I got the Suntory. Let's fucking go.
I need
2
to grab
down.
my drink. Give me 1 sec.
Wow.
That's 2.
There you go.
Wow. Z. I mean, for those watching here, if you're new to the podcast, the YouTube channel, the whole 9 yards, I mean, if this is an incentive to tune into our prospect show, Judd's Buds, I mean, I don't know what else is. This guy's he is the magic 8-ball of prospects. Wow. Unbelievable. Well, cheers, everybody. To start this game we have here. I mean,
Moving on.
We're going to be
Everybody
waffling halfway
drinking?
through the first round.
On to the Lake Maker.
I've had about half a handle of tea.
I don't even know what this is. I bought it today.
What the fuck is that?
Looks orange.
It is orange. It's a
Tangerine something.
yeah. I saw it at Total Wine. It looked interesting, so I grabbed it.
by the way, shout out to half the stream with the Waggle gear. Represent.
Right, you go to the Bloomington one, right?
Yeah, yep.
Dude, I got back from Europe.
Well, it's
and
technically
like,
Edina, but yeah.
well, no, it's technically Bloomington.
Is that? Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's
it's
supposed
just south. But dude, I almost walked into the empty store 2 days ago because I didn't know they
just
moved.
moved it.
Unbelievable. I'm more
It's
like
an orange stand.
I know a lot of people are, they're tuning in for the watch party, for the draft reaction, for the hockey banter, that we have here. I mean, this is very much a party, folks. This is what we look forward to. 3rd annual Soda Stream here, presented by the Sota Pod Podcast. Our friends at Waggle, Golf, 7th Avenue Pizza, and of course Northland Vodka. Chime in. You can be part of the show as always. Let us know what you're drinking tonight. Let us know what you're snacking on this special draft day. I mean, these are one of like the holidays for hockey fans, right? So we're excited to be having this watch party and excited for everybody joining here.
For the group while we wait for the next one, raise your hand if you're upset about the Kevin Fiala trade. Good.
Look at that. Look at that. A lot of smart cookies here on
Based on Twitter, we're the
on the
only ones
stream.
to think that.
I feel like it's the Sota Pod versus Twitter a lot, though. So I'm kind of used to it by now.
It's mostly anyone that covers the team in any sort of regular basis versus fans on Twitter.
Just don't go to Facebook.
No.
By the way, Hoppy, you got to throw the score up because we had a WHL kid just drafted.
Fine.
Thunderbirds, hell of a year, by the way. And Z, I ask you this: do you think that the Thunderbirds this year that they could have probably beaten the Kraken in a 7-game series? And honestly,
No.
oh, come on, they were that good.
Long pause.
I'm pissed off because they beat Kamloops.
It'd be like asking if Alabama could beat the worst NFL team. They're still professional athletes. They kick the shit out of junior kids.
Man, this
It's
is the
like-
WHL. They're more professional athletes and quicker than half the NHL players. Come on.
No, hang on. Here's the better
Ted
question.
Brackett might believe that.
Who will sell more tickets this year, given we're going to factor in the shorter season too? Minnesota Gophers, Arizona Coyotes.
Oh, it's the Gophers, no chance.
Well, the Gophers have 5,000 more tickets a night to sell, so
Yeah, but they also have way less games.
That team's gonna be so fucking fun next year.
Minnesota?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
it's going to be very Michigan-like from this year, I feel like.
Yeah,
Mm.
kind of.
So
Which
my
way to the
my
Bears,
podcast co-host is a Blackhawks fan, and he's just in absolute shambles right now.
I'll be honest. That wasn't. I mean, he's like Korchinski's legit, but
I mean, you lose Dach
I mean,
and
you don't-
DeBrincat on the same day, and then your first draft pick as a defenseman. That to me is surprising.
Thank God they had Seth Jones, though, right?
Yep, 8 more years.
I love that they had to start the rebuild before that contract even kicked in.
Mhm.
I, for fun, bought it out on Cap Friendly, and it's like a 27-year buyout. It's fucking crazy. dude.
That's insane.
It's
For
like
fun.
it's almost legitimately the most bulletproof fucking buyout contract of all time. It's insane.
Be the hockey version of Bobby Bonilla.
Oh my god, yeah.
The gift that keeps on being paid because the team that signed him deferred his contract for the rest of time.
Oh, dude, it's unbelievable.
So bad.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, the pick is in?
Yep, Detroit's
make
pick
a-
is in.
Oh.
And they're
Ew.
Stephen Y is on stage.
Sprinting to the board to get Marco Casper.
Better hurry, Z.
Yeah,
It's
who
got
you
to be
got, Z?
Casper. It's got to be.
Oh, you got it in just in time. Paid
Did
for
they say
it.
it?
Yes, there we go.
Dude, we're gonna be buckled. We're gonna be buckled by the end of this.
I'm finally on the board.
I was gonna say they desperately need centers in their prospect pool.
I think he profile like from what I've like watched and kind of read about him, he profiles to me very Joel Eriksson-ek like.
Mhm.
Like not necessarily like the high end skill, but a guy that plays physical, really solid 2-way game.
I think he's a kid that, I mean, similar to Eriksson-ek too. Like, well, first of all, he pisses everybody off. Like, it's unbelievable. He literally does exactly what Eriksson-ek does, like in the crease. Like and then he just sits like, what, dude? He's just like laughing. But I think similar to Eriksson-ek, I think as he continues to like just get older, mature, play more games, the skill will come out because there is sneaky skill there. He's got a good shot. He's a really smart player. And like you said, he's got a good 2-way game. He's got the like perfect base. He's got a good foundation just to get started in the NHL and then grow from there. Like I was telling them before, I think outside of the guys that go top 5, he's the first one that becomes a full-time NHL player just because he already plays the NHL game. And like he's got the size, he has exactly what like coaches and GMs are obsessed with. And he just does everything like fairly well. And you can always work with a kid on skills and that like offensive stuff or whatever. But like I think there is sneaky skill there. He had a really good fucking playoff too. He was like half a point a game on a really good team playing like 9-10 minutes. So but like you said, Eriksson-ek, like I think you just start to see more skill and more offense from him as time goes on, but he's got a really good base. So I think outside of those guys that go top 4 or 5, he's the first one to become a full-time NHL player because he's not that far away already.
So
He's a fun player. He's gonna be an instant fan favorite too, especially at Detroit. They're gonna love him.
there's a really funny tweet from Corey Pronman of The Athletic. There's a tweet from NHL Network from 2 hours ago, and it says, one of these things is not like the others. And it's just like a mock draft from NHL.com, The Athletic, Sports, and TSN, with all 3 of them saying right, and then Corey saying Slavkovsky. He just quote tweeted it going, good observation.
Dude, I was listening to his podcast, like the last one that they did before the draft.
Yep.
And like Pronman, he keeps it pretty clean cut for the most part, but you can tell he's just had enough of like the debates, like people trying to like just talk about the draft that like never watch these kids. And he probably dropped like 6 F-bombs. He just swearing all over the place. I was like, oh, Prodman's just letting loose. He must have had a couple beers, dude. Like he was just going. I was like, oh my god, he's swearing. Like this is weird.
Speaking
Why not?
Speaking of, folks, drink up. Z went 8 for 8. Buffalo, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They still have on the board. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to say goodbye to Seth for now as he needs to reload his beer fridge. And we're going to bring on Alex Micheletti here. Seth, quickly before you leave, pump your content, man. Where can everyone find you?
Locked on Wilds. We'll have reaction to this. We'll have reaction to Marc-Andre Fleury locking in for 2 more years. Hooray. Yeah, we'll hop on with you gentlemen later on because, I mean, we're what, 9 picks in?
Oh, yeah. We're still like 2 hours away from the Wilds pick, probably at the earliest.
It's going to be a long night. So we'll catch up with you guys later.
All right. Cheers, Seth. We'll see you all on the other side, and we'll bring in Alex Micheletti.
What's going on,
All right.
everyone?
What's going on?
Exciting draft so far, huh?
Yeah, you got all the picks right so far, don't you?
I just no, a couple off.
Sabres are up. Pick
Yeah,
is
see,
in.
let's hear it. What's the Sabres
shit.
pick?
The pick is in?
Pick is
Better
in.
This is
hurry.
the one I have the least confidence and I have no idea where they're gonna go.
I wanted Detroit to take Savoy, but
Kemmel, Savoy, Lekkerimäki.
Lekkerimäki.
He's a stud.
I'll go-
That kid.
This is the
That
first.
kid.
He shouldn't go where he's gonna go, but I know that there are a lot of whispers that he was going top 10. But I don't know. This is one I have the least confidence in.
So you're going Lekkerimäki.
Yeah, I don't feel good about it. I don't know if I feel good about
I
it
could
though.
see him going Matejchuk here too to pair with Power too, because that could be kind of a nasty pairing.
Yeah, it'd be
I
awesome.
think Matejchuk's gonna slip. He's just
I
'cause
hope
the
so.
size thing.
What do you guys think? Patrick Kane's
Where do they
feeling?
go with a defenseman? Man?
I think Kane is on the phone with his agent right now, going to get me the hell out of
I
here.
wish I didn't say Lekkerimäki. Yeah, maybe they do go Lekkerimäki though.
I hope he's miserable.
If they go D, they could take like Pickering, but
He's nasty too.
there's
Wait,
just like
Mackenzie?
so few guys that are projected to go centers. But I'll just say Kemmel, Lekkerimäki, or Pickering. I don't know.
You got to pick
But
one.
I-
You can't pick
Gotta
I
pick
know
one.
I can't just throw that out there. So unless they're confident that kid Ostland's a center, which he's not, but whatever. Fuck it. I'll just go Lekkerimäki, and I don't feel good about it. This is the first one we get wrong. It's very upsetting.
It's all right. Just take a shot with a straw if you're wrong.
Ooh,
Ah,
Wow.
none of the above.
all right.
He goes
Z
one, he
missed
goes
one.
one pick
Savoy.
later.
WHL, let's go.
Did they go geeky? Did they go geeky?
They went Savoy.
Boy,
They went Savoy. Good.
his brother's a stud too. That family, man.
Yeah, is it
This was
Savoy.
Carter that went last year, right?
Yeah.
So this
Where did
was
he go? Where did he end
Matthew.
up?
He
Is
was
it
the one who
Columbus?
applied for exceptional status and was denied, right?
I thought, yes.
Good for Savoy.
I thought it was him.
I drafted him in Shell a few times.
Dude, he was sick, man. He's a skilled, he's nasty.
Yeah, he can score.
I like that pick, but the streak is broken. Just when I go grab, some more booze.
I told you it's one I was least confident in. Because like
If-
there's so much
if-
doubt. There's so
if-
much doubt that
All right. Well,
Savoy's a center.
here's your rebound then, Z. Who's Anaheim take?
Oh God.
New streak.
Kyle's saying at least Casper didn't go to Chicago.
If Buffalo can figure out their goaltending, they are going to be set for. I mean, the guys that they have coming up, they're gonna
Matty
be-
Murray turned him down.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, look at that vest, man. That's dude,
We
this
might have.
kid's got
I
time.
tweeted it out earlier. We might have not. It's the Matt Murray butterfly effect. The Brinkat might have not even. Ends
Dude,
up. In
This
Ottawa.
kid looks like Matt Molson.
Savoy. Yeah.
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 He's,
Yeah, a
he's a
little bit.
better looking Molson.
No, yeah, but like that's kind of scary. I just saw him throwing the sweater and I was like, oh my god, that's so funny. By the way, hello Emily. Thank you
I'd
so much
argue
for
a young
joining.
Matt
Kyle
Collins,
as
too.
well. Ben, thank you all for joining. Tyler, you all are amazing. Subscribe, check out our podcasts, support the boys here in their projects as well. 8 for 8 is crazy though. Yeah, it is crazy. I'm excited to see how he goes throughout the entire draft now. That's what I'm here for, and that's what everyone else should be
now
here for
now
as
it
well.
gets wildly unpredictable.
Yeah, but now it's fun, right? And you're the
Oh
expert.
yeah.
You're the
I
expert.
might go 0 for the rest of the fucking time though. But good for Savoy though, because I was looking at like the available kids that are listed as centers. Like for Geeky, 9's too high.
Geeky's
Gaucher,
only
9's
ranked-
too high.
He's only going to get picked because he's 6'4".
He's
Yeah.
good though. He just can't skate. That's his big issue. Like he's such a bad.
That's a
skater.
problem. That's a problem.
But like his floor is a 3C with offense that is very good defensively.
I can't wait to see where Isaac Howard goes because that he has the potential to be real good.
He's high on the Sound the Foghorn list as well. I think he's our consensus number 3, I believe. Yeah, he was 3. We had Nazar 1, you're off 2, and Howard at 3.
There we go.
And there may have been a slight University of Minnesota Duluth commit bias from Zeke and Justin.
Yeah, just a little.
Awesome. So, Alex, just joining us now. What's up, Alex? A few
Yeah, not too
moments
much.
ago.
Yeah, it's been
The beginning of this has been a little bit, excited to catch up as well. It's been an interesting start to the draft. I know you got to tune in and see some of our reaction to just the drama right out of the gate. I want to hear your reaction, man. What are your thoughts on just how kind of unpredictable this draft started out as far as the picks and then also the trade?
Yeah, amazing to see the Slovaks go 1-2. No, I don't think anybody saw that, and Shane Wright falling into Seattle's hands. To have Beniers and Wright up the middle for the next decade plus is amazing for Ron Francis after having a tough expansion draft. So it's been amazing, and a couple trades. I have no idea what Chicago's trying to do, and I don't know what the Islanders are thinking with Romanov, but we'll see. I don't know. Lou Lamoriello's having a tough run.
Oh shit, the pick's in.
Who's it gonna be?
Anaheim's pick is in right out of commercial break, actually, from the Sportsnet feed. And Anaheim, Gary Bettman last year, actually coming off of the last 2 years, is probably like, no, okay, the networks, they want this shit to be done in 3 hours max, not 4.5. So none of this Zoom shit anymore. We're gonna keep this fucking going. Honestly, like it's I know we should be used to it flowing well like this, but because of the last 2 years, I came in here thinking that I'd be here all night, and I'm like, oh shit. I mean, I know we're at 10, we're an hour and 44 in, but like things are moving. Whereas last year, literally, there were times, and I remember us joking about it, and us just getting so fucking wasted, be ordering pizza because we're like, it's been 25 minutes between a pick because the Zoom call fucking dropped or whatever.
Z, we need the pick. Who's it gonna be?
Camel.
I'll go either Kemel or Minchikov. They don't need defensemen, but Minchikov's right there. I'll go Kemel.
I'll go Lekkermaki.
Or Lekkermaki. That was the other one, too. I was going between Lekkermaki, Kemel, and
They love their
Minchikov.
Finns and Swedes. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like all of the defensemen in Anaheim system, like they all have that puck moving, playing the same side type of role. And that's the same role that all of these guys, the defensemen that are here at this spot.
Pat Verbeek's first pick as a GM. We'll see.
Z Tyler saying it should be Kemel.
This guy looks like a deer in headlights.
Yeah.
He's staring into my soul right now.
Him saying our warmest sympathies with that kind of stare.
Minchikov.
Minchikov, what a suit! Oh,
That's a great suit.
That's
two in a row.
Cool.
Punishment.
I was so close.
What up, Zeke?
Hey, Zeke.
Zeke, what are you drinking tonight? Actually, Alex, too. What do you got on tap?
I don't have it. I have to get something. I don't have
Fuck,
anything.
this is
You're
the
on the
soda pod. You
soda
should
pod.
know
You have
better.
so
I
much
know.
time.
Oh
We have
my
like
god!
2 rules here.
Amateur. No, I'm just kidding.
Our first Russian too
Yeah, but he's like
has already been
not
here.
playing in Russia.
Right,
So
right.
Yeah, he's Canadian.
he's playing in the
I should have
old.
just stuck with my gut, motherfucker.
I talked you out of it.
Isha, do you
No.
think Edmonton tries to talk to Anaheim about Gibson?
I mean, they're gonna talk to anybody about goaltending, anybody and everybody. So I mean, I'm sure they'll
Watch
talk
him
to
go out
him.
and trade for Matt Murray. I think that'd be hilarious.
Oh my god!
If Toronto ends up with Matt Murray and Mrazek as their 1-2, poor
Why
Austin.
are teams even entertaining that? That guy is horrendous.
Yeah.
Unless Ottawa's retaining, like, I don't even know if I would take him at 50%.
You hold your fucking tongue when you talk about Matt Murray.
Where's the bobblehead? Where's the bobblehead?
He had a good run of 2 years where he was good, and he's sucked ever since.
This is the
The
guy that
bobblehead's elite,
started
though.
when Fleury was on the bench.
He did
Yeah.
win them a cup. But
We won them 2 cups.
Two
Yeah.
cups.
And he was fine at that point,
yeah.
and now he sucks.
The Senators suck.
Our friend saying The reports about Kirill Kaprizov are fabricated. No criminal charges will be pursued against him. Who said that? Has Russo tweeted about it yet?
Yeah,
Until
unless
Russo
Russo
tweets.
says it.
I trust
Yeah.
Tegrity Farms.
Well, because if he's lying, that would lack integrity. So
Oh.
He's got
Ooh.
integrity.
Ooh.
San Jose Sharks, Z. What's the move?
I'd go Kemmel.
Is that the move? You're just gonna go Kemmel until he's taken?
Mm-hmm.
who did they get last year?
San Jose.
Who did San Jose take
They
last
got
We got Eklund, dude.
yeah,
Eklund.
Eklund.
Oh, yeah.
Nasty.
He's gonna be filthy.
And he
He's sick.
produced.
Is he
He
a winger or
produced
a
a couple
center?
games. I think in the NHL he'll probably end up being a winger. He played both a couple games he got, and he looked real good. He's
Yeah, they
fucking
should have kept him
nasty.
up. I don't know what they were thinking, but yeah, it was
They didn't need it. Like, I mean, they didn't need to burn the year.
true. Mike Greer's first pick.
Oh,
Ooh, we have a trade.
no,
here
we have
now.
a trade. We have a
Ooh.
trade.
Damn it! I gotta make a new thing.
Tyler
about-
was saying, do we think Guerin's kicking the tires with Dorian on Dumba or Addison? Is it maybe?
No.
Maybe?
No, that's not the trade.
Ottawa's for sure got to be on Dumbo's list.
San Jose is trading the pick to Arizona.
Arizona.
Wow.
Interesting.
So Arizona who would they be trading up for here? It feels like it'd be either
Literally
Mhm.
anybody.
Geeky?
Yeah.
That could be geeky.
Hmm.
Be a solid draft for them to walk away with Cooley and Geeky.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's,
Walk away with your 1 and 2 center from one draft.
Would
At
you
the
go
Soda
geeky or
Pod,
would you
hit
go
us up
Mason?
right now on Twitter. I want to see
I
this. And
totally
by the way,
fumbled
thanks to everybody
something.
tuning in live here on this watch party. Whether it's via the Soda Pod, Everyday Hockey, Facebook, Twitter, the City Light Project. Really appreciate the 3rd annual Soda stream here with all of our friends, all the faces, all the stars of Minnesota Wild Twitter and the Minnesota podcast scene here. So thanks everyone for joining.
I appreciate how he ends it with "He's not in no trouble."
No trouble.
True Randy Marsh.
I realized that I should have been drinking out of my very fancy ESPN NHL glass.
Oh,
There you go.
Had to flex a
Very
little
nice.
bit.
very nice, very nice.
nice.
Yeah, mine is Salt Spring Wild Craft Cider.
Ooh, I love a good craft cider.
Wow, Arizona gave up 3 picks.
Wow. So that's what it's
Well,
taking.
there's
to move up
someone
right
there's
now.
there's someone they want.
That's not a bad trade for both sides. Like,
It's pretty aggressive for Arizona, I think.
Are you guys fascinated to see how that small arena is going to be for an NHL
Oh,
team?
God.
Like,
It's a joke.
Logan Cooley gets to progress from a 10,000 seat arena to a 5,000 seat arena.
I
Absolutely.
mean, maybe that just
joke.
means he stays with the Gophers for an extra year. We can only
Maybe.
pray.
all right.
I mean, it's not like there's going to be that much of a hurry to get him there.
Him and I mean Snuggerud, that's gonna be fun to watch.
Watch them take Snuggerud right here.
That'd be
Navs will still be better, though, and then people will complain about how they're older. And how they're-
Yeah,
I'll
the
go Lekaramaki here.
Yeah,
I'm going
locking
geeky.
it in.
I'll go geeky.
I'll go
Electromaki
Snuggerud.
and Cooley's wing would be pretty sweet.
Yeah.
There's definitely I think this is a good pick to get. Like, you have some really good options here.
How about the Arizona front office? They're all wearing the same suit.
Yeah. I do like that
It's in?
ESPN has Megan Chayka on. She's really
Yeah, she's
good.
yeah, she does a good job.
A really great follow.
I mean, Sportsnet's got Pierre Maguire. Should I go on? Like,
So
absolute joke.
did Ottawa fire him already?
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
they saw.
Dude, he didn't do anything. I swear, he was just there to.
They're like, wait, so all you can tell us is where this kid played junior hockey and you don't know anything else? He's like, wait, that's not what he wanted? Isn't that what player development is?
I've been watching your son play since he was 5 years old. What? Where?
Sure.
All right, pick is in. Arizona on their way to the stage right now. So we've already matched as many trades as like last year's draft.
I know
no
this
boys?
is great. Like,
And it's
usually
not
I feel
over.
I feel like they always say like, oh, it's going to be a really busy draft season. There's going to be a ton of trades, and then there's
No,
like,
but this year, like there had to be because of just the landscape coming out of the COVID years and just how,
Yeah.
how crazy this
well, like,
season
even
was.
like pre-COVID though, I feel like it'd always be hyped up, and then it'd be like, oh, a team traded up from 28 to 27 and sent a third round pick the other way. Exciting. Like, where this year, like we've had like some, we've had big names moving around like beforehand and
Yeah.
stuff.
When it was in Vancouver, so what was that 3 years ago, 4 years ago? I remember this day 2 is where there was the most excitement. That's when JT Miller was moved. That's when Subban was moved. But like, if I recall correctly, like day 1 was like meh, same sort of thing, like picks moving up and down, but nothing crazy.
Where do you guys think Darcy Kemper goes?
I said Washington just because Samsonov and Vanacek were not good, and that.
But if you're Darcy, like, because like a big thing for him, he wants his term. Like, wouldn't you want to go somewhere term and someone maybe like?
I think New Jersey overpays him.
That's
Devils.
that's what Hoppy
Devils
is
for
saying,
sure.
and they have
Like,
the
the Devils
they have
make a
the
lot
cap
of
space.
sense.
They got plenty of cap
or
space.
if Edmonton can afford him, I could see them being a good fit too. But I have no idea.
How
if
can they afford him when they're trying to bring Kane back?
Here we go.
Geeky.
Yeah,
No pleasantries at all
we
to
called
LaBelle
it.
Provence.
We
Right
called
on
it.
stage, make the pick.
Brett, we
He's on a
called it.
slide right now.
We called it.
So what are you now, Z?
Went
Ooh,
8
3.
straight, and now he's 3 straight miss.
Big guy go. Brr.
Look at that flow.
He's
That
6'4". What more do you need?
Oh, he just he just did the fucking.
Another one.
Oh,
from
and he almost
Winnipeg.
falls down the stairs too. Damn.
Teammate of Carson Lambos.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, Isha, you took the lead.
Let's go. Let's go.
Was there like a consensus count? Like, did you guys like count about
So
how
I
many
went
were
through a
projected?
couple of different mocks and a couple of different projections, and every one of them, it was within 1, and it was anywhere from
Okay.
like 6 to 7
All right.
for both sides, and it's
What-
pretty balanced throughout.
What's at stake?
Beer.
I think Isha already owes me 11 right now is the count, so up to you, Isha. You got the lead right now. Do you want to make it multiple beers or just one?
Hoppy, double or nothing, you coward.
Double or nothing. That's
I
a
don't
lot
think
of
he's
beers.
willing to do that.
Yeah, that's a lot of beers.
Double's a
Brett.
lot.
But it could also be. But then you could also be out 11 if you're confident.
Hey,
when
I'll
you
do
own
it
Obi.
if he's in. I don't think he's in.
The thing is, like, you know, I did the whole Sota Pod tour in Minnesota, and Hoppy got like hundreds of beers that he can just give me for the rest of time. You know, there's no, you know, so like he's set.
got
Whereas me,
one.
I actually have to go out and buy the damn things.
Oh, also, I apologize. My voice sounds like total shit. I don't have my mic because I'm sitting in my living room, not in my usual studio. So I
It's
don't
not
have a mic.
bad. Z couldn't even connect to the internet right off the hop, so you're good.
It's true. I almost lost my
Fuck it, we'll go
marbles,
double or
dude.
nothing, Hoppy. Let's go.
Oh,
There it
feeling
is.
You
this.
want to do
Let's
like
do a
half
watch
or nothing?
party.
Will that make
Okay.
you feel better?
I
What's
gotta
that?
break the seal. I gotta break the
Do you want to
seal.
do like half? Like, do you want to do 6?
Okay, let's do 6.
Like,
That's a good-
whatever you're comfortable with, man. I'll do as much
Let's
as you
do
want.
6 though, but they have to be crowlers.
How did Columbus get this pick? Was it the Seth Jones trade?
No, this is
No,
their own
this-
pick.
This is their own.
theirs.
Okay.
Yeah, the 6 overall was the
Oh,
one
yeah,
they got
yeah,
from
yeah,
Chicago.
They've been Columbus. Their drafting has just been phenomenal. I mean, yeah, I can't wait to see Kent Johnson on them when they.
yeah. The Wild were
Kyle
trying
said-
really hard to trade up for him last year.
Kyle wants now the streak is how many does Z get wrong? We're just quickly turn the tides on him.
Yeah, my streak is 1 now. They're for sure going Kemmel at this pick. I would almost like. I'm really confident that this is Kemmel.
Sorry, Mr. Common
That's a
Graham.
good question.
He's saying, in all your opinion, did Billy get more for Fiala than Chicago got for the cat. Also, my beer tonight is Junkyard Super Slush Raspberry Cheers Board. Boys, we love Junkyard here, friends of the podcast, Graham. So thank you so much for joining. And boys, I'll throw it to you. Whoever wants to start, chime in.
Well, my question would be the value of what the trade initially was, or are we factoring in that Korchinski was the pick?
I mean, I think now that we know what that Korchinski is the pick, I would include it.
It's close.
I would.
I mean, if you take a look at
that's why I
Faber,
got
I
it
mean,
wrong.
Faber is a first-round talent for sure. So I mean,
Yeah,
to get
I
two-
think Guerin said somewhere. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure he said like they look at Faber as like a top like 10 to 15 pick if he went in this draft. So they are looking as they basically got like a top 15 pick and 19, essentially.
and they had no they had no leverage. I mean, it's different than the Brinkat. The Brinkat had 2 years, of team control still, which makes no sense why Davidson still decided to move him. But the tank job
Because
was
they want to
on.
lose.
Yeah,
That's why.
they want to get Bedard, I guess. So
We're about
Yeah.
to get the juju back.
And like
There we go.
we all
You going
also
Nemo
have
again?
leverage.
Oh, the straw in the
right.
can.
oh, there it is,
The juju is
the
back.
stream debut of the straw.
Joachim Kemel.
Could Brock Faber be a Charlie McAvoy type, or am I wishing for too much?
Too much.
Too much.
I mean, he has
Charlie's
he has
got more.
20 goals in 59 career college
Charlie's
games.
got more offense in him.
Yeah. Like he needs to take some pretty significant steps forward offensively to come close to McAvoy. But a really good defensive defense. I mean, I'm not saying he'll be a Brodeen or like a Chris Tanev, but like a really solid second pairing defensive defenseman. I don't think is out of the realm of his possibilities. But I think it really this year. I think with the Gophers will be a really big development year for him about if he can take that that big next step in the right ways.
The problem with he's got Ryan Johnson and Jackson Lacombe there too at the U, so he doesn't get as much. They don't really need to rely on him offensively, but he can chip in. But yeah, I'm with you.
I think McAvoy type is acceptable. He's just not going to be anywhere near as good.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's mobile defensive defenseman, which is not a bad type of defenseman to be in this day and age.
Look at Rick Nash on the stage. I forgot he's a part of the front
Oh,
office.
what a beauty. Absolutely love Rick Nash.
Where are we going here? Is it Kemel?
Ooh. No.
Oh,
Matejchuk. Wow.
Sorry,
he didn't
Z.
slide.
No,
that one double hurts.
that one hurt a lot.
Great pick.
Phenomenal pick.
Is that his brother with the pink suit?
When all is said and done, he'll be a top 5 player out of this draft.
So he goes exactly where my guide, the Hockey News, had him at 12.
Another dub pick.
Let's go. More beers.
Have faith. America.
Should up it even more, Hoppy, and say that 6 beers at the X.
That's 20 beers.
Well, I'm just saying, I know, price wise, that's what I'm saying. Should we just go balls to the wall while we're at it?
No, I'm good with the 6. I still have faith, but no, 6 X beers. That's a paycheck.
I feel like I
Yeah,
spent the whole
everyone
paycheck
needs
last
to
time I was
coerce
there, by the way.
Z into coming out for the LA Kings game to start the season.
Yes.
Game number 2. What a way.
I'll get your ticket, Z, if you get out here.
I'll get your plane ticket. Hoppy will get your X ticket. There you go.
Should I show up in my Jonathan Quick jersey, or would that be frowned upon?
Oh, please. Please do.
I have 2 of them, actually. I had to turn my air conditioning off because it's right next to where I'm sitting and it's incredibly loud. Now I'm
Oh
starting to
wow,
get really
that's commitment. I would never do that.
I did just turn a fan on. That's pretty quiet. That's helping. So
17, this guy.
There goes the dream. We thought Matejchuk might fall.
oh, Hey, but all it means is we're
half
another
dead
slot
inside.
closer to Nazar.
Yeah,
I'm
Nazar
also-
could drop right to the Wild, or Lambert.
Also, my guy Rucker McGrody's still there.
What a name.
Talk about another kid
Unbelievable name.
that would be a top 8 player if he could skate.
But people also said Matt Boldy wouldn't be good because he can't skate. And I called Captain
People were
Brian Madden.
dumb. People were dumb when they talked about fucking Boldy skating.
Well, like,
Anyone that said
it's
that
so
for skating
that was the knock on
insane.
Kaprizov too. Like, I don't think you have to necessarily. You don't have to have this straight, like, beeline speed. I think you can think the game in the right way. Like, I think you just have to be more aware of your role. Like, especially for me, like,
Well,
if,
there's
McGrady is, if he's put with like a Kirill Kaprizov or someone who's able to enter the zone and he doesn't have to be that guy and is a guy that just creates space and finds soft spots, which he's really good at, I think he'll be fine. Which, like,
And that's
for me
McGrady.
isn't. Yeah, like skating for me isn't as important as forwards as a defenseman. Like defenseman, if you can't defend on the rush and can't skate, you're screwed. Like a forward, I don't think it matters quite as much, especially if you have literally every other tool in the kit, which I think McGrody does.
I put skating like, unless it's legitimately a problem with
Like Victor Rask type skating.
yeah, well, dude, I used to get the funniest fucking replies anytime I would tweet his name, like Victor Rask. I would get some of those outrageous fucking replies. I wish there was one. Oh, I wish I could remember exactly what they said, but it was legitimately like I fell out of my chair. Like it was just like the amount of hate. Like I remember I tweeted a video of Victor Rask scoring a goal one time, and someone within 8 seconds replied, "Fuck me." Jeez. It's like a game-winning goal with like 2 minutes left, dude.
Such a polarizing.
They just want to hate him so bad.
That's
so
poor
bad.
bastard.
Hey,
was
what
so
happens if Cooley decides to pull a Blake Wheeler on the Coyotes a second time?
Oof, that would.
Someone's
Oh
got to do it.
man,
Someone's got to do it.
It's got to be a gopher.
keep the tradition going. Yeah.
But then he ends up in Boston. I don't know about that.
You know, we didn't even mention Seattle's got 3 number 1 centers now. Victor
Yeah.
Rask,
Exactly.
Well, you can't forget about V1C Tor Rask.
V1C,
I mean, you got Shane Wright, Matty Beniers, McCann, and
Victor Rask.
There
All
it
right.
is. I like it.
FYHP.
Z,
If you know,
redemption
you know.
time. Blackhawks, who are they taking?
Ooh.
yeah, Matthew, I'm pumped that Nazar's still there. He's an intriguing player for sure. They need
the
to get a
pick in yet?
center. They need a center at 19.
Not in yet. Oh, yeah, it says pick is in.
Shit.
But I haven't seen them go up.
No,
Nope.
they're walking to the stage right now. Chicago
Kemmel.
with the 13th pick. Kemmel? Who is it, Z?
What if they went
Kemmel or
Nazar?
I'm going Lekramaki.
Yeah, they should. Lekkermaki's.
I'll say it should be Chemo, but I know teams really fucking like Lekkeramaki. I'll go Lekkeramaki, and I don't feel good about it.
What if
Walking
it's
it in.
Nazar just to spite all of us?
Then I'll die.
I'll be pissed.
I don't feel good about this one, but gotta get back. Gotta get back.
I hope they skip
They
booted
should.
shit.
Anyone should take fucking Liam Ugrin over fucking Lekkeramaki and the other Swedish kid, Osland. But they won't.
All right, here we go. Chicago about to jump on the mic.
Unless they want to go with the center.
Oh, they did it, fuckers!
Dang it.
Oh man,
Brutal.
great pick.
Damn it.
Nazar.
I'm not happy to be putting this up, Isha. Fucking bullshit.
Great fucking pick.
Connor, what's up, Connor? Thank you so much for joining. Wonder if we'll package the picks and move up, but I'm assuming we'd have done it by now.
Yeah, I don't see Winnipeg or Vancouver as teams that maybe want to move back. And then at that point, is moving up 3 spots going to give you that much better of a player?
Unless
the
there's that
Wild,
like
the
odd,
Wild
unless
could
that, like,
straight up.
well, unless there's
The
that
Wild could
odd
straight
player
up.
that they had higher on their board who's just there and they're like, okay, like that's our guy. But again, at this stage, not sure that that they're there.
Now
fuck
the Jets.
Blackhawks.
It's gonna be an interesting offseason for the Jets. Everybody seems to wants to get the heck out of there.
Well, what are your thoughts? What do you think's gonna happen? What do you think are gonna be the biggest shakeups?
I think they move Scheifele. I mean, it seems like they're just
They fucking should because they can get a king's ransom.
I don't know if guys don't get along with Blake Wheeler or what the deal is. You know, Dubois wants out of there too.
You think Blake Wheeler's the problem?
I don't know. It seems
That's
maybe
such a
it's
Mankato comment.
Well, I mean, the core that's been there for a while. I mean, that's just it. They've been there for a while. I don't blame them for
they never
wanting
really
to change.
They never really replaced Bufflin either. Too. I mean,
Kyle. By the way, Kyle pointing out Z is now 8-5. So all the praise we were giving him early. I mean, fuck.
He started
Sliding
8
now,
now.
Z.
I have 2 of the last 3, I think.
Eurov will sink if we're truly taking BPA. No political asterisks attached. Why not take him?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the range where you have to start considering it. Like part of me thinks that like you can't, like, is that, you know, that political stuff in the war in Ukraine, like, is that going to continue for 3 more years, kind of thing? Like,
Well, but the thing is,
like
Russians
when
are
he's
dicey
22.
before the war.
yeah.
Now you add that caveat, and it's a whole new.
I mean,
thing.
to me, like, if you're the Wild, you maybe go out and get a player you want at 19, and if like someone like a Eurov is sitting there at 24, maybe you take your shot.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
But
yeah, that's what having a second first round pick. Yeah, you can take it.
yeah, like we have Eurov second on our board. Like, and on our board was players we thought would potentially be available there. And like for us, like, it seems worth it.
Oh,
it just
another pick.
Guys, looks like a trade.
Trade.
Gary Bettman's on the podium now. Not.
I love
That's 'cause they're
Gary's.
taking over the team.
Gary's gone full heel tonight too. Just he's like, you guys ran out of energy.
Actually, we'll see because the timer just started, but Gary's up on the podium, so we'll see if they stop the timer and Gary makes an announcement.
And Nazar's going to Michigan, and he doesn't know who his head coach is going to be right now. That is so strange. What's going on?
Matthew, I'm sure asking this through Minnesota lens. Who's left on the board? I went all in on Nazar. Not gonna lie.
I don't see any insider tweets about trades.
Okay, then maybe not. I think just Sportsnet got overzealous. So like, oh, Gary's at the podium. Gary's at the podium. Fucking Sportsnet.
Like, there could be a trade, but it's not involving this pick. I feel like the insiders would have it if there was like a significant.
Does Sportsnet have Friedman on there?
He's like he's on the floor. So he did like he's doing like on the floor interviews and things like that.
For sure.
Why isn't Saravelli going full Woj during this? Like telling us all the picks, like 3 picks ahead.
The expansion draft when we knew about it in the morning.
Yeah, Mackenzie was doing it for the first couple picks, but he kind of cooled off. I almost had to mute him because I'm watching. I don't have cable. I'm streaming through the ESPN app, so I'm behind like real time. So like, I'm like, I can't get my phone doing this, or I'm gonna spoil it for myself. So, and it sounds like most of you are on a similar time, which is nice.
Pick is in for the Winnipeg Jets as they make their way to the stage now.
I'm gonna dip out for a minute after this pick.
All right, buddy. Thanks for like Dan was in here right when the show
I just got to grab another beer.
Yeah. I mean,
Micheletti hasn't even grabbed his first.
I know,
yeah, what the fuck, Michele?
Yeah. Take a 30-second break after this pick, and then we'll.
Yeah, there we
You
go.
need to have at
We'll
least 2 beers down before the Wild pick.
We'll take a quick break after this. Oh, I see our boy boss man Jack with the Guess Who's back with his Fleury jersey on. I love it.
Am I the only one that doesn't really care?
About Fleury being back?
Yeah.
No. To me, like, that was as high as I was willing to pay him. I don't love the no move, but like at 2 years, whatever.
I mean, we could turn this into the Fleury show, boys, but like, I really did not want him back, and I'm just like, for fuck's sakes, he's an old fart. I don't understand why everyone loves this guy now.
Yeah,
I understand why they loved him at his peak. I don't understand.
Colorado gonna roll with Francouz and Georgiev?
Joe Sakic does like everything that I want the Wild to do, and it just pisses me off.
Winnipeg's walking to the stage. Who do we have for their pick?
What's it gonna be, Z?
I don't think Kemmel falls past this pick.
It should be Kemmel, but I kind of feel like going off the board a little bit will boost up their defense. We'll go Owen Pickering.
They do need defense to
IHL
make nobody's business.
I'd take fucking Kemmel or Ugrin.
Yeah, I mean that's Zeke's point. That's what we talked about in our group chat. Like with Fleury, like what were your other options? Could you have gotten a better goalie? Yes, but how much more money would it have costed you, and thus like forced you into other areas of cap hell?
I think Fleury gets a lot better not switching teams for the first time after however many years.
I don't think he'll be bad. It's just like
you're also paying what, $7 million? You're also paying $7 million for two goalies.
I think the team played way worse in front of him.
Yeah, but hopefully maybe it's more time to adjust to his playing style. It helps, but we'll see.
Fuck! Oh, you should.
No!
Fuck!
Another U.S. development program.
Dang it!
I game.
Rutger.
Right, my last draft crush is Isaac Howard. So
good for him.
Yeah.
You happy with this one, Zeke? Or sorry, Z? Zeke,
No.
you too. You happy with this one?
I mean, I wouldn't have taken him this high, but I wouldn't have taken over Lekaramaki, Ugrin.
I thought Lekaramaki was going.
Right, I'll be right back.
All right. Well, we'll take a quick break here as Dan's getting another beer. Mixoletti with the heart out for another beer. Yeah, this has been awesome. Thanks everyone actually joining us in the live chat. People joining us in the live chat. You know what? I'll get to a couple of other comments before we jump to break here because this has been awesome. Kyle saying, yeah, we'll also after next season. Shirley, Matthew, not draft related. I'm gonna be in Victoria in 2 weeks. Any good spots to get food and a drink? Holy shit, Matthew. Yes, I will. I'll hit you up in a second here in the chat. I doubt Wallstead will be on the team full time in 23, 24, maybe like 10 games. I kind of agree with you, Nick. Fleury's gold wild pads are fire, though. Yes, I do agree on that, Sean.
I need to be clear. I love Marc-Andre Fleury. I just don't know that it really matters. Then you could use the money other ways.
There you go. Okay, 30-second break, folks.
You still could fill out the goaltending position in one way or another, though, and like your options are pretty limited.
Give me Lankinen.
Right, but that's who you're looking at, and like I agree with you, and like yeah, you probably could have spent $1 million less on a slightly worse goalie, but I mean I get it. Also, like goaltending is voodoo and is really consistent year to year, so you know. Also, where did Micheletti go? He just like it disappeared and didn't say anything.
Hard out. He's running to the liquor store, so we'll give him 30 more seconds and see if he jumps back on. Thanks everyone tuning in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here. Thanks for tuning in on the Sota Pod. Subscribe to the podcast. Subscribe to the YouTube channel wherever you're viewing from. If you're viewing from Everyday Hockey to the City Life Project, subscribe there as well. We'll be back right on the other side, continuing our watch party NHL 2022 draft. All right, here we go. Here's now where I am fully invested. The Vancouver Canucks pick number 15. Z, who should the Vancouver Canucks be picking with the 15th overall?
Kemmel.
Like lock, nobody else. That's the best player available right now. All right. Well, I'm hoping that's the fucking pick, dude. Because under Jim Benning, I mean, yes, Pedersen, great. Hughes, that was a layup. But other than that, it hasn't been too good. So we need some we need some more good picks here.
Back-to-back Michigan kids were picked too.
Oh, Billy Guerin's working the phones, looking to move up. Right after
I bet you he tries to move up now because Kemmel fell. Lekramaki
That's what I'm
fell.
saying. He's moving up for Kemmel. Billy Guerin's a
Hoover
god.
fell.
He's gonna do it again.
Don't do it, Vancouver. Don't fucking do it.
It'll for sure be Buffalo that'll trade with him. Buffalo will fuck this up again.
Or David Poile. David Poile's bound to.
Who's Tyler missing, guys?
What?
Lambert? I mean,
Lambert. That's one for sure.
I'm conflicted on Lambert. I don't know. I don't think he's going to be as good as people think. I don't think he's a fit for.
Well,
the Wild.
people aren't sure. Like he should be with how good he is.
boomer bust.
His strengths. It's literally boomer bust. So like, that's a kid. If you have 2 picks, or like when some teams cough, not the Bruins, they'd never do this, or 3 picks in one round.
Not with Sweeney.
That's one that you take a swing on if you have multiple picks like late and he slips that far. But I can totally get teams not jumping at him.
They're showing the stat about the Canucks last 5 first-round picks. I got a great stat from earlier today on Winnipeg. Since 2016, Winnipeg Jets have made 6 first-round selections. Those 6 players have combined for 183 goals. Patrick Laine has 176 of them.
Jeez. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Is
Okay,
that good?
So Matthew brings up a good point. So if you're the Wild, then you could potentially move up here. Would you move both of 19? So say Vancouver would trade you the pick. Would you move 19 and 24 to trade up if it meant you got Joachim Kendall?
No.
No.
Would you move?
The pick's in, by the way. So
I think
Vancouver's
you
not
need
trading.
to have
So-
maybe a second coming back.
Who
I
do you
would do
want,
19.
Isha?
Would you do 19 in one of the seconds?
Wait, and yeah, Z, what's your pick?
That's a maybe.
Kemmel, and it has to be Kemmel. Let's fucking go. Jim Benning's gone. Do the right thing.
They're going Urov. They like their Russians.
Fuck
Stop.
it. I'll go the other way with it just because everyone's saying Kemmel. I'll go Lekramaki.
You said Kemmel.
Well, then people are like, yeah, Kemmel, and I want to be weird.
Misha, what do you think of
Alright,
that Russian?
I'm gonna go Urov
Russian
here.
they got.
I'm going Urov too. Thanks, Dan.
I got you.
Alex, I'm fucking pumped. I hope that he can, just step in as like a top 6 guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Fucking
what are
awesome.
people thinking about JT?
Oh, they're pissed he's not gone right as of now.
Oh,
Friday is like the deadline.
deadline. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean it's not a deadline, but the deadline.
I'm happy Brock got paid.
I'm happy.
He did not get paid.
He didn't get
He
paid.
did not get paid.
But Horvat's gonna get
He
He
paid,
got
dude.
stiffed. He got stiffed.
Apparently, Horvat's about to ink it.
Hey, Z got one. He's back.
Wow.
Oh,
Bitch.
of course I said right there for the Wild, and he gets picked.
Lekramaki?
This is where you move up. You move up now.
Well, now Billy Guerin, yeah.
So here's my thing
I
with
think-
Lambert. Like I've heard like his big knock is like disappearing at times, and maybe like I think you guys talked about like right when I jumped on about having like kind of some I need to do it all myself kind of attitude, and like I feel like that type of personality just doesn't fit like the Wild's locker room and what Guerin has tried to build. So like that would be my hesitancy with him. Like I just don't know if he's a fit there, and that would be like someone the Wild would at least trade up to get personally.
I wouldn't take, if you're Minnesota, I wouldn't move up for Lambert. I don't even know if I'd take him at like 24. I bet you Billy is either on the phone with every GM that has a pick in front of him, or he and Judd Brackett are losing their minds right now together.
Oh, there's
Or
so
both,
many
I don't
players dropping right now.
What are the odds they trade back?
No chance.
How far back is back?
Yeah, like what else are you getting at?
Like
this point?
Edmonton.
I don't know.
flipping
Another
one
pick in the
spot?
late 20s, maybe.
Are they going to be the Bruins and have like 3 straight picks and then screw all them up?
Never happened. There was actually no draft in 2015. They didn't even have one.
Sorry, Z, that wasn't meant to be a dig.
It was crazy. It was crazy how that happened. It was the first ever draft they just didn't have ever.
Connor McDavid just came out of nowhere, right?
Hey, there's Rutherford, Hoppy.
Undrafted.
Hey, Bruce. How about Bruce and Mike Yo together again?
I could do without Mike Yo.
I'm so back.
I'm so back.
So who's Buffalo taking, Z, if you're back?
What? Sorry.
Buffalo, 16.
Ooh, watch out.
Mazar?
He's gone.
He's very gone.
Well, that doesn't even make sense. Never mind.
Goucher, Kemmel.
Isha, here's the elixir I was telling you about.
Nothing major. Lots of conversation.
Oh, yes.
Aaron and Judd Brackett, as well as analytics guru Matt Sells,
So good.
who would model proper compensation to move up or down for certain spots. Also says that Sakic, Breezewalt, and Drew all just pulled to go backstage for the upcoming award presentation. Okay. If I'm right about the Wild trading up and taking Joachim Kemmel and the fact that I tweeted it before it was announced that Billy G was working the phones, everyone's got to finish their drink.
Oh, darn. I hope that would really be, I'd really go 0 for 2. That's 2 things that'd be upsetting for me.
Yep.
Any of you guys like whiskey or old fashions?
Absolutely.
I like
Also,
whiskey.
hey, Matthew. Hey, Matthew. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude.
Have this ready for depending who the Wild.
Actually, it worked out for me anyways. I don't give a shit.
Oh, nice. Well, dude,
I was so happy. I'm more of like, as much as a sin as it might be for the true whiskey drinkers, I like a little bit cheaper whiskeys to mix with stuff versus like it straight.
Dude, that's fine. I don't care if you do that. If you get Pappy and then you mix it with Coke, that's when I'm gonna be bothered.
No, like the one I really like. This one actually by itself I like quite a bit, but it's like I don't remember the brand. I can't see it from here, but it's a peach flavored whiskey, and it's just really good over just like an iced tea.
Is it Bird Dog?
It is not Bird Dog. It's like an orange label, but
you should try this stuff, man. Suntory Toki. It's relatively cheap. It's like Suntory's best. It's just so easy to drink. Or it's Suntory's like base model.
Is that
base
whiskey?
Model baseline. Yeah, it's amazing.
It's Japanese whiskey. Yeah.
I was gonna say I've never seen whiskey that's like white wine colored.
Dude, it's so fucking smooth.
Dan, I was in France and the guy like the manager at a restaurant gives me a taster or something. And like asked me to guess what it is, and I thought for sure it was whiskey, and it's like a rum that tastes like an old fashioned, just straight.
Wow.
Like just pour it, you're good.
Yeah,
$40 total wine.
Screenshot of the label. I'm gonna need to get that.
I just posted on Twitter. It should be at the top of my thing.
Going there right now.
I got to get ready for
I guess
3
Vancouver
picks
Canucks
from
fans,
19 to 24.
Vancouver Canucks fans are pumped, guys. So
there we go.
Despite not picking Kemmel, Canucks fans are happy. Twitter's not erupting, so that's good. And the pick is in for the Buffalo Sabres.
Here we go.
Z, who's the pick?
For relaxing times, choose Suntory. Absolutely, Ben. The Toki, honestly, like it more than the Hibiki. It's different. Not saying I don't like Hibiki. Hibiki's unbelievable.
Never tried the Nika, man. Nika coffee.
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Best for the money.
It was too expensive at where would we go for sushi again? Billy's. The Nika coffee there was a little too pricey.
Man.
I think the Nika coffee was more than our sushi.
Z, you got a pick?
Who's Buffalo taking here? Pickering. They're looking for someone to put with power.
Yeah.
Hudson.
Z, the pick. Who do we got?
Hudson would be a good one too.
Go.
Yeah, Pickering makes sense, but I want to say Kemmel because it's nuts that he's gone.
Wow.
Austin.
It's not Kemmel.
Austin.
It is awesome. I heard teams fell in love with him.
All right, so Jamie,
Holy shit.
Kimmel,
Move up.
to
Gotta move up
answer
here.
your question.
But now you're in the division, though. The next 2 picks are division. There's no way Nashville or Dallas is trading in division.
That's a suit. Good suit by Noah too.
Clean.
Mr. Classic.
Oh yeah, he's
Right.
nasty.
We got Russo here. Guerin, O'Hearn, and Brackett are huddling. 3 picks from 19.
Huddling. Here we go. But yeah, again,
Totally unrelated. Wolf signed Cat to his Supermax.
Yeah, that was.
Is
was
that
interesting.
cricket?
No.
Rugby.
Tiddlywinks.
Euchre.
I mean, if you're not protesting a cause now, Minnesota's not even going to even get into the playoffs, right? So I can't wait to see what the animal rights people have cooked up for next year.
Well, that didn't happen until the playoffs.
Yeah, but I feel like they're waiting for that, and it was just like
I'm pretty sure wasn't Kemmel like a consensus top 10 pretty much everywhere?
you 6 in the guide that I have.
I
He's
remember
7
last
and
year
1
until Mayu got drafted, like the highlight of the draft show was just Z hating everything that was in Isha's draft guide.
I was carving the whole fucking thing.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, Isha,
That's
where's
so
your
bad.
stupid book have him ranked?
I need to
46?
refill the beer.
He should be
Be back in a
27.
minute.
so far this has been pretty accurate. So
Well, yeah, who did it have going first?
funny guy. But Jamie, apparently Kaprizov, it's clear it was a hoax. He's on his first flight back to Minnesota. I haven't seen the article yet, but we had a friend in the chat who said he was
Hey,
going to
he's
share
got
it with
integrity. You watch yourself.
us.
Well, it's crazy. He has to fly to either Turkey or Dubai, or I forgot what the third option was to get back here. It's crazy.
All right. Here's the next beer of the evening. I have no idea what it is. Picked it up today.
Mountain Beach.
Ooh,
Mountain
Mountain.
Beach.
Oh, is that Breckenridge?
It is.
Yeah. It's probably good then. Like, what style is it?
It is a bright and tart wheat ale,
Nice. I like wheat ales.
I think. If I read that right.
What the fuck is Gary going off about here? Is he announcing a trade or what the fuck
No,
is
they're-
this?
Weird stuff.
Announcing GM of the year.
Oh my
Oh.
god, why?
Ooh, it's getting a little foamy.
Boys, keep this show on the road here.
Yeah, no, this is not necessary.
All right, Z.
Is
Plenty
Is
of
that,
time
is that
to
Jim
think.
Gregory?
Predators.
Is that Jimmy himself right here? Is that him? Look, even the Montreal fans don't give a fuck. They're like, oh my god.
Yep, this is really good. This is super tasty.
Elaborate.
And he's speaking French.
Yeah, I totally get it, but I just feel lost. I hear them talking.
Le Coupe Stanley. I mean, no disrespect. I'm just come on, let's keep the draft show going here.
Oh yeah, Oslin was the pick they got for the Eichel trade, so that's gonna
Okay.
they'll be forever linked.
Mhm.
Unless this is somehow Billy Guerin's doing that, he caused a whole ruse here to buy some time. Then I'm okay with it.
No,
Because
no,
honestly, you think
this was pre-planned?
Billy's probably fucking pumped right now that this is going on. He's like,
Because
yes,
we're
I got
at
more
the
time.
halfway point of the first round. So
Who
they're
was
doing
the
this
other
whole-
Buffalo pick, though? The 28th. Who'd they get that from?
They got that one from Florida.
Yeah, that was the Reinhardt deal, probably.
Oh
Yeah.
boy,
Oh, yeah.
he's been kind of a disappointment down there.
Really? I don't know. I thought he was okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess
probably
the whole team was.
when I
Sean-
say this beer is really good, it's it might be a top 5 all time for me. It's
Oh,
really
wow.
tasty.
Well, I'm gonna have to
Why?
try that when when I'm out in Minnesota. It's been 2 years or it's been 2 hours, 2 years, and we're only halfway done. Yes, but like we didn't really start until like 25 minutes in with all like the the intros and the pleasantries. So
they had to boo Gary Bettman for 25 minutes first.
yeah, I mean St. Louis had to come out and look like an absolute stud. I mean, come on.
And just say merci like 16 times.
Merci beaucoup. Oh, well, it's because everyone was fucking chanting for him. You gotta say thanks. You
Yeah,
gotta show the
the
Bell some love.
I like this
It's
line
like
about
a Mavericks
had
game.
to wait 47 years to get here.
That was great.
That was a good line.
If they move up, if the Wild move up, I bet it's the 24th pick moving up, not the 19th.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
One of 3 kids.
Z, who's the pick?
Is it in?
No, it's just on the clock, but
Oh.
I don't want you to scramble at the
no.
last second again.
Who's GM of the year?
I'd
I want
agree
that pick.
because I just don't see a world where
Great spot.
Nashville or Dallas would like willingly let a division rival who's already better than you move up further in the draft.
Joe Sakic.
Just a second.
Oh, no brainer.
We're gonna be
Yeah,
Joe,
hard to
baby.
disagree with that.
I mean, that award's like 16 years overdue for him. So
Right.
Yeah.
Wait,
like, he
what?
should have the second he got Devon
Oh, what a
Tays for
tie.
2 second-round picks, he should have won that immediately.
Yeah.
How many years?
Just fleeced.
I don't know. However long he's been GM, he's fleeced everybody. Like
Yeah,
him
so-
and Steve Eiserman are playing
Oh.
checkers. And everyone else plays.
Where do we
checkers.
think
But
Kadri's
that's from
going
an
to
Islanders side too. Like they gave
New
up
York.
the 2 seconds,
New York for Kadri?
Oh,
or they got the 2 seconds for Taves, then traded a first round pick to go get Romanov.
Yeah,
I-
who's
I
like,
think-
But, yeah,
yeah.
Kadri will go to Philly because I'll hate it.
That'd be
Him
the
and-
most.
Him and Torts together? That
Wait,
would be-
wait. Chuck Fletcher overpaying a veteran coming off a career year. He would never do something like that.
ever heard of such a thing?
People are linking D'Angelo to Philly, too. That would be...
That would be
Imagine-
textbook D'Angelo, dude. He's a fucking Philly scumbag. He'd fit right in.
All right. Have Torts blow up on him, too.
I can't wait for that whole
Just
debacle.
see how it's going to turn out. Yeah,
It's gonna be
I think
so much
Torts will
fun.
be fine there. I don't know why people are getting so bent out of shape.
Well,
over
it's
it.
just gonna be fun because there's always storylines, whether it's extreme or
Right.
not. It's like the microscope now is on
But dude,
Torts,
like-
and that's always
like-
fun.
Atkinson said he's thrilled that Torts is there. Like he was part of them bringing him on. Like
Dude.
I don't think every player hates him like Dubinsky, who's a
No,
little
no.
bitch.
No, and even the Vancouver Canucks, dude, as bad as they were that year, like the Sedins, Kessler, Bieksa, they had nothing but amazing things to say about Torts. That short-lived podcast with Kessler and Bieksa, which launched Kevin into Hockey Night in Canada, not a big deal.
Yeah, now he's a star.
He's
yeah,
awesome.
I mean, they were talking about it so many times when they brought even Cassian on for an episode. They were like, he gets such a bad rap, and yeah, we had a bad year and we were pissed off, but they're like, no, we play for him. Like we play for him like we played for any coach that you love and who has your back. So I just thought that was pretty cool that even like the Sedin stepped up and like said, no, like we had our worst years under him and the system he implemented didn't work with us, but we loved him as a person and as a coach.
How's the clock still not started for Nashville?
Because they're
Now it
still
is. Oh, my
not
God.
letting Sakic talk about
Just nonsense.
winning GM of the year.
I like how we're just being blue balled here, waiting to see what the Wild are gonna do.
All right. Just
Like I
torturing
said,
Wild
Billy's
fans.
pumped,
More
man.
time
He's
to
like, this
drink.
couldn't have come at a better time. And I mean, now Sportsnet's pumped too. He's like, yes, another commercial break. Let's go.
Get that ad money though.
That ad money, which
All
is
right, do
pretty
y'all
much
get
fucking.
that rate limit exceeded thing on Twitter now, or is it just me?
A what?
This thing. Oh, that's a terrible reflection.
Yeah, I have
That's
no
a real
idea.
bad
what it is.
reflection.
Like I can't refresh like my notifications.
Oh,
It's happened before. I'm not getting it.
well, and they just updated the app too, so it's
I've
Mm.
been getting it for like probably about a month now, and like I do refresh that a lot, but like people keep responding to shit, and I like to try to respond and interact when people like comment on my stuff, and I'm like, well,
Mm.
sorry, I can't say anything.
Get together, Twitter.
Maybe they're trying to force me to subscribe to Twitter Blue or whatever the hell they call their paid subscription.
well. Elon just got his 8th and 9th kids, so he's we gotta help feed his family.
Oh my god. Yeah, we have to help feed his family. Come on. Oh man. Well, yeah, I guess officially we are at the halfway point now. So thanks to everyone who's been here riding shotgun with us throughout this entire watch party. Thanks everyone new who's been joining us, who just hopped on the stream here, whether you're following us from the Sota Pod, Everyday Hockey, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. I mean, if you're watching from Facebook or Twitter, I highly recommend you jump on YouTube because you can jump in our live chat, much like Matthew here. Does Nashville go for the defenseman, as he asked us? And that's what it's all about, folks. This is an interaction. This is a watch party. And we're just so pumped to have you along for the ride. So subscribe if you haven't already. Support the Sota Pod, Everyday Hockey, the City Life Project, and of course, the boys here and their projects. Let's do a round of that, actually. Dan, where can our viewers and listeners find what you're working on in the sports media sphere?
Yeah, so I've got a personal Twitter account listed on the screen there at HockeyVoxDB. Also have our podcast at PodSnipeSelly on Twitter there as well. And then you can find my stuff all over noobsports.com and the Sports 2.0 network.
There you go. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter there too. It's my first and last name, and I joined Seth Topol on Locked On Wild. Yeah, it's a great Wild podcast, and then NHL news as well. And then I'm also on the Sota Network with NCAA, where we do a college hockey podcast of the Minnesota College hockey schools. Horns up, Mavs! Let's go! Mavs could have 3 guys drafted this weekend, so we'll see.
How old are they?
Yeah.
Shut your damn mouth.
I'm sorry. I really enjoy the fake Dave Spihar account that just goes after that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's ridiculous. Actually, they have Pionk's younger brother is Maverick recruit. He's going to get drafted tomorrow, so he's only 19.
Nashville's walking on the stage for the name. Z.
Yep.
Who's the pick, Z?
Brett, we'll get you a shout out. Sound the foghorn right after the pick, right after the announcement of the pick. Here is Nashville's on the stage. Matthew asking, does Nashville go for the defenseman?
Yeah, Pickering. I think they go Pickering. Or if they want to get a right shot D, you have fucking Chesley, Seamus Casey. Yeah. I'll say Pickering because he's got the higher ceiling.
And then is Kemmel gonna go to Dallas so twice in a row they can kick me in the nuts with Kemmel, and then the year before taking Stankoven?
Kemmel.
Wow.
Kemmel, there it is. From number 6 to 17. Wow. On my draft guide here.
Great pick.
Look at that suit he's got on too. Is that like
oh, Zeke's not happy.
So Russo thinks they were trying to move up from 19.
I bet because they wanted Kemmel in Nashville. They found it.
Yeah, and Nashville's like, fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, do you blame him? Like, hey,
look at his suit.
Do you want to help Judd Brackett any further? All right, so it's Isaac Howard for me next, and then you.
Man, Kemmel wins the fucking suit game right now, though. Like thus far, that thing is
double A or triple A batteries.
Oh my god, double A for sure.
Is that thing like sparkling?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, that's elite.
And his shirt, it's not quite white. It's like, almost purple. Like that is fucking sick. Woo-hoo-hoo. Dude, that is sick, man.
He's dripping.
And like the checkered tie. Yeah. Best dressed, 100%.
I need to
now
see.
I'm pissed the Canucks didn't draft him. What the fuck?
Give us the shoe game too, because the shoe game's got to be great. Oh, they cut
what a stud! Holy fuck! I'm swooning right now.
Are those his parents? That makes so much sense. Like the most beautiful family I've ever seen.
Right.
Jeez.
All right, I'm a Joachim Kemmel fan now. I don't even care if he plays.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Again, everyone joining us live here on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Again, I encourage you all to jump on YouTube so you can join the live chat. Subscribe to the Sota Pod, City Life Project, Everyday Hockey, or Brett's podcast here. We missed you there as the pick came in. So shout out Sound the Foghorn and what you guys got cooking up.
Yeah, so Sound the Foghorn, it's starting to kind of die down for us. I think we just pushed out like 4 episodes in the last 2 weeks, which for us is pretty high volume stuff. Maybe this is a good time to release the teaser. So our next episode will actually be a collab with Isha Hoppy and Z here. We'll be doing a collaboration episode where we'll be going and power ranking the entire Wild prospect system, coming up with like a consensus list of players and kind of going over those on like a super episode. And that'll be, I think we're planning to that. I believe I don't think it's next week. I think it's the following week. I think like July 20th is the date we're shooting to record that. So that's kind of our next big episode. And then we'll have a draft recap episode coming up. I think we're planning to do that Sunday. We've got a couple fun off-season episodes, just kind of not Wild related. That'll be just kind of sprinkled in to keep the content coming at you throughout the summer. And then as far as beyond that, we are working on trying to get a website started as well. And then personally, I will be making some edits and changes to my PCS model to try to get some more things in there. Notably, my addition will be the penalty kill, which I'm trying to work that into things. And then just kind of reworking some of the league's averages kind of based on a historic season last year and adjusting those accordingly, more for visual purposes and actual number purposes. So kind of what's cooking there. So
those have been elite. I love the player cards. Those are
man. Oh, you crushed them. Everyone's always fiending for them after games too, which I absolutely
love. Where is it?
Yeah.
And my hope, I can't guarantee because I still have to build the website and then figure out if I can integrate it. But my hope is to be able to have a landing page on the website where after every game within like a half hour to an hour, as long as I'm home that night, where you can go to the website and view all the player cards right there on the website. But we'll see if maybe we'll do that or not. So stay tuned. Still working out the details there.
Hey, do it if it works. If it works, then get that subscription fee up, baby. Let's go.
We'll see.
Shout out to Sound the Foghorn and again everyone who's been contributing and all the guests here on this Sota stream NHL draft special. I just want to give a shout out to Avionics. What's going on, Avionics? Thanks for joining us here, buddy. And Victoria, by the way, agrees with us all. Saying Kemmel is hot. Just flat out.
All right, Z, what's the move in Dallas?
Got to be Pickering.
He had the custom liner in his suit too. I'm sorry. Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah,
What was it?
Montreal draft with like the silhouette of the city and then like.
Dude, imagine if he just had like poutine dripping.
I'm actually pissed that Vancouver didn't draft him. But sorry, anyway, Z, who's next?
He said
Gotta
Pickering.
be Owen Pickering.
Pickering? All right.
They don't need any more forwards, really. Well, I mean, you can always use more centers. You don't need to waste.
Do we think a team is going to offer sheet Ottinger?
Winger.
Do you guys
that
think
would
that?
be cool as hell. I would be.
Do you think
so
a team is
down
going to
see
offer
that.
sheet Ottinger?
That'd be wild.
It's hard to offer sheet a goalie like that, though, because you'd have to pay a lot to get Dallas to say no.
Sure.
Yeah, I think.
And then it's big compensation.
Right.
Yeah, I think like for me, it would have to be an astronomical contract for some team for Dallas not to match it. It would just be that team negotiating that contract on Dallas's behalf.
Sure.
And does Ottinger want to go?
Right.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess that'd be the one thing, but like ultimately, it's still.
If you get to
comes
play
down
with
Dallas.
Rupe Hintz, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, they have like a decent like young core of people, so.
Those Sagan and Ben contracts are just going to come back to just bite.
Yeah,
them.
but I mean, like, if
They're
you look
almost
at
done, aren't they?
Couple more years.
Couple more years. Like that's not too bad.
Ben's like a third line guy now at this point.
Yeah. But I mean, like you look at their core of like Hintz, Robertson, Heiskanen, and Ottinger. Like that's not a bad group of four players to build around.
Well, and the good news with Ben and Sagan is they're not problems in the locker room like a Suter and a Parise. Like they can at least play it out instead of you saving like $1 million when you get to the end of those buyouts. Like they can at least be there and be a positive influence in the locker room and be okay players. And then it's just great that they brought Suter in by choice.
Dude, fucking Tom, he's a BC boy. He actually wanted to buy the Canucks, and Aquilini's outbid him, so now he has a rivalry with the Aquilinis. That's why Dallas and Vancouver don't do any business together. He also owns, I think he owns the Kelowna Rockets too.
He looks like he knows how to have a good time.
Victoria, I would take him at 24 if he's still there. I don't think
a defenseman.
Liam Bishop.
Oh, they took Bishop. Not a bad pick. He's a big mutant, though.
All right, who do you like here, boys?
Here we go.
Boy,
So yeah, Victoria asking, do you think they take Yurov? Hey, Lauren, thanks for joining. Subscribe if you haven't already. Sagan is 5 more years.
That's
Holy shit, have I been living under a rock?
So many injuries lately.
Yeah.
He played the Calgary series with a fractured foot. Like that's every time I hear that, it's like Jesus Christ.
All right, Dan, who do you want the Wild to take?
I wouldn't hate Yurov here. I kind of like Lambert though.
Micheletti, who do you want?
Yeah, I mean, take a flyer on Lambert.
Brett?
I'd go Yurov. Otherwise, Isaac Howard is one of my draft crushes, and I think Philip Masar, I think would be another kind of sneaky pick here too.
Isha?
Yuri Kulich would be the fourth name I'll throw in there too.
I had him in my range too.
Isha's passing. Z, you can take Isha's and yours.
Deep thinker.
Deepest.
I won't take one of the Russians at 19 because one of them will be there at 24. Lambert still feels risky at 19.
I don't hate Snuggerud.
I mean,
Snuggerud
all
will
name
be
team,
there.
by the way.
Yeah,
Snuggerud will be there.
24, I agree.
Snuggerud will be there. I wonder if you jump on.
I mean, the Wild are known for
He's-
taking the best player available, so like a Yurov pick here wouldn't necessarily surprise me.
Or
No.
pick,
It wouldn't be a bad pick. It's just, again, I think either him or Miroshnichenko will be there at 24, and you can pick your poison
part
with
of me
those
wonders
two.
though, does having Kaprizov in the system, does that help your case? Does it not change anything? I don't know.
Yeah.
Victoria
I did
asking us
not.
if we saw the right stare down at the Montreal table.
Yes.
I did not. I was just getting home from the grocery store, not loading groceries when
They
Montreal-
probably told him like, yeah, we're picking you. He just gave him all the confidence in the world.
Yeah, he smiled. He looked at the camera for the picture, and then looked down, and the smile was gone from his face, and he held that stare for 3 seconds at the Montreal table. It's beautiful.
What is
like
up, Peanut Butter Man Sean? What's going on? Keeping Jif alive.
Man.
He's the only one still going after this peanut butter, even though it's got salmonella. Wasn't discontinued in the States, the fucking Jif peanut butter?
There was a Team Skippy. Come on.
Skippy, that's even worse.
I know. I was just.
I'm just giving you.
Those are the
I'm
only two.
I'm like the au naturel. Have to mix the oil and everything together. The brand I get, I don't think is in the U.S.
Look at Jim Neal and that mustache. He's still going.
Dude,
just
Jim
going
Neal's
strong.
awesome, man. Straws out for the Wild.
Bill Guerin and Penguins general manager Ron Hextall are talking.
I was about to say, I wonder if they trade
Oh,
back.
boy.
Peruso. It wouldn't be a bad play.
It
'Cause,
would not
we
be
just
a bad
listed-
play.
I mean,
I said
we
that
just
earlier, and
listed,
everyone thought I was an idiot.
Oh, the picks in.
Well,
Picks
no.
in.
Oh, shit. All right.
Oh, but
There's
Pittsburgh has
Judd.
21.
There's
Pittsburgh
Judd.
has 21.
Yeah, they have 21.
The pick is in.
Pick is in.
All right, I'm not looking at my phone because I don't want to spoil it. Like last time
Nope.
I spoiled it with Rossi on my phone, so I don't want to spoil it this time.
Oh, we know, because they were walking
Yeah,
off
that was
stage
an
and
iconic
Brett's
moment.
Z, what's the pick? What's the guess?
I'm pretty
All
sure
right,
my
guys,
mom.
who is it? The Minnesota Wild
Lambert.
pick is in. Lambert from
Call him
Dan.
Lambert.
Alex.
Lambert.
Brett.
I'm locking in Isaac Howard.
Spoke Z.
You're over Lambert.
All right. And Hoppy.
I'm not going to be mad. Whoever it is, I'm not going to be
Pickering.
mad.
You're off. Fuck.
Graham saying it's Lambert. Yeah, the chat. Anybody watching us here, and I appreciate everybody for tuning in. By the way, like and subscribe. Get your picks in. Who do you think the Wild should? Who do you want them to take? Comment in the live chat. And by the way, if you're tuning in on Facebook or Twitter, migrate over to
Does he have
YouTube.
his kid with him? Or is
You
that
guys are ahead of me, so I'm muting you guys.
Or is that one of Tommy Kerber's kids again?
The chat wants Lambert.
I don't want Lambert. I don't want Lambert
Not everyone, but
at
the
19.
majority.
I don't want
Well,
Lambert.
you should. There's a Minnesota radio personality with the last name Lambert here too. So people
Oh, yeah.
meat sauce Paul Lambert.
Wales.
They're hitting the stage.
Look at Billy.
Shooter McGavin. Meat Sweats himself, ready to go out on stage.
It was so funny. He was with the 10K boys the day before the Kevin Fiala trade.
That was
Yeah,
so
I
funny.
know. Lauren, I thought it was a
That video,
great
Bill
pick for the
Guerin
Ducks.
just staring at him playing the drums.
So good.
He's like, all right.
What did I get myself into?
Z, a good pick for Lauren's Ducks.
Here we go, folks. Here we go.
Here we go.
Billy G.
Costing his group chat doesn't want Lambert.
Oh, it's Judd's kid. Judd's kid is on the stage.
Oh, it's Judd's kid. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Look at that
Avionics.
flow.
Baby
Got some
bracket.
locks.
Yes.
What's up, streaming gumpies? Let's
Here
go.
we go.
Oh,
I really wanted to hear Billy try to speak French Canadian. I thought it would be hilarious. But speak French, I guess, not French Canadian.
like Brad Pitt trying to do the Italian. Gorlami. Oh,
Liam Ogren. All right.
Sweet.
Matthew's happy. Matthew's happy. There you go. Whoever's sound is on, turn it down, by the way, because YouTube will take down this video. Just saying.
Z is happy.
Thank you.
What a pick.
AT
What
saying, is he
a
decent? Well,
god
are you looking at Z? He's
pick.
dancing right now. Z, tell us why he's decent.
He should have gone before Oslin. He should have gone before Lekaramaki. Holy shit.
Caleb's saying it's a good pick. He's happy as well. I mean, overall consensus here, boys. I mean, we're not freaking out like Rossi, but I mean, it's a good pick regardless.
I'll be honest, and he's not a guy I looked into a whole lot, but like he was a name when I didn't bring him up that like everyone's like, what about Liam Ogren? What about Liam Ogren? So I like it.
How
He's
is
got the size they need. Yeah.
Great flow, good
Yeah.
suit.
Yeah, Dan, what are your
33
thoughts?
goals, 25 assists in 30 games with
Judd
Garden's
Brackett.
J20 team.
I mean, also it's Judd Brackett making the pick, so I'm never going to doubt him until he proves it.
Exactly. That's
Until he
the
gives me a
thing.
reason not to.
That's the thing.
I mean, the fact that they were looking around and making calls leads you to believe they weren't like totally sold on the guy, right? They're happy with the pick, but it wasn't a no-brainer.
Captain of the U18 team, so
Yeah.
good leadership.
All right, hang on. I'm going to
Avionics-
Elite Prospects.
Avionics is asking me what I think about the Canucks picks. Avionics, a West Coaster. Happy with it. I mean, I don't know too much about the guy. Don't know too much about this draft at all, to be perfectly honest. That's why we got the experts here. Z said it was a good pick, but I have to say, based on seeing Kemmel's suit, I'm a little disappointed because that guy's an absolute man rocket A, and his suit game was A, plus. So there you go.
All right, I'm pulling up the Elite Prospects draft guide.
Go look at his stats from the J20 this season. It's fucking
They forgot the
comical.
jersey and hat. Did you see that?
He literally murdered.
No way.
He murdered the J20. He murdered the J20.
What is
Also,
it?
is
what
it
is
weird that he's
joke.
wearing a 22
Oh, he's
right
22 jersey.
now? Yeah, it's
Oh, boy.
I think it's what he did in the J20. I think it's top 5 or 6 all time.
Wow, no way. That's amazing.
I think for kids that weren't for first year draft eligibles or whatever.
Okay.
I think.
I like this too. Almost a 2-point per game player, 6 penalty minutes in 30 games.
so he's a
To
pussy.
answer Caleb's
Yeah, I was
question,
just gonna say, I'm a
they're gonna take
WHL
another
fan,
player.
so fuck that shit.
And by the way, almost all of his goals that he scored were even strength. He doesn't even fucking get all his cookies on the power play either. Like, he is absurd.
Damn, so the Ryan Hartman special.
Billy,
I
looking
I don't
good.
think I don't think he's ever stood still in his life either. Like, what a pick. There's no way he should have been there at 19.
Well, there you go. Caleb saying, do you
Then
think
why
the
weren't you
Wild?
on him to be the pick? Like,
I
I'm
think
just curious.
Do you guys
Like,
think
if
the
there's
Wild
no
take
way
another?
he should have been there, like, why wasn't that who you
Because
picked?
all these teams got all excited about Lekkerimäki playing in the SHL and scoring, and then for whatever reason, teams really fell in love with Ostlund too. So, like, for whatever reason, like Ogren, then like most of his play was in the J20, which is like the Swedish Junior League. So teams were like, oh, like, what do those points really mean? It's like, well, it's like top 5 or 6 in the history of players in J20 who are first-year draft eligibles. Like, I think it's like almost all of his goals that were at even strength. I don't know, that's pretty good too. Like, he can play left side, he can play right side. He's got good sides. Like, he's literally, of those 3 players, he's closest to being NHL ready. He's still like got a year or two before he will be ready, but like he should have gone first, but before Lekkerimäki and Ostlund.
All right, so I have the Elite Prospects prospect guide in front of me. He was ranked 13th on their board. Pretty good ratings across the board, like pretty balanced skill set. Do you guys want me to read the scouting report? It's like a couple paragraphs.
Do it.
All right.
Do it.
Yep.
Capitals pick next. No one cares.
All right. All Liam Ogren did last season was put up ridiculous point totals in nearly every setting that was fortunate enough to have him. His 58 points in 30 J20 national games in Jew Gardens was the 5th highest mark in league history among first-time draft-eligible prospects.
I fucking told you again!
And his 1.93 points per game, the new record for per-game scoring. He finished 2nd on Sweden's Felinki Gretzky bronze medal winning roster and 4th on their gold medal winning U18 squad. Perhaps the most impressive stat of all, though, is Ogren's 33 goals in 30 regular season game contests in the J20, 28 of which came at even strength. We're just reading Spokesy's.
Jeez.
Here. That number grows to 35 goals in 36 games if you include his postseason.
Wow.
The place
How are you?
The place where Ogren failed to find the score sheet with any regularity was in the SHL with Jew Gardens men's squad, a league where first-time draft-eligible prospects usually don't even play on a team so poor that their season ended with relegation to Hockey Allsvenskan.
Jeez.
Everything happens in motion for Ogren. He gets moving as pucks arrive at his position, skates through his passes, and doesn't need a quick stride to get off his shot. He plays at such a heightened pace that the puck often flies from his stick no sooner than you realize that it's even secured possession in the first place. The breakneck pace was a bit of a double-edged sword for our staff. On one hand, we came to appreciate the urgency of Ogren's game and how it resulted in offensive opportunities nearly every time the puck touched his stick in the J20 circuit. On the other hand, it made him getting a read on any of his non-skating tools a bit difficult. Shorter and less frequent.
Sorry, Brad. I was just thinking to myself, I was like, of course Washington picks Russian. The next comment that comes up is from Victoria. Of course, Caps get the Russian.
Yeah.
The
The shorter and less frequent puck touches make it harder to evaluate the range of his tools, but with the right development, most of them should become NHL average in a few years. Elite Prospects lead scout David St. Louis remarked in his Scout's Notebook article, Ogren can offer speed, handling skills, and even a physical presence. His strong skating posture and his knee and ankle flexion allow him to protect the puck against opponents down low and chase them on the forecheck. If they take too long to move the puck, they usually end up plastered on the boards. You can credibly count Ogren among this draft's dual threat scorers, but his shot is doing far more damage than his setups. The 6'1" winger has a wide array of releases suited to any situation and has shown an excellent knack for changing the angle or the release point of his shot to take advantage of developing screens or windows in defensive coverage. Now, there's a bit of a catch here, and that's that Ogren didn't always play with the same level of enthusiasm in the defensive zone as he did in the offensive one. His physicality and his off-the-puck sense are such that the basis is there for at least an adequate level of defensive play as he rises up the ranks of professional hockey, but the work rate wasn't always there in our viewings. That's going to have to change for Ogren to play a high-leverage role in the big leagues. The other concern among our staff is that the Swedish forward wasn't always much of a planner with his puck touches. It wasn't uncommon for Ogren to run out of time or space and have to circle back or turn the puck over, where even a little forethought would have made all the difference. There's no such thing as a fully formed player at the NHL entry draft, though, and Ogren will have plenty of time to round out his game en route to a productive career as a middle-scoring six-winger in the NHL. Sounds like the Fiala replacement to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. like speedy, likes to shoot the puck from Europe, and at times be lazy defensively and turn the puck over.
We've seen that.
We just drafted Kevin Fiala again.
I'm just looking at the Twitter reaction, both on the Canucks side and the Wild side, and I mean, both of them seem pretty happy with their pick. So I'll sleep tight tonight, boys. And by the way, yeah, I left that comment up for a little bit longer there. Matthew spoke. He's a walking draft guide, 100%. There you go, Matthew.
I was going through my old tweets about Liam Ugrid.
AT saying if we can get a steal at 24, we good. By the way, thanks to everyone joining us on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel. We'll be doing a lot more live streams and a lot more content on the Sota Pod channel. If you're viewing from Everyday Hockey or the City Life Project, thank you so much for viewing as well. Subscribe if you like the content there. We'll do a bunch of game watch-alongs on the Everyday Hockey YouTube channel, and then all wild games and wild events. And Sota streams, much like this draft show, we'll be doing on the Sota Pod YouTube channel. Check out our podcast as well, the Sota Pod, wherever you get your podcasts from. Need a center at 24, says Connor. Do you guys agree?
Yes.
Yes.
But
Circus at 24 would be super fun.
If there's a center there that's the right one to take, I mean, you go best player available always, but you know, where do you have a center falling there? Do you think Lambert is going to be your center?
Lambert's going to Pittsburgh.
Pick is in
right there. Or Howard still. I mean,
yeah, Howard's a winger too, though. So
yeah.
I wouldn't hate the Howard pick. It's just if you're looking center, you know, who's still on your board that you're looking at. Brett mentioned Philip Misar earlier. Maybe Yuri Kulich from the Czech League.
I think Kulich would make a lot of sense here. Kind of like maybe a little bit more of a safe pick, but like it feels like he's got like a decent floor to me. Like at a minimum, he's going to play like as like
look at Letang looking like $1 million.
Six.
He's looking like $6.1 million.
Yeah, that's a good suit.
All I'm waiting is for like Letang to like sign one more contract, like not in Pittsburgh. Just like all of the Penguin for Life tweets today. Just
when he's 41.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I just want all the Penguin for Life tweets that were tweeted today just to like age poorly.
No, I personally don't even care about that shit.
Yeah.
If they don't figure out Malkin, that's when I'll care.
Lambert dropped to 24. Here's Hextall on the mic.
Oh, we're gonna get some good
Letang's
French
gonna
here.
make the pick. What a guy!
All French.
Yep. Les Penguins de Pittsburgh.
Pickering. I'll take it.
good pick.
I'm good with it.
Oh man, it looks like his little brother with the flow, the blonde highlights, and the bow tie. He's outswagged his older brother there. Amazing picks, says Connor. You happy there, Hoppy? Going to your Penguins?
Oh, weird. I edited it and it didn't show up there. Like I'm looking at it and it says 5 on the side.
That's a really good pick.
NHL ready size.
I liked it. I just didn't think they would do it.
He's 6'4", 179.
Yeah.
Give it to me. Isha, you got the lead.
But here we go, baby.
But we got a lot of national development kids that are ripe for the picking.
Yeah, this feels so much different than the
He
last couple.
towers over Bettman.
Because like our first one of these, it was we're all in on Marco Rossi, and then last year it was let's go get Wallstedt. This year it's kind of just it's a different feel, but like I'm still good with it.
Isha, Jesse Marshall on June 27th. Now that the season is over, we can shift our focus to important matters, like the Penguins drafting Owen Pickering.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
There you go.
That guy is my hero.
Pickering's dad, first time he's used a camera on a.
Yeah, Jesse just tweeted my projection shutdown style of Brian Dumoulin with more offensive upside.
That's not saying a whole lot on the offensive upside part, but that's good. Dumoulin's filthy shutdown, but that's all he offers.
Again, big shout out to everyone tuning in, whether it's on the Sota Pod, on Twitter and Facebook. Again, migrate over to YouTube so you can be interactive. Our chat is buzzing. We absolutely love all the interaction in the chat. Subscribe to the channel in which you're watching this from, whether it's the Sota Pod, City Light Project, or Everyday Hockey. Ben saying, grab a college boy and let him marinate. So we're all dialed in now. Everyone's looking on Twitter, looking through our guides as
I don't have a guide.
As the next
I'm
wild
going
pick.
through all my old clips. I have about 50 of Ugrin.
Oh yeah.
Z. Ducks 22. Who?
How did they get this pick?
Bruins.
Wait, so Hockey, I thought you'd maybe appreciate this. So Byron Bader's his like equivalency charts have Liam Ogren's fifth closest comparison as your boy Nikolai Ehlers.
Ooh, that makes me tingle a little bit.
Prospect models don't love him, but don't hate him either.
It's the league he plays in.
Yeah.
And SHL production.
Oh my god!
If you're Anaheim, you have to think about Lambert.
Oh yeah.
If the Bruins still had this pick, who would you want them to take?
They would definitely take Gaucher. I don't know. I feel like they don't need a right wing.
Pick is in.
By the way, who's Patrick Bacon on Twitter? He's saying that he does not.
He
like
does the
Minnesota
data
Wild.
for Jay Fresh. That's where Jay Fresh gets his data from.
Okay, he doesn't like the
Top
pick
down
that much.
hockey or whatever.
Yeah. For the Wild.
He's kind of a dick.
Okay, he said he had him at 52nd overall. And
Yeah, he's kind of a dick. If the Bruins are picking, I'd like them to take Kulich. Or Trikozov. Trikozov won't go in the first round, though. Anaheim, I'll say, fuck it. I'll say Lambert. We'll see. They probably won't, but.
Especially after going defense at 10, you would think they'd be going forward here.
Right.
AT, you talking about the Wild?
Snuggerud, maybe Snuggerud or Owen Beck, maybe.
Hey, what's our WHL versus national team program? What's our number at there?
By the way, shout out to Jamie Wood here. What an absolute fucking beauty. I got to wake up at 5 to go to work in 100-degree weather,
So do
and I'm
I.
here chugging beers with you boys, hoping I see a parade in my lifetime. Jamie, you're an absolute beauty. Thank you very much for joining.
Is he Vancouver or what the band?
I have no idea, but hey, he's a beauty nonetheless. He or she. Shout out to Jamie. Or they. This is 2022.
Oh, this was for the Lindholm pick. Okay.
And
Which,
here
I
we
mean,
go.
you'll
Lauren,
take
who's in the
excellent.
chat still here. Lauren's Ducks are on stage. Let's go. 22nd pick.
They get crazy and go Fergus.
Ooh.
I love Fergus.
Furcus and Zegers on the same team would be incredibly fun.
I know, so much drip.
Also, just imagine having a guy on your team named Jagger Furcus.
Dude, and he's so rock star.
He's like, does he have like a little ginger mustache too?
Sure does.
Yeah.
Sure
McTavish
does.
is making the
McTavish.
pick. Oh, I love it.
Look at
Go Jay.
Oh,
Go Jay.
Look at that. It was the Boston pick.
I really
Fuck,
want.
he's got a nice suit, too.
a big dude. He's a big
Yeah.
dude.
I like what Anaheim is doing too.
Hey, that's a good pick for them too.
Yeah.
You got Zegras, McTavish, Rock and C, and then you like
Six-
Gaucher. His
6'3",
floor is
207.
really
Jeez.
good two-way. Keeps it simple. He's actually a really good passer. Not necessarily
Right,
like a
St. Louis on the
playmaker.
clock and Wild on
but
deck.
that's a good
I'd go
pick.
Uroff here at 24.
That's a really good pick from Anaheim.
Yeah.
Dude, Kyle's watching from the UK. What an again, you guys are
That's
amazing.
amazing.
Thank you so much for joining.
What time
Wow.
is it there? That's
3
amazing.
a.m. It just hit 3 a.m.
Oh
What an
my.
absolute beauty. Kyle, thank you so much for joining, brother.
MVP. Wow.
Nice flow. Good for him. Highest ranked QMJHL skater. I mean, that's not saying much, but
Uroff, Howard,
He's
or
a good
Kulich
player.
at 24 would make me really happy. Any of those two.
Yeah, I'd take him. Yep. I'd happily take fucking Yurov at 24, dude. I
And
gotta
if you
get
don't want to go
more beers,
Russian
though.
risk, take Howard or take Kulich.
I'll be right back.
I know the
Ooh.
prospect models love Isaac Howard, so not a bad suit game there, Isha. Oh,
No,
he's got
I know.
Christian Ryder, too.
I
Is
like
Z
that.
wearing jorts?
What?
I think Z's wearing jorts.
Oh, I thought you said is he wearing jorts? Is it Nathan?
No,
Crutcher?
no.
That would
Z.
be legendary.
To the draft, that'd be
Roll
incredible.
up to the draft with a suit and jorts.
Oh,
Oh, and then
man.
he's got the jean jacket with the sleeves cut off.
Have to be Canadian.
He
The
is
Wild
Canadian.
could get one of Lambert, Kulich, or Yurov. And I mean, any of those is a good pick.
I wouldn't be surprised with Furcus either. Like, you know how Brackett is with his WHL guys.
I don't see them take another small guy, though.
Yeah.
Can't see it. I've heard too much about needing to add size and grit from this management in the recent months that I'm not convinced they're taking anybody small anymore. Which
If they go big, what are they? What about Reed Schaefer? Maybe.
I don't want them to drafting someone because they're big also doesn't feel on brand for them.
Right.
Like that's like someone like Howard or Uroff makes sense to me, like just a good player.
I agree.
But I think
Right.
I think the Kaprizov drama has been enough from them to keep him away from Uroff probably. So I'd probably, if I had to bet money, I'm pushing my chips in on Howard here.
Isha for Pickering.
Oh, nice.
Is that
I love it.
Is that a Pittsburgh-based or Pennsylvania-based drink there, or what?
No, only going with Kentucky-based drinks when it's bourbon.
Oh, okay.
You don't know what
couldn't tell what it
Blanton's
was.
is?
There was
I-
just
I-
a lot of scribbles.
I
Oh,
joined
Blanton's
a.
is the elixir. It's so
It's
good.
very good. I joined a bourbon group hoppy, and everyone in there has it on their shelf. Every single member.
I got 2 more bottles I haven't opened.
Tyler made a good point here. Bader's model had Urov at 4, Hudson at 8, and Howard at 15. All
Oh.
still available.
Dude,
You
they
really
won't do it, but if they took Hudson, I'd lose my fucking mind in
Yeah,
a good way.
Yeah, Byron really talked up Hudson in our show, as like whoever takes them, like it's gonna come out as the best.
Tyler
pick.
G.
He said it'll come out as the best pick in the first round. He's like, basically, if he was 3 inches taller, he would have been probably a top 3 pick. He gave him like Spurgeon comps, basically, with like more offensive upside.
Kyle asking if Urov can play C or is he purely wing? And also follow up, Kyle, so you can comment after. You're in the UK. How did you become a Wild fan? Or are you like working in the UK? Are you from Minnesota? Like, give us the story in the chat. I'm very curious.
It's amazing.
Also, 3 a.m. How messed up are you right now, Kyle? Like,
Yeah,
on
how
a
many
scale
beers
of
are you
Z
in?
to Seth, How messed up are you?
he doesn't know Cowboy
That's
Jack
Seth
Seth.
reference. That's
Yeah,
Seth.
he
Cowboy
doesn't
Jack
know
Seth
Cowboy
was a
Jack
new
Seth.
breed.
I'm just
Oh,
saying.
Seth's got to hear that.
Cowboy Jack Seth
Dude.
was something else.
That
Holy
was-
When you
fuck.
guys were there,
incredible.
you posted that picture together. My eyeballs immediately just went right to Seth. Seth was completely.
Oh, and that was
waffled.
probably only like a halfway into the night
Yeah,
at that point.
Brett,
I
No,
was
not,
thinking it was
not
like-
even.
It
That
was
was
like
half-
my time. It was like the sun's out still. So like I mean, this is banana.
Bro, we
lands,
walked
dude.
to the
Like,
bar before we even found a table just to grab some drinks, and Seth's just like two
Already two
double
drinks.
Red Bull
Yep.
and Cokes
oh
or
shit,
whatever.
the picks in.
Dude, I fucking blinked and Seth was
Oh.
immediately pancaked.
Oh, that was fun.
Who do they
See,
see?
but
anyways,
Snuggerud?
to the chat here, or sorry, to everybody here, Z, Dan, Alex, Brett. Can Yurov play C or is he purely wing? Asked Kyle.
He can play center in the NHL. He'll be a wing though.
Yeah.
But like playmaking winger, you know, like
Okay.
he can drive play from the wing for sure.
What's his contract situation right now?
He's signed
For
in Magnitogorsk, where he was playing 30
How long,
seconds
though?
a fucking night. What?
Yeah.
Sorry, that was very aggressive of me.
how long is he
um,
under contract?
I think what? Let me actually look before I just say it.
Is that Torrey Krug on the
through
state?
next season? He signed through next season.
So that's scary because that means he probably gets
It's dangerous.
extended.
Or they just keep him. Like there's no rules. Like fucking. So this is actually
Is that guy in
not
a Blues jersey, Torrey Krug?
yeah. That's his older brother. Not to jump ahead a year, but
Jimmy
what's gonna make-
Snuggerud,
what's go-
mother
hey,
Snug-
Snuggeroo.
wait, I said Snuggerud. Did no one hear me say Snuggerud?
You
Oh,
did.
I
Snuggeroo
don't
with an awesome suit
I
too,
did not
by
hear
the
you say
way.
it, but I believe you.
He's
Dan heard
back.
me. Dan
I
heard
got
me.
you.
Dan,
Good
don't
pick.
pander.
Love
Matthew
Snuggerud.
Seth was blitzer or blitzed. Kyle, I'm from the UK. I made
Good
two
pick.
friends from Minnesota, and I'd been wanting to get into the NFL, but can't watch sports neutral, so naturally went Vikings, and then picked up on the rest of Minnesota teams
Nice.
along the way.
There you go.
Atta boy.
Lots of heartbreak
Mrazek
with
to
the
the
Vikings
Blackhawks.
too.
What?
Mrazek to the Blackhawks.
Ooh.
Wow,
Really?
that makes no
I mean,
sense. But
Why?
What a loser franchise.
What did they get for it, though?
It sounds like the 25 may be involved in the mix somehow.
Are
oh
you
no, they gave him
shitting
a
me?
first round.
So
No.
sounds like they're not a clown organization. That's a smart
No,
move.
they still are.
I mean,
Fuck 'em.
yes, but not for the move.
Sir
Except
Volley,
for
yeah,
Pilchi.
saying Mrazek to the
Except for
Blackhawks
Pilchi.
involves number 25 in Mrazek for 38. What?
Woo!
Why?
Well, we'll see
Why?
Gary
There has to
announce
be more
it
to it than
momentarily.
Wow.
that. 25
Lauren, we
in
touched
Mrazek
on
for 38 doesn't make sense.
Lauren, we touched on this a little bit. Z and everyone here was saying that it was a good pick for the Ducks.
It would have been a textbook St. Louis pick if he didn't go to Anaheim there. But that's a really good pick for Anaheim. You've got Zegras at 1C. You've got guys like McTavish that can play 2C. And then Nathan Gaucher, I think there's sneaky offense in there. He's a really good fucking passer, not necessarily like the playmaking type, but he's got potential for sure. He's good along the half wall. He's a big body, plays two ways. He's really fucking good. So like for a late first round pick, Nathan Gaucher to Anaheim, that's a real good pick.
Also, randomly, Cassian to Arizona as well, as a cap dump, seemingly.
Cam Robinson, says he'd like to see Jagger Furcus.
Yeah. Well, guess who his favorite I know Cam. Cam's a good dude.
Yeah, Cam, he's from the island actually. He's a bigger hippie than me.
He's such a beauty. I saw him for a first time without a fucking headband on.
Yeah,
or
dude,
a
he
bandana.
lives
He
off
just got a haircut.
Really? Man,
Yeah,
that
hey.
guy, he lives off an island. Like he's like hippie as hell. I love it.
Yeah,
Dude,
he
he's
does
a
work
cool
for-
dude. He's a
Yeah.
teacher
work for Early
too.
Prospects, right?
Yeah, he's
Yep.
the EP like director of film scouting.
Yeah. He does a mock draft every year with Dmitry Filipovich on the PDO
Yep.
cast. That's always one of my like must listen pre-draft shows. They did a really good one this year.
Was he living? It's Quadra Island he lives on or something like that. But anyways, yeah, no, he's a beauty.
Cam's awesome. I love Cam. I talk to him all the time.
Cool, man. Yeah, Cam's awesome.
All right, so Jagger Firkus, done and done.
Is Snuggerud from Minnesota too? In addition to
Yeah,
going
he
to
is.
the U,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
He's going.
His
to
dad
Minnesota, I know
played
that.
with my dad at the U.
No way.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh yeah, wasn't your
Interesting.
dad talking about it? Yeah.
Wait, your dad played at the U?
Father Pat.
Father Pat going at it.
No way. Yes. That is forever what I'm going to refer to him as now. I've never heard that.
It appears a line has been crossed by Father
Pat of all people.
Dude, when we were just up in that spaces, we were just like,
Oh
your
my
dad got home from Mexico, immediately gets home, goes on the iPad, and starts fucking carving people on
Rage
No way.
War. Have you seen him play? No.
That was so fucking funny.
Also, just Z, that is probably the most underrated Will Ferrell movie, period.
It's so good. It appears a line has
Incredible.
been crossed by Father Pat of all people. That's what
Nick's asking,
So
why is Lambert fallen so far?
he just hasn't. So like it's one of those kids. They just
That's your daddy
dominates.
2.0.
Pick is in.
It's
What's the
literal-
pick, Z?
Oh shit.
Isaac Howard.
I was gonna say there's three guys in my head. Either they go big swing with Yurov / Lambert, or they take. Actually, I guess they're both big swings, Howard, or they go with Lane Hudson. I'll just say Yurov though. Fuck it. I don't think they'll actually do it just because it is a very dangerous situation.
If they
So
hadn't
really
just
good pick.
traded for Faber, I'd say Hudson makes sense here, but there's not a world where I see him taking another defenseman.
I mean,
Yeah.
Mhm.
pretty good ammo to trade eventually, though.
Well,
all
that's the
defensemen.
thing.
But,
Like
you still
they'll
have to-
always take. You can get and like so. The thing is with their prospect pool, right? Like, especially in the back end, Faber just added something to the right side, which is nice. And the second they made that trade, I was like, oh my god, O'Rourke and Faber, they can shut down. They can be a second pair shutdown
Jumbo
for
replacement.
15 years. This is amazing. But they can always just add more and more defensemen, and like Damon Hunt becomes a chip, Jack Peart becomes a chip, Kyle Masters becomes a chip,
Yeah, but
Marshall Warren becomes a chip.
Kalen Addison, power play quarterback.
what do any of those chips become the 24th overall pick? I don't know.
It's risky.
Hudson's the only defenseman I would take here. Like, there's no other defenseman I'd be particularly interested in.
I'd be thrilled.
You'd be, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like at this spot, I wouldn't take like a Ryan Chesley.
It's going to be a dub guy or someone playing or affiliated.
Come on,
with
Judd.
Minnesota.
Come on, Judd.
Oh, they did it.
They did it.
Let's go!
Wow.
They did it! Let's go,
They
baby!
did it. They did it.
Kirill Kaprizov is crushing.
I mean,
Northland Vodka
he's
right
here
now.
in North America, so at least that's, step
Oh,
one.
my fucking God. They
Insert
did
the
it.
Randy Marsh balls in the wheelbarrow here.
Get that off my face.
All right. Some more
Here we go. The
diplomatic,
chat,
boys.
dude, the chat's happy, man. Holy fuck. I turn away, I blink, and the chat's full here. Everyone, wow. Zeke is pumped. Steaming is pumped. Graham saying
That
they
is
did it.
Fucking,
Ben with the
fact they just
oh
came
my
away
god.
with Yurov and Oh,
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Dude, the chat is pumped right now. The chat is lit for the pick indeed, Kyle. Holy shit.
I love kind of the safe floor pick with Ogren at 19 and the swing for fences at 24. Perfect draft in the first round.
Judd
Exactly what I
Brackett, you
expected him to
beautiful
do.
son of a bitch.
Oh, Judd Brackett and Billy do it again. Let's go, baby.
Yes.
What if they
Billy
get
Guerin's
Hudson in the
sixth.
second?
Oh.
Sixth in the Jam of the Year voting this year. He's making his case for number one over the next couple of years here.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, but
on how
also
this-
GM voting is like the most flawed voting they have.
Oh, it is.
And all of
It's-
the voting is
here's
Oh,
the
flawed.
your team
trade.
won the cup. It had to be.
here's the
you know.
trade being announced, by the way. Oh, yeah.
Chicago's taking Lambert. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to.
All right. Just me.
Nicholas saying, don't let Yurov leave the U.S.
Yeah, he is here to stay.
All right, Chicago's on the clock now. Busy draft on the trade front. Some solid picks all around. I mean, it's been a good one, boys, as we're almost 3.5 hours in. Thanks everyone tuning in. Like, subscribe, check us out on the Sota Pod Podcast, wherever you get your podcast from. Wherever you're watching on YouTube, please like the video and subscribe, as well as we'll be really pumping out content on our YouTube channel. We'll be back in the podcast swing of things next week.
Go ahead and enjoy the video of Yurov. I just tweeted out, by the way.
There you go. Go do it. At Spoke Z.
I
like
tweeted
this
out the other
pick,
day,
bro.
too.
I'm
Oh,
on it.
Smoke, we had the same video. It's funny. Those moves, unbelievable.
Matthew's pumped, yelling at work. There you go. Yeah.
And who's Nadinov?
Yeah.
Oh, give me Kaprizov. Who's Nadinov? You're off. Oh.
Yep. Yeah.
All kinds of offs.
What a fucking first round again.
Dang, just on the polls I put up so far, Isha, people are way more excited about the Yurov pick than they are.
Because no one knows fucking Liam Ugrin.
Right.
Well, the thing is, like what we talked on our show, like, and Byron touched on it too. Like, he's probably like a consensus top 5 pick if Russia wasn't in shambles right now.
133 votes right now,
pick.
guys.
He was
Wow.
top 5 pick. He was top 5 pick coming into this season, and the fucking stupid ass bitches at Metalurg made him just play in the KHL, where he got 45 seconds of ice time every goddamn game. And when they would let him go down to the J20, he put up 3 points a game. Like, it's a joke. And that fucked with his development so bad. And made him tank. And then this shit with Russia that's going on now, that made his draft stock fall even farther. But, like, if you look at his average ice time of the KHL this season, I think it's like 1 minute and 2 seconds. Probably less. He had like 15 games where he just sat on the bench, and they gave him 8 seconds.
For the poll for Ugrin, I had 4 options. Love it was 35%, meh 20%, hate it 2%, honestly no fucking clue 43%.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because no one watches the J20.
By the way, I saw this tweet. I had to share it. This is
okay.
1 second.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm dying.
Pretty good. So some more stuff from Byron Bader here, like, and who we're getting in Danil Yurov.
He loves Yurov.
Insane profile on the model. He looks very similar to how Nikita Kucherov looked in the NHL in his draft year, although Kucherov was a little bit younger, relatively speaking. A top 5 talent that dropped way too far. Players that look like this almost always make the NHL and turn into stars 7 out of 10 times. Other comps in his model, D1 comps, Alex DeBrincat, Nail Yakupov, Mike Bossy, Pat Falloon.
Why would he even write Yakupov on there?
Wait, Pat Maroon?
Pat Falloon.
Oh, I heard Pat Maroon. I was excited.
That was zero comps, and then full comps, Alex DeBrincat, Nail Yakupov, Mike Bossy, Pat Falloon, Matt Tkachuk. So same ones there. But really, really good profile for Danilo.
Who do they take?
Wow.
Corey Pronman's mock draft
Gopher.
a year ago.
Cheska boy.
So draft year -1
off
had
the
your
board.
3.
Sam Rinzel, 25th overall to the Chicago
He
Blackhawks.
stayed in the first round.
Wow. They took 2 defensemen.
Hey,
They need a
they
defenseman.
are a gambling with that pick.
I thought
Chaska,
there was-
he was great at Chaska. And that's when he snuck into the first round. And then he went to the USHL. He was not good in the USHL. And he dropped off everyone's board. Like within a couple of weeks of him going to the USHL to play, he fell off. Like, I don't know of one person that still had him in the first round. He was just trying shit that like works in high school and it does not work in the USHL. That being said, you look at a right shot D, that's what's he, 6'4", 6'5". He's got the hands, he can skate, and he can play physical. Like you bet on that, especially when you're Chicago, and this is what their fucking third pick. So you bet that he can develop, but he's a long-term project though. So we'll see what happens there. But I do like the kid. He was really good at Chaska, obviously, but it's risky in the first round, especially when you take fucking
I mean, not when it's your
7.
5th first-round pick.
I mean, I just wish they would have taken. Well, actually, I don't give a shit about Chicago, but I wouldn't have taken one of Rinzel or Korchinski. Like, I wouldn't have done both. But I mean, if you want a defenseman, Kallio Delius is just right there. It's my guy. It's my second-born son of the 2022 NHL draft. But whatever, go with Rinzel. Kallio Delius. He plays the same team as Ugrin. He might be there at 47. But, I mean, Minnesota doesn't need him. Hey, you are just betting on the fucking tools here and his just like natural ability. But good for him.
Minnesota with 3 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Isha, I can't believe you're going to leave with us tied 5-5.
I know.
You're out?
About in a couple minutes here.
Why?
I got some
Dog's
house
barking, man.
I got some house sitting duties. Watching the old family Doge. She needs some extra attention.
My brain just broke reading that. You said got to run at 7:20.
Oh yeah. Pacific time.
I've already learned that whenever Isha types
live,
a time, it means Pacific time. He just doesn't acknowledge
It's
Central.
whatever time zone Isha resides in. When I'm in Minnesota, everything is Central time. When I'm in
Now imagine you're a recruiter and you have to coordinate interviews with a candidate who's in Mountain Time, and then
dude, I built
that
a
are in
whole
Central
network,
Time.
and people were fucking from the UK who did podcasting for me. It was the
Is
worst.
Arizona your favorite, Brett?
I don't do a lot in Arizona. I do a lot in actually Montana, of all places, in Billings area.
Just because
And-
Arizona changes.
I know,
the
it's
amount of
ridiculous.
times I've messed up, I can meet at 11 a.m. and then I schedule them at 11 a.m. Like, well, shit, I actually just scheduled them at 10 a.m. and I have to email them back like, hey, I'm in Central Time Zone. Like, I have to switch this or someone.
Newfoundland's the worst. They're from me anyways. They're 4.5 ahead. It's fucked.
See, this is a pick I would have taken the Lambert gamble. Your third first-round pick.
Yeah,
Like, that's one that you take a gamble at Lambert.
especially given that you already passed up on Cooley and Wright to take Slavkovsky.
Wait. Oh,
Well, I'm
wait.
talking about Chicago over.
He meant
I would take
Chicago.
Lambert
Oh,
over
okay.
Rinzel. I would take him here too, though. At this point,
Yeah, I would do
this
it if I were
is
Montreal.
your second or third round, like your pick in the first round. Like, I don't know how you don't take Lambert at this point. Like, at least bet on it. Like.
Watch him slide all the way down to Tampa Bay at 31.
I'll die. I will literally die. If that kid fucking ends up in the Atlantic, I swear to Christ, dude. I already have to deal with Ottawa that just got significantly better. Don't put that fucking evil on me, Dan.
None of that bad juju.
You son of a bitch.
All right, Montreal's pick is in. I'll throw to a quick break, and then I'm out for the rest of the evening. Thanks again, everyone who joined.
Coward.
Everyone's gonna stay here and continue to talk and party with you here on this Soda Stream 3rd annual Sota Pod Soda Stream. NHL draft party. Again, thanks everyone tuned in or who has been and continues to tune in on the Sota Pod YouTube channel, Twitter and Facebook. If you are on Twitter and Facebook, I highly recommend you move over to YouTube as you can jump in the live chat. Keep the comments coming. It's buzzing. We love interacting with you. So again, boys, it's been amazing. I mean, I'll have the show up on my phone as I tend to this spoiled ass old dog over here, but it's been so much fun, like always. And yeah, have fun, guys, and I hope there's a little bit more drama in the last few picks here. So I won't see you on the other side.
Montreal drafting a piece of shit situation.
Because then you guys are you're gonna have to stay on for another hour. So
we still have a Montreal and an Arizona pick, and they are both notorious for taking scumbags. So
So as Montreal walks to the stage, I'll bid you all a farewell on the other side. The watch party continues though here on the Sota Pod YouTube channel.
You gonna shotgun with the Strauzy, or what's the move?
Oh, Mazar. Mazar.
Nice pick.
Risky.
All the
Isha has the draft tone, so we just are done with that.
Slovakians.
Not a bad pick. You've got another sniper.
Right.
He's all shot though. Like literally, that's just what he does. Like he just shoots. He's good. Good player.
Look at him
at this point, like good gamble with like a late pick in the first round. What is this? The third pick at this point?
I like this pick for Montreal. Sorry, I had to empty the tank and refill it.
I still probably would have gone like Kulich. I think Fergus has a more translatable game, to be honest, even though he's 150 pounds, which is hilarious.
I like Maysar.
Hudson's 148. So
I like Maysar a lot. I soured on him a little bit as the year went on, just because he cooled off. But I mean, at this point, that's not a bad gamble to take at all.
Rate that poor
because there's so few.
That's not bad, actually.
Give him a 7.
I'll take it.
In honor of my buddies, he's a Sabres fan, and they got their third pick coming up here. This is like the best beer out of Wyoming, where he lives now. The Walrus Hazy IPA. Delicious.
Do you have any dip left? Let's find out.
Did you check your lip?
Sure do.
I will say, if you're a fan of sour beers and like kind of a summery taste,
sure not.
Would highly recommend this beer. Would highly recommend. It's very tasty.
Yeah.
It's
you got going.
Session sour with pineapple, lime, and guava.
Oh yeah.
It's good when you can't pronounce it. That means you're enjoying it.
The Habs get 2 Slovaks in the first round.
Oh yeah.
Awesome year for them. What is that? Is that what now? 3 Slovaks in the first round for them now?
Yeah.
1, 2, and 26.
They've got one coming in round 2 or 3 for sure. One of my sons of the 2022 draft, Adam Sikora.
How many sons are you allowed to have? Just curious for future reference.
So I guess you don't subscribe to my Twitter. I put out 5.
I've seen you change it several times.
No, I've declared 1 at a time, and then yesterday I declared my 5 sons.
Okay, so 5.
Bitch.
Is that like the max, or like next year in a really good draft? Could you?
I have
like
honorable
9
mentions.
Sons?
I don't declare them publicly, but I have honorable mentions.
Okay,
but I declared 5. Number 1, Denton.
Yeah,
I was just talking to his dad. Shot him a congrats. His dad's a principal. Fun fact.
Oh.
Number 2, Kallio Delius, still has not been picked. 3, Cam Lund, he'll go 2nd or 3rd round. 4, Adam Sikora, 2nd or 3rd round. And then what's his face at 5? Why? Right in my throat.
You are right, Tyler. Melvin is great, but Roadhouse is a very close number 2. Sharks are still on the clock.
Oh,
Pick is
5 was
not
Yuri
in.
Kulich. That's who it was. So my
Alright.
son Yuri could go 5th.
Yeah.
Oh. So I just retweeted, but Cam Robinson has a silky smooth goal from Danila Yurov on his timeline at the moment.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean the political unrest really helped the Wild tonight. So
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. All right. At this point, who would it be disrespectful for them to fall out of the first round?
Lambert.
Howard or Lambert.
Lambert, Howard.
Howard led that
Anyone else?
national development team in goals and scoring.
I'd like for him to be
Pick
picked. I got a
San
bet
Jose.
on.
Do they take Kulich here?
Pick is in. I don't know. What's your pick?
They gotta take Lambert, dude. Let him cook with Eklund.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. Vlasic's there at the draft.
Mm-hmm. What if they traded out of the first round and Vlasic just went for no fucking reason?
That's got to be the worst contract in the NHL right now.
Yeah, it's a
not
bad
good.
one, but there's some pretty bad ones.
Seth Jones.
That one hasn't started yet.
That's true. It's already aged like milk, though.
It did before. It did
Yeah,
before.
the day they signed the extension.
Man, there's so many Russian kids that are gonna go like well beyond the second round that should have been flirting with the first round pick, dude.
Good for whoever gets him.
No.
Yeah.
So on that
Big time.
that cash into Arizona deal, I don't think we ever went over the full trade. Cash in 29, future second, and future third for pick 32.
Zach Cassian,
And
he got
yeah.
traded.
yeah, and
When did
and
that
no,
happen? Just now?
no money
Or-
retained either.
Oh,
So Arizona has Cassian for 3.2 million AAV for 2 more years.
oh, why
Seems
would
like
why would
Toronto and Edmonton may be clearing space for Kemper or potentially,
Well, Edmonton wants
Someone.
Evander Kane back.
Yeah.
yeah, but they need a goalie though.
They do.
Like I wonder if they're clearing space for Kemper and maybe even Husso, maybe.
Yeah, I could
I
see
think
Husso.
Uso is the better move.
Take Furcus. Come on. Or Trikozov.
imagine if imagine if Arizona like signed Delorier, they could have an all goon line of Jay Beagle, Delorier, and Cassian. Just,
Jeez, meat
Yeah.
grinder.
I like how Beagle's become a goon because of that one play.
with a Zegras.
Also got Nick Ritchie.
Yes, yes.
That dude,
The drip god.
he's for real.
Where's
He's
Phil
scary.
Kessel going, boys?
Whew, man. Just think he almost could have ended up with the Wild too.
Oh,
Weird
everyone's
that-
mad at him, and they should be thanking him for turning down that trade because they got a way better deal.
Right.
Mhm.
You know, he wouldn't be bad on the power play.
No, they can't. They could need it. They could really use it.
I think someone's making a pick here.
They're taking forever.
They were doing a
Bum,
tribute
bum,
to
bum,
the
bum,
Fallout
ba-da-dum,
after-
bum, bum. Philip Biestet.
I was just about to say, did they take Bystat?
They took Biestet.
Wow.
He pronounced it Biestet, so I didn't really know. I don't know who he is. Who is he, Z?
Wow.
Wow,
Big
because that's like
center,
a sneaky
big
good
center.
pick, or that was
You
dumb?
are big. No, I mean, end of the first round. Worth a gamble for sure.
And that's what, their
Big-
second or third pick?
Big boy, good skill, can rip pucks. Wow, I was
Oh, is
wondering
that
if
their
he
only
slipped.
pick? Oh, it is.
No,
That's
that's
right.
their,
They moved
that's their
down.
second.
They moved down. No, it's their first.
For
I
San Jose?
thought-
Yeah,
He might.
No, didn't they
Oh.
have at
they traded
Hey,
down.
that's a good pick. You know what? I actually like that pick.
Yeah, they traded with Arizona at 11.
that's right.
He looks just like what's his fucking Buffalo?
Darling.
Darlene.
Darlene, yeah.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
one. That one.
That's a
Dead
that's a
ringer.
good-
Like everything. That is the same person.
You know
He
what?
just
I was
didn't want to
really,
be Buffalo.
I'm really mad now because as they were going through who they're, I'm streaming at ESPN. They're going through like best available or whatever, and he was down around 8 or 9. And I was in my head like, I wonder if someone takes a flyer on Bystat in the first round or Biestet.
There's
whatever.
Vlasic. Man, he's a big kid, 6'4".
I'm telling you, he's fucking huge.
Holy shit.
He's got good hands. He's got an NHL shot.
They just said, "Oh, look, there's Vlasic. You got to wonder if he's going to be there much longer."
Oh, jeez.
Yikes. Oh, poor guy.
I mean, he's making plenty of money. I don't feel
Yeah.
that bad for him.
No.
At $7 million a year for 4 more years.
Boys, next one might be the winner. One more US kid or one more WHL?
There's at least 2 more that from the U.S. team that should go in the first round, but
Z, what do you think? Are these guys going past the third? Some of the Russians that are still sitting out there?
the third?
No.
Into the third?
Any team that has,
Uh,
I think any team that has multiple picks in the second round now will start taking swings.
specifically the 3 guys that Tyler mentioned, I would take Paravalov in the second. I'd also take Duda in the second, but he won't go,
Is
and he'll go later.
Trikazov's
No,
on the board too?
Huh?
Yes.
Is Trikazov's on the board too?
Yup. He should have been a first round pick.
You think Wild are less
still could
inclined
be.
to take one now that they have Yurov? Does that matter?
I don't think it matters now. I don't even know how to say the third kid's name, Noichev or whatever. He
Neushev?
should go third or fourth round. He's been a really good value pick, mid to late round in this draft for sure. But there are a couple other fucking kids too. Grudin is going to be the best value pick now. Well, actually, him and Trikazov, however the fuck you say his name. Those are going to be the 2 best value picks from the Russians that haven't got taken yet, wherever they end up. Because Russia, with the World Junior team that they selected, it was such a dumb fucking team. Grudin was their best option on the back end, and I can't remember if they didn't bring him or they did and just like didn't play him or whatever. But he should be in the first round. Like it's not. He should have been a top 25 pick. But whatever. And then there's other kids too, like Ilya Kvachko or whatever. He'll go like 5th or 6th round. He's top 3 round talent too. There's so many kids from Russia who should have gone or should go top 3 rounds that won't, just because they're Russian and who knows what the fuck's going on. And like some of them too, they play for like the junior teams in Russia that are affiliated with SKA and CSKA. And they'll just go super late. Like Barabosha is another one. Duda's like, he should have been flirting with 1st round talent. Like he's nasty.
Tampa's just gonna luck into somebody just a freaking stud too, right? maybe they take Furcus.
Buffalo picks in. Who do we think it is?
It's got to be Lambert one of these days, right?
I'd take Lambert. I'd take Furcus.
Howard. I mean, come on.
What do you
Howard,
think about this
Hudson.
proposition? Would this get it done? 47-89, 432.
Oh, my headphones are finally done. I gotta switch up headphones.
Hey,
Probably not for Arizona, no.
probably not.
I think you need to have something else in there.
I would, if I were Buffalo, Lane Hudson makes so much sense here.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, can
That would be a sick pick.
build out that blue line with Owen Power.
Power, Darlene, and Hudson.
Oh, that'd be a nasty top 3.
You don't have to worry about the size because you got 2 monsters.
Oh, Yuri
Kulich.
Kulich.
Yuri Kulich.
I like him. He was on my list.
One of Z's sons off the board.
Great pick.
Middle 6 guy.
He led the under 18 in scoring.
High skill, good skater. Legit power play threat. Played in the Czech Pro League all year long and put up for a draft eligible kid pretty good numbers. He's playing 2C over there too. Kulich is a really good fucking player.
Round tie. Interesting.
Good for him.
Wait, they have XG for these European players? Why am I seeing that more places? Megan Shaka just said he's got really good expected goals. Suddenly I'm an even bigger fan than I was before.
He lives in high danger areas. He probably has the best one-timer in this draft too. He can pound pucks. If I'm not mistaken, most of his production in the Czech league was on the power play, but like for a kid that's super young that's a good pro league too for a kid that's 17, 18 years old. He's playing 2C over there. Obviously not a ton of defense going on, but I mean, that's like half the young kids that are going to get drafted. You can always work on that, but he moves well. He's got really good hands. He can skate well. Like that's a good bet in the late round or a late 1st round pick for sure. That's a good pick.
So what do we got next here? We've got Edmonton. Are they going to trade back and give up another player that they desperately need?
Well, they did already trade back. They haven't changed the board yet. This was from the cash-in deal. So 29 is actually going to be Arizona, and then 32 is going to be Edmonton.
Well, Gary just is.
Fair enough. Well, let's watch Arizona take someone that Edmonton desperately needs then.
Yeah.
A la Jesper Volstedt. which I don't know for Edmonton. Let's see.
I mean, it's more about clearing the money more than anything.
Right, and they move back 3 picks, give up a third in 24 and a second in 25. Sure.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
They've done dumber things. Ken Holland has done much dumber things.
Arizona has so many freaking draft picks. Just
Kind of need them.
Yeah, but I mean, at least
what was it? The year that they took Dumpster Truck, who got released from Nodak, wasn't the 4th round their first pick?
Yes.
Isn't that
Yeah,
why
Mitchell
they
Miller.
took the swing on him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have a first, second, or third.
Yeah.
The USHL named him Defenseman of the Year too. It's like, come on.
I mean, you can't be mad at them for that.
Right.
If he's the best defenseman, he's the best defenseman. But yeah, it sucks.
you can choose to not give shitty people that kind of platform.
Right.
And the GMs who vote on it should know better.
But Brett, people change.
Fun story about that. So I had tweeted about just like, yeah, this is kind of screwed up that he got that honor, and the mom of the young man who was bullied by him actually DM'd me and was like, hey, nope, you're right, he still has not apologized to my son for what he's done, like regardless of what the media reports say. And I don't know, personally, I would probably trust the mother of the person whose son was bullied by this kid. So take that as you will, but I don't think he's changed as reported.
We have 4 picks left. Who did Winnipeg trade with?
Can't wait for Tampa Bay to pick a guy that's going to be a top 5 for them.
Winnipeg
That's what
got
I'm
this one
saying.
from the Rangers.
Yeah. They're gonna get Lambert.
Rangers with Kopp, yeah.
Tampa Bay's taking Furcus.
Yeah, probably.
Right? Like, because it could make sense for them to take Furcus or Hudson. It'll be one of the two.
As pissed as Shane Wright probably is that he went 4, like that's a great landing spot for him.
Oh heck yeah!
Oh, it is for sure.
No pressure in Seattle.
Pray for Cooley. Pray for Cooley.
Yeah. Armstrong looks like a character.
You think Arizona goes defense here?
I mean, they have how many second rounders and shit too? Like they can take whatever they want.
Mm-hmm.
And anyone who's taking Lane Hudson at this point is getting a steal, so that's who I'd be taking probably.
Maybe a 4th gopher here.
I already have people.
What?
I already have people who have never put an ounce of research into prospects reply to me saying, but Yurov had 0 points in 21 KHL games. So now I have no choice but to take a screenshot
Of his ice sign?
Yep. I lost my mind all year long. I'm pretty sure I took to Twitter about it too.
What a name though, Maverick Lamoureux.
What a name!
I gotta say, Z, going along with the double gold chain, like I love the new headphone layout too.
They're brutal. Did
it's
they
a
take
great move.
Lemro?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had him 30 to Winnipeg, so
He's 6'7".
Holy shit!
7. Wow.
This
Yeah,
guy
he's
is a monster.
He's
tanks.
no, he's 6'7", and he's an absolute fucking murderer.
Look at this guy. Holy
He-
crap!
He's
Dude,
a giant.
He fucking kills people.
So
dude.
this
Never even
is
heard of
the
this
next
guy.
Z.
This is Char right here.
Whoo!
Or it's Tyler Myers.
He's
How
a
have I not
straight up
heard of this guy?
murderer.
Is he Tyler Myers?
Imagine
He's
he did
better
go to
than
Winnipeg,
Myers,
though, and is
More
lined up
skilled,
with Logan
but yeah.
Stanley on
Great,
the blue line.
great suit though. Whole plaid with the vest.
He actually moves pretty well. He's got decent hands. In the NHL, I mean, he'll be a stay-at-home defensive defenseman, but
Yeah, like
for
probably
a kid his size, like he's
solid
got like a
third-pairing
really
guy.
good base.
Could
Obviously,
even be like probably like a solid third pairing guy, or maybe even like a Jacob Middleton, where like the not like the elite top 4 defense, but could complement like a really skilled defenseman and just kind of like, hey, just play defense.
yeah.
Cool.
And I mean, if you've taken that kid at 29, like, that's
Especially
fine.
after they've already made what is it 2 other picks already?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. So
Led his team with 69 penalty minutes. Nice.
very nice. They threw that up there on purpose. They knew what they were.
Oh, 100%.
Which I mean, for the Q, that's not even a ton.
Imagine if once he puts on some weight too. Only 197.
He's a fucking murderer. Like, he fucking kills guys, dude.
Spokes Lamoureux.
Oh god.
Yeah, that might be.
I mean,
that might be your
probably
Sheena
wouldn't have-
Lamoureux. That's your new name.
I probably wouldn't have taken him in the first round, but I mean, they're definitely better options, but whatever.
What's gonna happen with their guy, huh? They gonna move out the defenseman, or are they keeping him?
What?
Who?
Chikrin.
Arizona.
Oh, they're gonna.
Oh, they'll move him.
I can't believe he didn't
Hasn't
get
happened
moved at
yet.
the deadline.
Yeah, I don't know if he hasn't moved now. Like, it's what are you moving him for at this point? Like, I don't know.
To go for Bedard, fight with Chicago for him.
Well,
He's still under contract at a
I get
really
what
good
Arizona.
number.
No, I get what Arizona would want to move him, but like, who's?
How many years does he have left right now? 2?
2 or 3.
I feel like
two.
if you're gonna trade him, now is the time. But
Well, like all the teams wanted the deadline, but they didn't get what they wanted. So you're always going to get more. In the summer, there are more bidders, and there are more teams that can trick themselves into thinking they're contending for at least like a playoff spot and think that they can land them eventually on a long time or a long-term deal or whatever. So.
update on the air conditioning being turned off. It is up to 76 degrees in my apartment now.
Serial killer.
Mine's been blasting for about 3.5 years.
Yep. That's the life I live.
Thankfully, my roommate isn't home, or he'd probably be kicking my ass right now. I'm actually surprised he's not. It is his birthday, though, so I think he's going home to his parents to have, like, dinner. But shout out Pirate Steve on Twitter, who's
Great
maybe
birthday.
listened to your mentions at one time or another.
Who?
Pirate Steve's my roommate. It's his Twitter.
Pirate Steve.
Wishes to remain anonymous.
No, well, not anymore. That's his real name.
Just like yours is Spokesy.
You call him Pirate?
That's exact. That's it. That's me.
No, I do not call him Pirate at all.
I still love that I've had people think that I'm actually Zdeno Chara and then get mad at me when they find out that they weren't. Or I
Well,
wasn't.
it's great too. How many times you've been on video now? After for a while you
I
weren't,
still
but you've
get
come
it.
on so many times, and people are like, "Oh my god, is that your face?" Like, what?
Yeah.
It's
Because
unbelievable.
didn't Russo say something like 3/4?
Russo's the one that, like, when he said it like more people noticed, but even still,
Because like at that time you were doing stuff video with Sota Pod, right?
still doing it. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. And I was
Like my real name has been out there for like 2 years, multiple times.
It's only been posted a couple times, hasn't it?
No, the Brews and Bruins guys fucking like throw it out there all the time. With video too.
They only throw the first name though. They don't throw the full name.
Well, I don't even throw the full name.
But it's kind of like Hoppy though. Like no one fucking calls him Scott.
Oh,
I found out when he fucking PayPal'd me. I texted her, I was like,
if
yo,
you say
that's your
Scott
name?
around Isha like does not realize who you're talking about. It's great.
Well, I got thrown off. I guess we went to Cane's. Like I think you ordered in front of me, and then you
Okay.
like, said, "Oh, can I get a name for it?" And you said Scott, and I was like, "Wait, what?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, right. Your name's actually not Hoppy."
Yep.
That's not your tab. That's not your tab. It says Scott on it. That can't be.
Oh yeah,
yours.
sorry. Can you put that on at State of Hoppy? Thank you.
Yeah. With the at specifically.
So I'm surprised you don't have Waggle's new hat.
There it
Hoppy.
is,
It
Lambert.
almost looks like your logo.
There it is.
What's the new one?
There it is.
Oh,
they have- I don't know,
that
maybe
that bird one with the hop.
yeah, that kind of looks like your logo a little
Dude,
bit.
I got fingers crossed. He said like sometime he will maybe make my logo into a hat, but until it happens, I don't believe him.
You should just make you.
There he
a
went. It happened.
Finally.
Did no one hear me?
Why do all the
Yeah.
players that we like keep going to the fucking Central Division?
Right.
Yeah, that's not great. Well,
Now we have to deal with Ryan
fairness,
McDonough too.
we didn't like him. We just thought that he should have gone slightly sooner than this. All right, Brad Lambert to the Winnipeg Jets.
Nicolai, I just saw that video put in the group chat. What the hell?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lamoureux's parents.
Oh yeah, they were full on going at it.
What the hell?
Jeez.
Boys,
Yeah,
we
when-
got
when I went
two
quiet there
picks
for a minute,
left.
that's what
We
I
got two
saw.
picks left. Are we going to get a WHL or National Development kid picked? Or are we ending on a tie?
What?
I'm trying to think who's still kind of in this range for.
Lightning
I
are
mean,
taking
it-
Hudson. It's happening.
Hudson. I go Hudson, Furcus.
That's a shotgun this beer. All right, 2 picks to shotgun this beer.
If it takes you 2 picks to shotgun a beer, that's a problem.
Pardon?
Hudson, Furcus, and Trikazov would be the 3 names I'd look at probably. I could see
I
maybe
wonder if-
Tampa going for a Russian.
Well, I was wondering if they'd go Goyette. Or you could go pure ceiling with Danny Zilkin.
I don't know who that is.
Trikazov.
Guelph, good player. Here we go.
Megan's best available is Seamus Casey
Right shot D.
on ESPN. That might make
Ooh.
sense for Edmonton.
How about the Russo with the news with Talbot? Well, we'll see if Talbot's
Yeah,
happy
Colin
or not.
Boyle, yeah.
He claims he is.
All right. Oh,
They're talking to Talbot's agents tomorrow.
trying not to like cut myself because I did it with my tooth.
Smart.
Don't want to take PTO for a.
Wind's blowing that way. All right. Just knocked over a cup of ice. It's fine.
I mean, the first
Do this
comment
sitting down. Not a big
That's
fan
what-
of doing it sitting down, but someone's got to do it.
The first comment under the Russo tweet makes a good point. It's from Shut Up Gary _. He says, "Wait, Talbot didn't like hearing the
Delicious.
words of the playoffs, then promptly getting
Gone.
benched for a sexier name." Fair point.
All right, Micheletti, you're next.
It's kind of nice actually
Shotgun.
doing it sitting down.
Oh, I don't have anything. Sorry, but
Are we chugging beers or what?
I just shotgunned one.
There you go, Brett.
There it
Nice.
is.
Had a kid.
champion.
Gosh, that's
Someone had
tasty.
to do it. Oh, it's so good. Oh yeah.
I've never opened a can without a key. I'm shotgunning.
What do you mean? Do your tooth.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yeah, you're from Boston.
That's true. Sewer rat.
There we go. Pen works.
Are you
No,
from
too-
Boston through and through, Z? Born and bred? Are you born and bred in Boston? Or
Oh,
Boston
I
area?
thought I thought you said Minnesota. I didn't hear Boston.
Oh yeah, Boston.
I'm from like north of the city, but yeah.
Okay.
Best city in the world. I'll never leave. It's the funniest place in America. Like I think it's so funny living here.
I've never been to the Northeast, so I can't
Really?
I can't accurately have any opinion. I don't travel much. I've been
Me
to
either.
I've sort of been to the West Coast if you count Seattle, but other than that, like haven't ever touched the West Coast. I went to the ocean for the first time in my life in February.
Wow.
Like ocean.
That's wild.
Which even then it was debatable because I was actually in the Gulf of Mexico and not the actual ocean. So then the other.
Have you been up to
ocean-
Winnipesaukee much, or at all?
Oh yeah, yeah, dude.
I got
Oh, yeah.
relatives that got a cabin out there, so maybe eventually we'll meet up out there.
Let me know.
I hear they
'cause,
got good beer out in Portland. So
Portland's a lot of fun.
isn't that where that's where one of your Brews and Bruins guys is at, right?
Yeah, I
that
think
Cam?
Drew just moved there. Cam lives there now. I think they both live there now. I think
So Drew went and met him there.
Drew's from originally like around where I live, North Shore.
Right.
He lived in Reading. I think he just moved there a couple months ago with his girlfriend.
Gotcha.
Cam's lived there for a little bit. Portland's a lot of fun though. It's like that's like the epitome of North Shore. But it's like just like a lot of breweries. It's right in the water. Really good food.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's just in Maine. So like,
All right,
Oh.
the pick is in for Tampa.
Tampa pick's coming.
here we go.
Not Hudson.
Of course.
Isaac Howard.
Of course.
Hey!
Yep.
It's all right. I'm beating Isha. Here we go.
I mean, good for him. Isaac
He
Howard
should have gone earlier.
Yeah. I still
All right,
like.
I
And
beat
he goes
Nisha.
to
Here we go.
fucking Tampa. Come
I
on.
think my gut
Atta boy.
still says I would have rather have had Howard over
Nice.
Let's go.
Ogren, but
I think
All right, Dan, your
I don't
turn.
know. I think Ugrin's more projectable,
my turn.
to be
What?
honest.
Your turn to shotgun.
Howard's legit though. Like
I
if
don't
everything
have
goes
any more
right
beer,
for
but,
Howard, he's definitive
Oh,
top 6.
We'll go
so
with
he's
one of
from
these.
Hudson, Wisconsin, so he's basically a
I gotta read
Minnesotan.
There we go.
Yeah, everyone
Well,
says it's the same thing.
I mean, if his parents work for 3M, sure.
Yeah, Hudson is like barely. It's right over the border. Like it's the first city when you cross from the Twin Cities.
Look at that suit though.
And the turtleneck. Oh, he's got the gold
Dude.
chain.
Oh my god! Wait, look at the belt buckle. Look at the fucking belt buckle.
Oh, the white suit with the turtleneck.
Holy! fuck, look at the belt buckle.
Oh, the America.
Oh, jeez.
He's got the American flag. All right. Yep.
Someone's gonna say that's a red flag, obviously, but I mean that's full drip.
If people
No,
are
that's not a red flag, Z. That's an American flag.
people are immediately going to his Twitter and checking his likes.
It's oh my god! It's my least favorite people in the fucking world. Let's see what he likes on Twitter.
What are the dad? Or
Oh, the teenager? Sure. Let's go check out what he likes on Twitter.
I forgot he's going to Duluth. No longer a fan.
I'm gonna have to go grab another beer to shotgun. I'll be honest. That just went down so smooth, dude.
It felt okay, especially when it's McGolden.
Look at him. My God. He's got the chain out too over the turtleneck. Are you shitting me? Hold on, I'm gonna buy another chain right now.
The next 2 ranked players are both National Development Program kids. Fuck you, Isha. Not
I am gonna
WHL.
grab-
That's all I need. Not WHL.
I am gonna go grab another one to shotgun before
Get her.
this next pick.
Nice.
That was just it went down so easy.
I am with Curtis. That's up there for best dressed. Boys, we got from Kyle. So if Cam goes, who do we get?
I still maintain you have to find someone that you can go 50-50 with.
I threw James. I've been on the James Reimer train, but
Yeah. I mean, I was very vocal even starting today that I would have liked Georgiev, even at the price that Colorado paid. I don't think like to me, like Georgiev's like a pretty clear and established like backup /1B. Like to get that kind of value with 3rd round picks is like probably great. And I think Jeff Brackett can do it. But at the same time, I don't think it's super likely to turn all of those picks into that type of a player. So I would have done that trade. He's probably going to come relatively cost friendly. He was a name that would have been top of my list, but yeah, I mean, like Reimer wouldn't be terrible. I've liked Grice in the past, but it's hard to know what he is now.
No.
Hell no to Martin Jones either.
Yeah, I'm out on Martin Jones. Halak could be interesting, but I don't know what he's going to cost you.
All right.
Holtby, I
know.
have zero interest.
No.
Hey,
Would you
you
guys
want to get nuts? Let's get fucking nuts.
Right?
Who is he throwing out there?
Bring the prodigal son back.
Darcy
Capo
Cooper?
Kakkonen.
Trade for Capo.
Yeah, he is a free agent. Yeah.
What if? Yeah, bring him back. Fuck it.
Aiden Hill.
I actually didn't hate that Aiden Hill trade at the time.
Right.
Also, wild thought, but what if the Wild decided that they were not going to keep Kalen Addison? And we all agree that Boldy needs a new winger to play with him.
Mm-hmm.
What if you sent Addison back to Pittsburgh for Zucker 50% retained for 1 year?
Wow.
Yeah.
It fits. You ended up basically taking Lambos for that quick swap,
Right.
and you've already got the defenseman there to fill it. It's just interesting to me.
To me, if it doesn't make much sense because I think Addison, like, despite what the Wild think of him, I still think he's going to be a very good defenseman.
Well, I think the same. Trust me.
And I think
I think the Wild think the same though.
And if you're going to move him, you need to get something back that can help you long term, not for one season.
Right.
I think if you want to move Addison, you better be fucking careful, and you better be confident that in the long term you win that trade.
I'm still convinced that, especially now, like Russo said today, like Merrill's not going to be ready. I still don't think Kulikov makes it through the summer, and I think Addison has legit chance to be like, it'll be like a Goligoski Addison third pair.
I hope they trade Kulikov, but until that happens, I'm skeptical. I'm worried.
He's been my number one guy, like, since, I don't know, like, before the regular season ended. If they're going to make a trade with
Picks
someone
in
on
for
the
Edmonton,
roster,
boys. Picks in.
Also, we talked a
We'll
lot
come back to
about
that, Z.
we talked a lot about fits tonight. I think Sarah Sivan of The Athletic will be doing a like ranking show of best fits from players drafted on The Athletic, so stay tuned for that. I feel like Isaac Howard and our boy Joachim Kemmel have got to be like 1-2 in there.
they have to go 1-2.
If they do move on from Talbot, any thoughts on Corpusalo at 1.3 mil for next season?
I think he's a downgrade
That's a
from
big
Talbot,
hole.
but I think you could do worse.
Just so smooth,
Deleted.
sitting down.
Seattle Thunderbirds. WHL. Reed
Fucking
Schaefer.
fuck.
I knew he was going the first round.
Cock balls.
How about Seattle's AHL team being the Coachella Valley, whatever?
Hilarious.
Yeah, Coachella Valley.
Oh, that's got cold.
Isaac
AC's
Howard.
been on for so long.
Isaac Howard on Sportsnet. I'm the best looking guy here, so I figured I'd best be the best dressed one too.
All right,
Well,
so guys, do we, for tiebreaker for me and Isha, do we go with average draft position for the tiebreaker, or how do we break this?
Did you already calculate that?
No.
I think you go into the second round now, and whatever the next pick is the tiebreaker.
Oh, I like that.
I like that.
That seems fair. All right, we need to get everyone's. All right, we got Dan in. I saw Z nod. Micheletti,
Works
are
for
you
me,
still
yeah.
with us?
Yep.
Do you agree? Oh, and we have Seth.
Oh, Seth's back.
There
He's
we
already
go.
a mutant.
Welcome back, buddy.
Oh,
And he's awake. He's awake.
You missed a
folks.
couple of shotgun stuff.
He did.
Throwing a hoodie on.
Yeah, Seth, you owe a shotgun, by the way. If you
Oh, I'm not
participate.
shotgunning this.
Or
Not
two.
that. No, you shotgun a
Possibly two.
beer. Nah, one will be acceptable since the other three passed.
Whatever, man. I'm going hoodie on over the other sweatshirt.
Hoodie
I'm
over
freezing.
sweatshirt. How?
Oh, yeah.
What is the temperature where you're at?
Oh, I keep my room at a cool 22 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's a good spot to put it.
I
Yeah.
wish I could do that.
Keep myself on my toes, dude.
My wife would probably smother me in my sleep.
That's why you're awake all the time.
Humble
It's
brag.
just freezing cold.
22 degrees? That puts me right to bed.
Okay, not actually, you lunatics. It would literally be snowing in my room.
Why is there precipitation in your room?
I used to be able to, my old car, my AC, when I would blast it, I used to make it snow. It would actually spit out frost in my inside the car. It was awesome.
It's not. I don't.
Yeah, then I ended up in the hospital. They're like, this is like kind of like carbon monoxide poisoning. I was like, yeah, but like I'm not hot anymore, so like who gives a shit?
Hey Seth, what team do you cheer for?
Not this one. I like how I tried to
works for the
cover
fucking
this
team.
logo and I just completely missed.
For the first round that legitimately took 4 hours to complete, that's nuts.
Yeah, it was gross.
Well, do you remember fucking 2 through 7 last year, dude? That was nuts. Because Carolina kept trading back those fuckers, and they wouldn't like keep the clock running. They'd take timeouts and then they trade a pick. The second round last 7 was like 11 hours.
Yeah, well, didn't round 2 last year take like almost like 2.5, 3 hours?
Yeah, because fucking Carolina, they kept taking timeouts and then they trade their pick, and it was like, Jesus Christ.
What time do they resume tomorrow? Is it like 10, 11?
I have no idea.
You know,
Not sure.
Right.
Beginning at 11 a.m.
11 a.m. our time or Montreal time?
Eastern.
So 10 a.m. here.
My time, the real time, boys.
What a weird time for the draft.
I need to call in sick to work tomorrow.
I was shocked. Why did they do it on a Thursday night?
So I'll be able to catch a chunk of it.
Yeah, I don't know why they did the first round on Thursday.
I mean, and Chesley did not go in the first round. Wow.
Probably should have.
It feels like the NHL is like allergic to things happening on Fridays for some reason. Like nothing ever happens on Fridays in the NHL.
Yeah, I mean, like there's no other.
NHL's like, well, everyone goes out on Friday, so like they'll all be. They don't give a fuck about.
See, you'd be going full jukebox right now if it was Friday.
Yeah, I would. I could probably. I wonder if they have touch tunes going. I can play a song from here.
Oh my God.
My friends do that all the time.
Yeah,
I did it all weekend. I was on the Cape this weekend or last weekend, and I was just taking over random bars. I was taking over their music, and I was just hijacking.
So our favorite one. So one of our buddies lives down in Casson, Minnesota. For those that are on the chat know where Casson is, it's down by It's like 20 minutes west of Rochester, and there's a little saloon the next town over called the Manorville Saloon. It maybe holds like 50 people at max capacity. And it's a very like country rural America town, and we'll randomly just put Mo Bamba on the on the touch tunes.
I'm taking over the Last Drops music right now.
All I see is a white screen.
Yeah, I don't know why I flashed it. So many credits left. I have it on auto pay.
Dear God.
Yeah, I know it's dark. It's fine. What should I
play?
play?
So we kind of reacted in the moment, but first round done. Liam Ogren, Danila Yurov, 19 and 24.
Owen Pickering, 21.
No one cares about the Penguins hockey.
The Bruins didn't go over 3.
They went 0 for 0.
Over 32?
No, I'll
Pretty good.
tell you what, I'll give him 1 for 1 because Hampus Lindholm is a fucking G.
It's good, dude. But for the Wild, picking at 19 and 24 to come away with Yurov and Ugrin, that's an A. Like, no question.
Yeah.
You get two kids that aren't far away. You get 2 kids that are dynamic in their offense. And 2 kids that probably should have gone top 15, specifically with Yurov, if he wasn't forced to play in the fucking KHL for no reason and get 20 seconds of ice time literally every night if he played, or they would have him skip junior games to literally sit on the bench and not touch the ice. That's a top 8 pick. Like before the season, I think he was 5 or 6. So that's an A for me. I mean, personally, like you just bolstered your already ridiculously deep prospect pool at 2 positions where they're going to be great. So
yeah, and I think like there definitely was like, although like the need remains there for center, like to me, and like, oh, we need a center. I was a little bit more on the wing side because like you have Eric Sinek under contract for 7 more years. Marco Rossi is going to make his debut this year, and I think a lot of people forget about Murat Huzdinov. Like the guy's no slouch. Like he's a hell of a player, and he's maybe still 2 years away, but like that's 3 centers right there. And I mean, we pump the tires all the time on Connor Dewar, as an ideal. I think he's an ideal fourth line center. Like you have 4 centers like that are all relatively young still. Like I don't think center was a pressing need, but like outside of Adam Beckman, like to me there wasn't really like a standout wing in the prospect system. So for them to go out today and get guys like Yuroff and Ogren was like a nice get. And I think on top of like 2 like decent sized wingers too, to like you have some smaller players in Hostinov, Rossi, get some bigger wingers to complement him too. I think it's a nice play in that sense. And I'm just continually awed by Bill Guerin and Judd Brackett's ability to find somehow top 10 talent in the 20s for what basically the 3rd straight year now.
I think it speaks to like the hire of Judd Brackett in the first place. But not only that, the way Billy runs the team, where he knows what the guys that he hires in certain positions, he knows that that's what they do.
100%.
And he's pretty much just like, you tell me what we need. I do the business side of things. I work with the other GMs and you handle that. Then he goes to Judd Brackett and says, you tell me what's going on with the draft. Just tell me what the type of player it is. And I hired you for a reason. I'll let you do your job. So like part of that is finding Judd Brackett. For whatever reason, Vancouver just didn't hire him. Like Vancouver just let him go.
I really wish Isha was in this conversation.
Oh, Isha would be fucking popping the bottle right now, just going down. No, and I'm kind of curious too what Ray Sherrow's role is with the organization, because like
I'm not kidding,
guy,
it's being
like,
a beauty.
Like guy's awesome, but I'm just curious like what his specific. Everyone that Guerin brings in, like you said, Z, is there for a reason, and he lets them do their thing. And I want to know, like, is Ray Sherrow just there for like sneaky, covert trades, or like what is his job?
I think honestly, it might just be the relationships that he has with other, whether it's agents or other GMs or
so just the history of bending over GMs. Got it.
Yeah, I think just like Bill Guerin's talk, like he doesn't want to win trades. Like Bill Guerin's goal, I think, is to not be on anybody's bad side, because you never know who you might have to make a trade with, or whatever happens. Like just having good relationships, and I think Shiro's a guy that helps him build and foster those relationships. Maybe make that introduction more easily than. And I'm sure all these guys, reach out to each other when one's hired or whatnot, but. That would be my guess. And then I think obviously like he's been around doing this type of job for a while. Like he can obviously give advice and stuff on different situations and things like that. Like I'm sure Ray Shiro's had a goalie thing much like this Talbot Fleury thing before. Maybe say, here's how I'd handle that. Did he maybe pitch like, hey, go meet with the agent, talk about this, right? Like get out in front of it kind of thing.
I think that's exactly what it is too. Like, and like for Billy, he's been a NHL GM for what, 2 years now? 3 years?
Well, he was an assistant GM for what, 5 or 6?
Assistant GM, and then he was like GM of an AHL team. So Ray Shero, it's almost like a security blanket type thing, where with the way Shero is, he knows what his role is, and he'll say, hey, this is what I would do, just so you know, like this is how usually this happens in the GM world, because he's been a GM forever. But I've said this before. I went to a BC game to scout the 3 kids before McBain got traded. And I was just sitting in the press box, and I looked down, and I'm like, oh, that's Matt Hendricks. Just got hired by the Wild. Okay, cool. And then Shero just comes out of nowhere about 46 seconds before puck drop. And then some other scout, not with the Wild, but like this dude is like, looks like he's like 65. And the whole game, Shero is not even watching. He's like turned away talking to this dude. He has the lineup sheets like rolled up, and he's just like making jokes and slapping the guy like with them, and he's laughing the whole time. Meanwhile, Matt Hendricks, who just got hired for player development, probably wrote 13 pages of notes on Marshall Moore and Nikita Nesterenko, Jack McBain. He's like clearly stressed out. And Shero, like I'm watching from the press box. Shiro's like this, like facing the other way, like feet up, like in the stands, and he's just hanging. And everyone's like, dude, he would turn around and be like, what are you fucking writing? Good notes. And then he go
Shiro
back.
is literally a 5 check.
I meant to ask this earlier, Z. Are you wearing jorts right now?
No. I'm wearing shorts.
Just normal shorts? Okay.
They're blue. They're not jorts.
Okay.
I haven't worn jeans since middle school, fun fact. Don't own a pair of jeans.
I only own jeans for work. Otherwise, I would never wear them.
I hate jeans. Don't like them.
Pretty much in the fall, I pretty much exclusively wear joggers, and I'll occasionally mix in some jeans for work. That's about it.
I'm
It's all about
shorts
comfort.
from March through November,
Someone's got to do
if
it.
allowed.
I'm all sweats. Big sweats guy.
Random question here, guys. Scale of 1 to, we'll say Seth. Just looking at the clip there. Scale of 1 to Seth. How questionable is it for one to be in Dublin and order an Irish car bomb?
I don't know what the scale means here.
Yeah,
Couldn't-
I'm very
Scale of
lost
1 to
in-
10. How bad is it to order an Irish car bomb in Dublin?
Was there anyone else at the bar?
You
one
can't do
being it's
that.
fine, 10 being it's like egregious.
10's bad, yeah.
I would probably go with 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's got to be
So-
around a 10, possibly 12.
Empty
right, so-
bar.
They're
Empty
probably like,
bar,
what the fuck
10.
these damn Americans?
Abbreviated version is we were in Dublin for 3 days and someone told me there was no way that I could have an Irish car bomb, and I refused to order it by that name, but I looked up like the acceptable terms for it, and it was like Irish Slammer or Dublin Dropper or something. And I asked the guy there was a brewery that served liquor too, and I asked him, I'm like, hey, do you have an Irish Slammer? And he's like, I have no idea what the fuck that is. And I'm like, oh, and I started to explain it, and he still had no idea. And then he left, came back, and he clearly went back and Googled it. He's like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm like, fuck. And he didn't care. He gave it to me, and I drank it. But he's like, should we name a drink the 9/11 or something? And I'm like, I'm okay with calling the Irish car bomb a 9/11, but
We can call that over here, maybe not back where I live. That'd be kind of dark if we wanted to do that.
Just call it the jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
Oh,
Jesus.
okay, Eric Strock, Seth Strock.
Seth came back. 10
that's
minutes
why I
ago,
said
and
1
he's
to
throwing
Seth.
his shit
That's
out,
why I
maybe.
said 1 to Seth.
JFC SMB.
Fuck.
What's going on? What's happening?
0 to 100, Seth.
Why did you just randomly think of that, Hoppy? How did we go from talking about
Uh,
ratio to Irish car bombs?
Yeah, no, I was thinking about that when Isha left because he asked me about it.
Oh,
That was
'Cause I
so
told him I
long
was
ago.
gonna
It's
do it.
crazy. It was
I
like an hour and a half ago.
yeah, no, Isha left 20 minutes ago.
I like
That
how
is-
ESPN's draft coverage just ends, and there's no post game, no further breakdown.
Oh, no, it's
just goes
basketball.
straight to NBA Summer League.
I already went to
NBA
NHL
Summer
Network.
League.
If this was the NBA draft, they'd be on for another 3 hours breaking down the top 5 picks.
There was also
Dude.
no
Well-
pregame on ABC for
No.
the Stanley Cup either, which
No.
In
Yeah.
fairness, top 5 picks is 15% of the picks for NBA.
Oh, it's
So-
more than that.
So
That's why
Dude.
that Summer was big deal. They basically they traded a bunch of firsts, but I'm yeah, but those are basically a bunch of thirds and fourths, fifths. If we're talking NHL.
The whole draft thing is bananas to me. The NBA, they throw around fucking draft picks like the CHL. It's a first
Yeah, they don't mean
in
anything.
2022. Actually, you know what? 4 first-round picks that they have out of nowhere. Don't even know how they have those.
yeah, the Wolves gave a
Um,
2029 pick.
Yeah,
That
they
is
stagger
fucking-
every other year for the next 5-6 years.
But see,
They
I think
traded-
that's less
they
about
traded
the
a
Wolves
10-year-old.
giving it. It's about the other team accepting it.
That many, yeah, just
I mean, Claude Giroux got traded for a 15-year-old. So
Well,
they,
talk
you
to
know.
Oklahoma City. Then they have 30 of them.
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
You know.
Getting back to the Wild's draft pick, does Yurov have a contract?
He's
The-
signed
Yes.
through next season.
Okay, so there's a little bit of risk there potentially, but
I think
Pretty-
that's a high risk.
hopefully the
Pretty
war
good
is
risk.
war is
Pretty
done.
good risk.
Good chance he
Um,
signs again.
But I mean,
but at the same
it's one
time,
of those things. He
Like-
wants to come here,
Yeah,
a lot. He really wants to get the fuck.
The
out
fact
of
he was
Russia.
over here for the draft is amazing.
There's
that's
no
what-
way he wants to go back to that fucking team. They play
to
30
me, it's
seconds a
kind of
night.
twofold. So, on one hand, this country's a mess right now. I want to go play in the best league in the world. I want to get out of here as fast as I can, which might be his mindset. But then I think it's all right, we'll stay here. We're going to kidnap your family.
Well, but also Z,
That was
remember what happened
Kuznetsov.
with Kuznetsov? Like, they basically say, okay, if you don't sign an extension, you get 0 playing time this year.
Kuznetsov was literally replying to Minnesota Wild fans in DMs saying, "Yes, I am coming over as soon as my contract ends."
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he went from second line center on one of the best teams in Russia to getting benched and play like 1 minute and 12 seconds every night. And then someone who I assume might be that fuckhead Putin was like, "Hey, you want 6 minutes a night? Maybe 12? Here's your contract. Sign it, you fucking loser." By the way, your entire family's tied up. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. Well, I guess I'm gonna do that.
Then takes us.
I'm not kidding.
First
First game back, he was first line center. He played 22 minutes. First game, first fucking game. I swear to God, I watched it. I was like, no fucking way. It's unbelievable. They don't give one fuck, dude, over there.
Well,
They'll
like,
make it plainly obvious too. They're like, yeah, this is what we do.
well, yeah, and
Absolutely. Next
well, then like
question.
Patrick Bacon, who like I love working with him and Jay Fresh do for analytics. Like he has his prospect model, and like he like notably cited like, oh, you're off. Yeah, I had him 35 on my board because he played like 21 games in the KHL and didn't produce. I'm like, did you even take like 10 seconds to look at how much ice time this kid had there? Like it's.
Well, that's the same shit with the Faber thing. Like, it drives me nuts. Like, even with so many of those kids too, like if you want to use those numbers for 16, 17, 18-year-olds, like it doesn't make sense. Even the kids that are putting up 120 points in like a season, like Jordan Dumais, the kid that in the for Halifax, he set a record for most points. He'll probably go, if he gets drafted, he's going in the 3rd or 4th round.
Alexander
And it's
Hovhanov
like-
has entered the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, by the way, that Tim Army was just straight up like he has to lose weight. Like, he was like, he's just so fat.
It's the
Milkshake.
DJing quote.
Milkshake.
Guy loves to drink.
I told you guys though. He said that, and he goes, and I said that to him at our exit meeting the next day. I bumped into him at the airport. He had a big old milkshake in his hand. I was just like, oh my
God.
God.
Hey, you
This guy
cannot
does
mess
whatever the
with
fuck
county
he
fair
wants.
food.
He's a fucking menace.
Maybe Des Moines is not good for the body.
Dude, look at his like most recent Instagram, or even just look at his Iowa Wild fucking team photo, and then go look at his draft day photo. It is unbelievable.
Has he got a big belly now?
Dude, he's got like he's 40 pounds heavier. 40.
And that's not muscle.
No, it's zero muscle. There's no muscle going on. Like, it's insane. He would be out and out definitive top 6 center or top 2 center if he just like could move. Because like when he does play, he'll get like 7 minutes a night because realistically that's like all he could handle. But like
They're giving him an IV and an oxygen.
dude, it's so funny.
This sounds like your favorite guy in the world.
Dude, it's so
Yes.
funny watching Iowa because he'll have a shift where like the first 5 seconds he just gets the puck and he'll dance on the entire team. If they don't score or the puck goes down the other way, you could literally see him exhale. He goes like,
Just like
he's like, shit. Like, this is
I haven't seen the other
Phenomenal.
direction.
he's trying so hard too. I feel so bad. I'm like, oh my God, look at this poor bastard. Like he's just trying to backskate. He's like diving at the blue line, just trying to get a poke check in. It's like, Jesus Christ, this kid, if he could just not be 280 pounds, he would be a top 6 center in the NHL next season. Like he's that nasty. It drives me nuts. I can't even imagine trying to coach him. Especially
Did we
Tim Army, who
see-
dresses like a gym teacher.
Did we see the Russo Talbot tweets?
Yeah,
We
oh, yeah.
did. I figured that would be coming at some point or another. Like they were upset about it when it happened in the playoffs. I'd imagine they'd be upset about it when there's a contract extension. So,
Just bring in Martin Jones to be the backup.
oh, kill me.
Oh God.
No.
I'd rather bring back Dubnik.
Oh,
Let's Brizgal.
Dubnik, who's like mic'd up, and every time a goal goes in, he like verbally threatens Jonas Brodin.
Turns
He's like,
around.
How dare you let that guy take a shot on me?
Or is looking at the ref for some phantom goal interference. It's like there's no way I could have possibly said it.
Nothing will top Mike Smith looking at his defenseman when he let in that goal from half ice.
yeah. He's like,
I'm not kidding.
what are
I
you
couldn't even
doing
watch
out
the rest of the
there?
game. I couldn't watch the rest of the game. I rewinded that goal possibly 700 times. We're like, who is he flapping his arms at? He just let it, not even the red line. He let that go in from the oppo blue line.
Such a train wreck. Like you have Connor McDavid, you have Leon Draisaitl playing on one leg and still looking like the third best player in the world, and Mike Smith can't stop a puck from the other end of the ice.
Boys, we were talking earlier about Isaac Howard's drip.
Yeah.
And Elliot Friedman tweets Isaac Howard to Caroline Cameron.
I already read this tweet. You must have not been listening.
I was not listening. Never mind.
You can read it again though.
No, done.
It's that good. Do it.
It's a great quote.
I need to hear it again.
I'm out.
He's the best looking kid in this draft. May as well be the best dressed.
His rookie card is just going to be his draft day.
Did anybody see the Jacob Middleton sweatshirt picture?
He had Maynard's, right?
Maynard's. Oh, baby.
Oh,
he's officially Minnesotan.
He's ready to give her.
Give him another extension.
Well, halfway through the fucking after like
what kind of extension are you talking, Seth?
He went on Rand Dregs, and they were like, if you get paid this summer, like, what are you gonna get? He goes, go get my dad a motorcycle. Like, oh my god, dude.
What a beauty.
This fucking guy.
Well, then just Richie's tweet today, like him and his like wife are going down to Nashville like this weekend to get a shotgun wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're gonna get fucking destroyed down there.
Why did we not sign him to like a 10-year extension?
Best player of the league. Oh,
unbelievable.
Shit. See, and that reminded me today, like I regret because I bumped into Matt Boldy a couple weeks ago just walking to a bar.
Sick brag.
I was obliterated. And I was like,
Better brag.
I just went, I know you. He was like,
I know everything. You should have won the fucking Calder.
He literally was like,
Matt Boldy is like, yeah, that.
I'm pretty sure he was like, it was like, I bet you probably were undercover this whole time here in Boston, but I know you, motherfucker. I was just like,
you don't make.
I'm not going to bother you because I'm basically legless at this point. But just so you know, I'm going to text your aunt because this is hilarious. Nice to meet you. You should have won the Calder. Bye. And I ran away. And he goes, thanks, I guess. I was like,
Matt Boldy's aunt is a legend.
She literally is constant. She'll just randomly message me like, did you see Boldy again? I was like, no, I just happened to bump into him walking to a bar, Kelly.
I love Kelly. She's great.
She's the best. She had to make a burner.
She did.
Fun
she
fact.
had to make a burner. And she let me know.
Yep.
She let us know it's on the bucket. Just so you know, I had to make a burner. Don't tell anyone this is me. So if you want to look at my followers, one of those might be Matt Boldy's aunt's burner account, but you have to figure that out for yourself. But she's great.
It was after his debut. She was like, I had to make a new account. And I was like, okay.
She's probably listening.
Russo. It was Russo's fault. He put me in an article. And I was just like, okay, Kelly. Then she brought the old account back, so now she rocks 2 accounts.
Yeah, she's got 2 accounts. It's a living legend.
Cheapers.
I love Kelly.
She's incredible, dude.
I'm just waiting for one day her just to leak the scoop, like, hey, Matt just signed a 3-year, $3.5 million extension before Russo gets it. But
she won't do it. She was telling me, she was just like, I can't release any news about Matt. But I was like, I didn't even ask. So
I just want to know what he wants me to play on the jukebox.
See, I feel like she'd be the type though, if you're like, I can't do that, you'd ask. She'd be like, all right, I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone.
She literally would just message me about what's going on that day. Like she's like, I have bad news. I broke my leg. I was like, what? She goes, I might need surgery. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, do you need surgery? Like, what's up, dude?
I think she lives on the California.
Let's talk about this. She does.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's like sending you pictures of the bone break. She's like, do you think this looks bad? It's like, I would consult a doctor.
Her husband's a beauty
Dr.
too.
Topol.
He's hilarious. Like she was
I'm
like,
not
this
a medical
is my
doctor.
husband. Don't tell anyone. I was like, okay. So I followed him back, and she goes, "We're both in the kitchen," and he just yelled. He followed me. It's like, are you guys like 60? Why are you on Twitter? What are you doing? Also, what's he cooking?
Yeah.
Seriously,
Good
Moose, where
question.
is Isha tonight?
He's dead.
Put out the bat
Died.
signal. The bat
Crazy.
No, you got to put out the weed signal if you want Isha to come back.
signal.
He's not out here.
He had to go walk his family's old ass dog. That's what he
He said
said.
It seems like an excuse.
he'd have his phone out listening to the stream, so he's probably just listening to us talk mad shit, just losing his mind.
No, I think he's thrilled with how little shit we've talked.
I think the Canucks should bring Benning back, though. You know, he's just listening.
That is the only way to get a rise out of Isha.
Or
Or
when
to say that the Sedins
Is
should not be
Jim
first
with
ballot.
Is Jim with
It's
any
Jimmy Elias
organization right now?
Pettersson and Quinn Hughes for second round picks.
Hey, trade Pedersen, and think about trading Hughes so that you can give JT Miller 8 years at 10.5. I think that
sounds
might
like a
be.
horrific decision.
I
You know
think
what? They should
that's.
bring Louis Erickson back too.
Then Mark
Yeah,
Messier.
Honestly, I think Hughes is the only one that would upset him. Like Pedersen, like he's kind of on the fence with, for some reason.
Yeah, I bet he watches 15 games a year.
Probably like 5.
Pedersen is insane.
He's incredible.
He has a massive head, though. By the way, his forehead's huge. It's crazy. It goes out so far. It throws.
Who has
me
a
off
bigger
every
helmet
game.
though, him or Eric Stahl?
That's a good question. They both fit into the same fucking space bucket,
Those craniums, man.
dude. It looks
It's
like
impressive.
a fucking
It's impressive.
fish tank. It looks like a fish tank. If fucking
So-
Nemo was in there, he never would have got lost ever.
So
He would've
Elias
been buzzing
Pettersson,
around.
Eric Stahl, or Peyton Manning.
Oh, Peyton.
Oh,
Manning.
it's Peyton Manning.
Every time.
That's got a 6 head.
Yeah. Possibly 7. He has a fucking forehead like a hobble windshield, dude. That thing is fucking like. Great commercials though. Good for him. Saturday Night Live, man. Throwing the football at kids. That's one of the funniest fucking things.
That was pretty good.
Such a good skit. You
Well,
fucking
that's
suck.
like, and the Monday Night Football like live streams with him and Eli where they're just fucking dropping F-bombs everywhere.
Well, have you seen the Coca-Cola one? I feel like whenever I bring that one up, no one's heard of it. The Coca-Cola commercial one.
Yeah, that was good too, dude.
That one's incredible. Say Coca-Cola. Just pauses for a second. Peyton Manning. No. Coca-Cola, Peyton.
Holy shit.
Peyton Manning.
Ugh. Usually I have people come up to me. Do you know Peyton's better than Tom? That's when the sewer rat comes out. Sewer rat from Dorchester.
Is that who you die for? Him or Z or
No.
Bergeron?
I don't give a fuck about football. Bergeron, not even close.
Bergeron over Z?
I think my favorite, like every year it happens in the draft, there'll be like some like center in the top 10 that's like, oh, this guy doesn't have like a great offensive upside, but he's got a really good two-way game. He's a lot like Bergeron. I'm like,
A lot like Bergeron. A lot
do
like
you know how
Bergeron.
fucking good Patrice Bergeron is? Like this guy basically should have the Selke Trophy renamed after him. Like he's one of the best players to ever play the game. And we just casually throw his name around in comps as if someone will ever come close to the player that Patrice Bergeron ever was.
I don't know. He's an okay two-way guy, though. Like, you got to admit.
Patrice Bergeron's 37 years old. He just won his record-setting 5th Selke, and at 37 had his best ever defensive season in his fucking career.
Like he didn't just
By a
win.
lot.
He like earned it. Like analytical model.
Major injury too, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah,
And it wasn't close. Like
Hang
it
on,
wasn't
though.
even close.
Z?
And then
Yeah.
Marchand was right behind him. Like he was like probably 4th or 5th behind him in the Selke.
Yeah, I think
Like,
second place was Foligno and expected goals against per 60, and he was still I think a full like I think it was like 0.15. I think Bergeron was like 1.51, and I think Foligno was like 1.65 or something, and was like in second. Like it was a pretty large gap, and Bergeron I think had even a higher quality of competition ranking than Foligno had too. Like he was by
Yeah.
far and away
See,
the best player.
This will probably upset you and whatever. Honest opinion, though. Who's the better two-way center? Bergeron or Datsuk?
It's Bergeron.
Oh,
I'm
boy.
sorry. It's fucking
I'm going
Bergeron.
Datsuk. I'm going Datsuk every time.
Great.
And I
Just
hate the Red
retired
Wings.
too. Just retired.
You want longevity?
Arizona Coyotes legend, Paolo
Sorry, he
Datsuk.
loves his
Yes.
daughter more than Bergeron does.
The fact
Oh
that
my
they picked
God,
up that
fucking
contract.
Datsuk was living in the
Bergeron's
fucking
defensive
woods.
game It depends what you want because they're both two-way centers. I think Datsyuk's going to give you more offensively, but Bergeron's defensive game I don't think can really be matched by anyone.
Yeah.
Victor Rask is better than both of them combined.
I think
Seth, I didn't know we were talking about like
That's been heavily
he was in the
drinking.
conversation.
The GOAT
I
was
did not mention Victor Rask, Seth.
I did.
That would make it unfair.
It's a good point. We were talking about second and third place. So
he was the obvious GOAT. Like there was.
I just wanted to make sure that we got the number one center all time in the conversation.
He's going to be the first ever player to be in the Hall of Fame while still playing. So
I think that's somehow like the fifth time we've managed to squeak a Victor Rask.
it is. We've mentioned him a few times.
About him in the
That
comments.
dude lives rent free in our minds.
It like a good light too.
When he gets inducted, Paul
really
Fenton needs to be the one to read his induction speech.
Hey, thank God for Bill Guerin because he brought the good name of Western Massachusetts back to the Minnesota Wild because Paul Fenton's a fucking asshole from fucking Springfield. Billy Guerin was like,
I heard of what that guy did.
he's a piece of shit.
Unreal.
He's such a fucking
So
asshole.
I'll share the one. So I'm not going to reveal who I got this from, but someone very close to the Wild, and they were riding like the media elevators. They have a media elevator that goes from the press box down to like the main, so like down to like the locker room level. So like between periods, like Fenton goes down there. I think it's into the second and third period of these games, and it's like nearing the end of the intermission. Like Fenton wants to go back up to the press box, and so this person like gets in the elevator with Fenton, and it's like 30 seconds before puck drop, and the elevator is like at the press box, and it's taking a minute to come down back to the main floor. Like he pushed the call button, and he had to like wait 30 seconds. He gets on the elevator, and there's this sweet old lady who works this press elevator with every home game, and this fucker just starts cussing like, "What the fuck, you dumb bitch! Like, why is the elevator so late?" And like he's just screaming like this 70-year-old lady whose job is like just sit in the elevator like the sweetest old lady in the world, and he's freaking out at her because he can't get his ass on time out to the press box. And I was like, "Holy shit, this guy!" Like,
I know that story, dude. And the best part was the old lady was like, "What the fuck is your problem?
What's your deal, man?" And then you have all the stuff of like him like being pissed at Russo because he got his scoop. It's like, yeah, get pissed at Russo for doing his goddamn job. Like, fucking relax, dude. Like
That
hey,
guy.
Down a couple notches.
I'm
we're
convinced
gonna-
that he went through his entire interview for the general manager job, and then when he got it, was like, I didn't realize I would have to be interacting with people.
Seriously, like the dude, throw Philip Johansson aside. Great eye for talent, just a shit human being and people skills.
Yeah.
Well, when you talked about with Guerin earlier and bringing in Shiro and Judd Brackett, like these guys that he trusts, like it's the complete opposite organizationally of what Fenton was for this team.
Close.
And you can see it reflected everywhere on and off the ice with this team. Like it's just completely different.
Big time. And again, can't emphasize enough, brought the good name back to Western Massachusetts. It's big for me. I went to school out there, then I lived out there. Guy got shot in my driveway out there. That was banana lands. Got a gun pointed at my head out there, Western Mass. So brought back the good name. What?
Is Boldy a Western Mass kid?
No, he's a Boston. He's around Boston.
And Bill Guerin was just like
between Boston and Central Mass. So like Boston,
Stop.
Mass is like split up into like 3 different fucking countries, dude. It's so different as you get like closer. Like Eastern Mass is just like really nice. Cake Eaterville, Edina, basically, from what I understand. Cake Eater from Edina, and then you go to Central Mass, which is just like nothing there. Like it's like barren wasteland, and then like Worcester, which whatever. And then you go to Western Mass, and it is the Wild West. Like Springfield is nasty, like super violent, super dangerous. That's where I went to school. Great
It's
place.
like what everyone
Where I went
thinks
to school.
Boston is.
It's a one of a kind place. I'll be honest. Like it is. I love it out there because I love a lot of friends out there, but like it is hilarious. Like how different it is from like the fucking like people think of Massachusetts like, oh, Boston. But like if you meet like someone would be like the Frank for Toronto, be like, "Oh, you're from Boston." He's like, "I am not. Yeah, not even a little bit close. Like so far away. It's like 2.5 hours away, and it is the exact opposite." But yeah, sure, it's Mass, so Boston.
Braintree.
Bill, that's where Billy Gare is. Where he's from Western Mass. Good kid. Paul Fenton, Western Mass, asshole.
Two countries.
Cut from a different cloth.
I think Minnesota could actually be split into 3 parts. You have like the Twin Cities, which you could probably basically extend like up to St. Cloud, maybe down to like Lakeville, maybe a little further. Maybe,
Lakeville's for sure the south cutoff.
yeah, like Lakeville, and then I don't know how far west you'd go. Like Mound
West is
maybe?
like Mound, Watertown-ish area is probably the
like,
cutoff.
so you have that kind of area, and then over like Wisconsin border. Anything north of St. Cloud is cabin country, and anything south of Lakeville is just cornfields. And that's basically Minnesota into 3 sections.
Hey, someone just asked about our thoughts on the Kirby Dach trade.
Optimus. I have no idea what Chicago's trying to do. Then they trade for Mrazek.
I mean, I think it's not a bad deal for Chicago to get a top 15 pick for a guy that probably doesn't project as high as some of the people in that range. Would be who did they end up taking with that pick? Was that the one they took, the defenseman?
They took 2 defensemen, Korchinski or whatever.
Well, yeah, they took Korchinski at 7, and then at 13.
That was Nazar, though, I think, was that.
Oh, yeah, Nazar.
Oh, yeah, they took Nazar at that.
So that worked out.
No, it wasn't. It was they traded Dach for the 13th pick from the Islanders. The Islanders flipped that pick, and then Chicago got the 7th pick or whatever.
No, Chicago
Somehow
got
it worked out like that.
7 in the
Chicago got
deal.
13.
Was it the other way around?
Yeah, they had 7 and 13.
They have 7 and 13. 7 was DeBrincat.
Okay.
13
So yeah,
was
that worked
Dach.
out. I think
Right.
I didn't like that pick at 7.
No,
I mean,
but Nazar was a good pick.
Nazar was a
Nazar is a
if you'd
phenomenal
asked me if
pick.
I'd rather have Kirby Dach or Frank Nazar, I think I would take Nazar almost every time.
Yeah,
I would take Nazar's upside 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, like not that they're necessarily similar type players, but I feel like their floor, speaking in terms of like, okay, we've seen Kirby Dach at his worst is probably like a 3rd line, very average forward. I feel like Nazar's floor is probably that, and like has a much higher like potential like complementary top line winger ceiling, if not maybe even a little bit better than that. Like it's, yeah, I mean, it's always risky to trade a 21-year-old. One thing I always hit on hard is development isn't linear. Like, look at, I mean, great example is look how many Wild players had careers this year at 27, 28. Like it doesn't always happen linearly, and I'm not saying every player is going to hit their stride at 28. He still could hit his stride, maybe put in a better situation, a better system, but
better organization.
The fact that they went into it saying, "Hey, we want to trade Kirby Dach for a top 15 pick," and were able to go out and trade Kirby Dach for a top 15 pick, kudos to them. Like, nice work.
At the same time, though, it seems kind of weird to me, though, that Chicago is like, "Hey, let's go ahead and let's start our rebuild here." Oh, but let's trade Hagel, DeBrincat, and Dach. Like, what are they trying to really build around here? I think that those would be the pieces that you're rebuilding around.
To his credit, different GM though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They also traded Boquist.
Right.
Yeah, with a pick.
Would you rather have Boquist, Sillinger, and then whoever Columbus took at 6 overall this year? Or Seth Jones.
Is it Jiricek?
Yeah, Jiricek.
Phenomenal.
Right.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
I'll take Sillinger and Jiricek over Seth Jones.
Every day of the week.
Jeez. But again, GM switch though, right?
Yeah.
Like at least
what's
his face has the wherewithal to be like, this was all horrible.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, Bowman screwed that team so bad.
Like this is all just
Davidson took over.
Bad, so we're gonna
So the weird thing is though, right? I really didn't like their 7th overall pick. Love their 13th overall pick.
Renzel was a reach.
Just tweeted, "Oh, we've got a fun little treat for you."
Oh God, no! Why would you do that at 10:45 at night?
Now people are going to be all anxiety.
But here's the thing, though. Hey, if you switch the Blackhawks picks, like if they took Nazar where they took Korchinski and they took Korchinski where they took Nazar, I'd be like, yeah, that's 2 good picks. So like, it ends up working out totally fine in that regard. But like in the moment, I was like, oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. what are they fucking doing?
Don't ever read the comments. I'm looking at that wild tweet, and like the 15th response is Kirill got arrested.
You scrolled to 15?
Like, come on. We don't need that.
Hey, Seth, it's like the locked on comments.
We don't read the comments on YouTube.
You guys, someone called Seth a thumb on
I mean, I see the resemblance, but still, it's not something that necessarily needs
called him a thumb.
Yeah.
Called Seth
From this point on, I am just going to be referred to as thumbs up.
Who called him that?
It was unbelievable.
On YouTube. We don't read the
Seth,
comments.
you gotta stop like scrolling because like
I like that every comment in there is like, oh, like Kaprizov is back in the U.S.
And then the one guy's like, well, then no, we're not going to talk about it.
I
Go ahead, Seth. We got to tell everybody.
for my 2 cents on Kaprizov, like I think he's gonna be fine, kind of regardless. What I'm terrified for is his family.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, that's the biggest thing.
I didn't realize how close he was with his brother. And
Oh yeah,
Well, and that's what draws a lot of guys back there. Like that's what that's what they use. That's what
like
they
why
use.
Panarin took that leave a couple years ago. Or
Right.
was it
didn't Panarin come out on Putin and then he got like a sexual assault like accusation like the next day?
Yeah, there was
fucking,
that. There
what's
was
his
him
face,
having to leave
Nazarov.
the Rangers for a while to like go get his family out.
Yeah, like he literally like
They
he,
make sure that they were
spoke out
okay.
against Putin, and then is like, yeah, I gotta go.
Because
I gotta
fucking
go
Andre
back
Nazarov. Because Nazarov was like, yeah, I was the coach, and he's a horrible guy, and he just like hits women and shit. Like,
Jesus Christ.
like obviously Andre Nazarov, really good source of natural, like he definitely isn't lying at all. The guy
Right.
that fucking talks about Putin 24/7. I bet he's a stand-up fucking guy. Jesus Christ. They don't give a fuck over there. That's what's crazy.
No.
Like
No.
they
Drugging their own guys and
They do the
Goddamn
craziest
dictator.
shit. They literally do the craziest shit. And then the rest of the world's like, what are you, nuts? And they're like, yes.
Yeah,
yes, we are. And you're not going to do
Hey,
a
well,
damn thing about it.
They're the definition of want to see me do it again. And they're just like,
Yeah.
double down.
They do
They're like, what the
something.
fuck are you gonna do about it?
The world,
like,
the world is like, you guys are crazy, and Russia's like,
No, hold on.
yeah. There you go, Seth. There you go.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah. They don't give not one fuck over there.
No.
It is bananas. So like that's the scary part. Is
Right.
they will use your family against you, and like that's what is
Fucked up.
like uh-oh. Like, but like all the fucking top Russian guys went back, and I guess they were all laughing, like, yeah, it doesn't happen to us. And then they found
Until it
out that
does.
fucking Fedotov kid got kidnapped, arrested, drugged, and sent to the fucking military.
Fucking
And they're like,
Siberia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like not just the military base. You got sent to fucking Siberia.
They're all
Most-
laughing it off, and Russia's like,
We'll do it. You want to fucking
hey, we're sending you here. You're in the Navy. There's no
Like-
water anywhere, and there's no food here. But you're going. That's where you're going.
And I'm just like,
and no food.
the other thing I heard, and this is from Russo, and I don't know if it's, I don't know, like there might be a reason he's not really saying it more, but I think he was talking on K-Fan kind of like the day it happened. He's like basically like what a lot like Russia will kind of do this. They'll put on this facade. They'll kind of bully these guys almost, and then these athletes just pay them off and like, okay, whatever, go on your way. Like Kaprizov just got fucking $9 million a year from.
I think it's different right now, though.
It might be a little bit, but like you're telling me they probably don't want a little extra cash. Like, hey, we're gonna swirl these rumors about you.
That's true.
Get them to go away. You send us half of your recent contract, and we'll send you on your way, right? Like,
whoa, money talks.
And the whole time he's like, just so you know, I've given you my credit card for the last fucking 6 years. Like, so
Right.
now that we're getting our shit kicked in by Ukraine, I'm gonna need your entire fucking everything you've made from the NHL, and you will make.
You're
You
funding
give that
the
back
army.
to me, you can
You're
go
funding
back.
the army, Krill.
It's bad that like he's a Siska guy. Like that's what's not great.
Right, the Red
Like, that's
Army.
tough. But I think he'll be okay.
like I said,
Otherwise, there would have
everyone's
been no
fucking-
comment from the agent. There would have been no comment from the agent if he wasn't okay.
That
Well, there
same
wasn't,
guy
was there?
in the stand or
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, and I
Well,
think
the
at this
comment
point-
was, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, and like
Okay.
again, it's like again, I think like they're shutting very carefully because obviously one on thing and his family is in danger, right? Like it's very delicate, and I think they're very much like, hey, we don't want to say anything. This is a high profile person from a country that's in turmoil, anything we say might be flipped against him or his family, and we don't want to be the ones that spark that.
Right.
Which to me is how they're saying, like, yeah, we're not going to say anything. Right? It's like,
My
right.
sources tell me that Craig Leopold's personal jet is undetectable under 10,000 feet.
We're
Zero
sending-
dark,
we're
zero dark
sending
30 part
on
2.
Gorilla.
That's because after he just paid off Putin, so now he drives a yellow school bus.
You mean to
That's
tell
his
me Bill
private
Guerin
fucking
would not
jet.
cross enemy lines to go get his boy?
I've
God, that
offered
would be
it.
hilarious.
I've offered this up.
Foligno
I've
would.
offered this up.
Foligno would. Moose
I
and
quit
Dumb are
my
on the
job
air right now.
yesterday. I quit my job yesterday, and I called Billy. I said, "Hey, I went to school in Western Mass. Send me over there.
Fly me to
Bring my
Moscow.
boy back."
Give me
Here's
to
the
Moscow.
in the wild. It's just Danila going, Opa,
Yeah.
but also like a solid announcement.
I think Billy should respond back and kidnap Yurov and say, "Now what, bitch? Like, what are you gonna do?"
So they're doing like just imagine this. They do the handshake, except Guerin just does not let go, and he's like, "Hey, we're going this way."
Yeah.
I bet
Oh,
Billy
okay.
could kick the shit out of fucking Vlad, dude. I bet he
Oh,
could beat the wheels
100%.
off him.
Everyone
Look at
could.
they have to get out of the way, including the red carpet has to get out of the way if fucking Vlad puts up 10 talks in like a charity game. You know, like I bet you Billy would beat the wheels off him next question.
Guerin just pulls out wild logo brass knuckles, and he's like,
What if Billy sent Vlad a text and said, "Hey, bare knuckle brawl, whoever wins keeps Kirill."
"Breaking news: warn
Vlad
Ukraine
would send
over."
a bear.
Billy
Billy
just
just
beats the
ducks and
fuck
it's
out
D'Lo out of nowhere with a right hook.
The human smelling salt, Nick Delorier, just send him over there. He'll beat the shit out of the whole country.
Did you guys ever see the clip? I think it was like one of Kaprizov's first games last year. There was like a clip of him sitting on the bench next to Zuccarello, and Zuccarello like hits a smelling salt, and there's like just like massive face, and he hands it to Kaprizov, and Kaprizov just goes deadpan, like no reaction.
I don't understand, like, because I, with my hockey team, have had smelling salts on the bench all the time, and like, it's some people.
I've
it's just
never had smelling salts before.
I haven't,
What?
Me either.
Never.
Have you not?
Oh, dude,
Never.
I have not.
Dude,
Either.
it clears out the sinuses so
I
fast.
played hockey and
Oh,
lacrosse and was
it's
never
such
offered
a-
smelling salts.
Yeah, same.
what do you? They are effective.
They're wild.
Give
Oh.
me
They
the
work.
verbal walkthrough of what smelling salts are.
Western
What
Mass
does it do
must
to your
forbid.
brain?
No, not even Western. Yeah, we had
Is
those
it
in
just
Western Mass
instant
too.
become Seth after like 6 beers?
You're ready to run through a wall.
You know, like trying to think, like when you take a sip of something that goes up, like the wrong fucking tube, it goes
Yeah.
through your nose. Imagine there's still a little bit of pain, I guess, but like you don't have like liquid going through your nose, like it just immediately hits your brain, like, oh my god, like holy shit, like that's terrible and awesome of a week, and then you're just like sitting there like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's
But
also
it's
very
actually-
unhealthy, really bad for you, but like send them in.
Are they though?
So, like, Z, did your kids, when you were teaching, ever take smelling salts?
No, they were doing real
Walking
drugs.
between the desks.
No, they were
Little
doing real
start
drugs.
the
Yeah,
morning.
I showed them the picture of the meth bear, and they're like, yeah, I got it.
No, my kids were all doing real drugs. I taught no,
He just
straight
showed them
up.
a video of Paul Benson. They're like, nope.
I literally caught them doing real drugs. So yeah, no, they were doing the real stuff. I had a fucking 21-year-old freshman in high school who had a baby, and then she ended up
Jesus.
she ended up weird dropping out because she dated another kid in my classroom who was 17.
Oh my god.
Loved drugs, and they just wanted to do drugs together and not go to school. And then
Sounds very nice.
one of the other kids who was friends with them came into our room one day. Our classroom was like, you have to get them to come back. And I was like, how do you want me to do that? I couldn't even tell you how to begin doing
You
that.
said that I can't offer them more drugs, so how do I do this?
And
How
she
do I
goes,
reach these kids.
she literally goes, they're planning on having another baby. I was like, oh
My god. Round 2.
I was like, please tell me one of them like got a part-time job. I don't know.
Someone
Or
have income.
A little more.
or started like
content.
doing the drugs that they were taking while they were here. Like, what if they start selling them so that baby could be growing up in a household that was with parents that love drugs, but like at least it's a big house. I don't know. They were like, nope. They're like, they have no plans.
That's the silver lining is there are a lot of rooms that can double as
the good news is I ended up talking them out of having that second baby though. So
Wow,
big win for me.
See, that's not allowed anymore.
Oh yeah.
Oh, good. Well, no, Massachusetts, we're good.
Okay.
We're good. Within 12 minutes of that being overturned, fucking Charlie Baker was like, yeah, no, we already had this bill good and ready to go. Mass, we are good. Like, we are not doing that shit. It was within 12 minutes. He was like, yeah, we've had this shit typed out. Like, this is not happening here.
He's like, we're a blue.
We've had this typed out.
He was like, we knew this was coming for fucking 3 years. Like, yeah, no shot. I was like, this motherfucker typed that shit in 2020. Like, he knew this was fucking coming. Jesus Christ. What a place,
a little more Urov content. Talked to press via translator, asked if he's a Kirill Kaprizov fan. He smiled warmly and said, "Da." So
he's big fan.
Oh yeah,
of course he is, dude. Those two in the same line together,
so humongous big.
All right, question. So let's say 3-4 years down the road. So this will be about Kaprizov's last season. You're off Kaprizov, same line. Are you putting Murat or Marco in between them?
Murat.
It's legitimately impossible to know right now because right now, Kuznetsov projects as an elite defensive center. And before he signed his extension, there was no like evidence that he would be good enough to be a top 6 other than his draft year. Because for me, he should have gone top 25 in that draft. But there was no real there was no indicator like, yeah, that's absolutely a top 6 center in the National Hockey League.
Well, better question.
It was like,
can he be better than Ryan Hartman?
I mean, yeah, but like Ryan Hartman also was drafted in the first round. Like people again, like this is at this point it's been overstated. And he had at least one season where he was scoring in Chicago, and then he went to Philly. And they were like, in Philly, they were like, "Hey, you play for Philly now, so just hit people and beat the wheels off everybody." And he was like, "That sounds awesome. I love that." By the way, his dad's literally famous with all the hockey dads in Boston. Like everyone loves Mr. Hartman. That guy
his
is
dad's
a maniac.
His dad's a beauty on Twitter.
Oh my God.
Sean.
Oh, Tim Ashawn's another. I talk to him daily, dude.
That guy loves drinking beer. Drinking beer.
We've been trying to get him the Bush sponsorship, and Bush won't fucking buck up, dude. Like
that would be epic.
It's me, Tim, Ashawn, and Matt Grizzlick's brother, Andrew. We're in a group chat. And Tim will just, every couple of days, Tim will be like, what the fuck do I have to do to get this sponsorship? Like, I don't know.
He's got to get in with the Betcha Boy.
Last year, he sent me a fucking video that DMs on my birthday. And he was like, happy birthday, bro. And he shotguns a Bush Light and then just threw it in the water. Like he was on the lake in Minnesota.
What?
I was like, then he sent me a message. He goes, don't worry, I went to go get the can.
Thank you for caring about the environment, sir.
I was like, good for you. But anyways, thing with Murat, I think his floor, absolute floor at NHL level is Nico Sturm. Like absolute floor. So you can't really gamble on him being that 2C there, but he does have the potential because he's a ridiculously good skater. He does have the hands. He's just so tiny, and he does at this point struggle to get to the center of the ice. Like he can get bullied still at this point because he's technically 5'10". I think he's 5'8". Like he is a little fella, but and like I think his roster has like 185. Like, dude, that kid is 150 max. Like he looks like Jaeger Fergus. Like he is that small. But he actually, like, because I think he's so smart that he knows his physical capabilities. Like he'll win battles along the wall just with how like where he places his stick, like where he can manipulate like hips, his body, and he's got the hands and he's super smart. So he can be like somewhat of a playmaker from the wing, but it's just not a guarantee that he's a top 6 center in the National Hockey League. But he does have the potential to be that. So it's kind of like it's still a risk there, but it's actually kind of good if fucking shit wasn't going on in Russia, I guess. That he signed that 2-year deal because he's playing in the second or third best league in the world. He's going to get, now that he's signed, he's going to get those fucking top 6 minutes. He's going to play center, he's going to play wing. He already gets a ton of responsibilities defensively, which is why right now he projects so good as like a defensive center or a wing. But you just can't like gamble. You can't like definitively bet on him being a top 6 center National Hockey League, but he does have the potential to do it. It's just like right now it's not super likely with how he plays, but I love the fucking kid. I've said this constantly. I would pay money to watch him have a bag skate because he's that good of a fucking skater. Like he's that nasty. But I love Kuzadinov. Like he's so nasty. If Hovanov wasn't fat, he'd be a definitive 2-2. But you know, like whatever.
If he wasn't fat.
I'm really excited to talk about Hovanov on our prospect ranking show. I think that.
Oh yeah, the fucker. That is
like
fucking guy.
Like figuring out where to rank him because like you're ranking kind of like based on potential, but also what you know about the player. So like in my head, I have a spot for him, but it's also like, all right, now I have to move him based on other things. So
if you go to like any ranking, like The Athletic or
he's like top 10 everywhere mostly.
If he just was, if he could skate. Like literally, if he could, like his skating sucks. Even if he was in shape, he's a really bad skater. But again, he's one of the guys that his brain and like his hands, the shot, like his dual threat offensively, he makes it work. But he's just like he can't play more than like fucking 8 minutes. And you're like, the first 10 seconds of your shift, you could have like 6 assists. But then you turn the puck over and you have to back skate. He's like, change. Like, yo, he's like, someone else. What have I been out here for a minute and a half? Skates. He has like 1 foot over the board. It's like, what have I been out here for like a minute and a half? Like, what are you fucking doing here?
All right, we're just gonna run Brodin, Spurgeon, Faber, and 2 other guys that can fucking skate on the blue line. We're gonna dress Hovanov as a 13th forward, and he's literally just gonna play power play and become Danny Healy and just rip clappers.
Set him up, dude. Put him at the fucking bumper, dude. Like he just doesn't have to move at all. He has to go like
he'll be fucking like 35-year-old James Neal. Just
bench him if he takes a single stride. You know, like hey, all right, hey, you're stepping out of your comfort zone. Right?
Profile's like, very much like Happy Gilmore. Like can't skate well, but my God, what a shot!
yeah. Hey, it's like Chara. It's like Ovechkin. What do you think he puts in his fucking Gatorade bottle on the bench? It's not water.
Dr. Pepper and vodka.
Dr. Pepper, yeah.
Milkshake. Ice cream. He's got the fucking straw. He's like, let it melt. Let it melt. It's bad. Like, it's that bad. But, again, the first 10 to 20 seconds of that shift, Hovanov is filthy. And it drives you nuts watching. The amount of times I've yelled at my computer, like, you motherfucker, move your feet.
I still remember definitively there's like one clip of like him and Adam Beckman like going on like a 2-on-0 and they come in offside and both of them just lose their absolute.
That's me. I fucking tweeted that clip. I tweeted that fucking clip. It's so funny. They're in sync. They're yelling at the ref. They both go like this. And they both turn at the same time, and they're both in this ref's face like this. And the ref was like, "You're fucking offsides, dude." Like, I don't know.
Like, I want every shift. I just want Adam Beckman and Alexander Hovanov on every shift together. Just rage and score goals.
Adam Beckman, either hitting the crossbar or like missing a breakaway or like missing an easy shot. When he skates by afterwards within earshot of like a microphone is worth an AHL like subscription because the funniest audible F-bombs of all time. Like it's like the what's it, Step Brothers, where it's like, are you saying pa or pow? Because you can't tell if he's going just like fuck Or he's going,
This whole Pam dilemma.
Yeah, I think I can help with the whole Pam dilemma.
but like it's like this screech where like his voice cracks and he goes like, bah! You're like,
Those
Wow.
AHL mics are hot, like on
They're
breaks
so-
or just in general.
sneaky. The best part is when they cut to break.
Yep.
They don't cut to break. They're just on. So Gisselson is like talking to
Somebody
the
hit
guys, and he's
somebody.
like,
Yeah, it's just like okay, we're on break, so we're not gonna talk, but the mics are still on, and you can hear the talk back on both sides.
Father Pat
Mason-
said some interesting stuff down there.
oh yeah, no, it's like, whoa, what the fuck is going on here, Ben?
God
And
damn
it's
it, what am I
like they're all injured, Pat. Sitting there like, okay. My
was like,
favorite was
it's-
Mason Shaw. Mason Shaw got in a fight after the period ended, and he was the one
Oh
to
God,
do the like intermission fucking interview or whatever.
Oh,
And his
God.
hand was broken and bleeding. and right before it started, he goes, Benny, dude, I gotta ask you, how long is this gonna go? 'Cause my hand is it's in half and there's blood everywhere. And he goes, all right, Shaw, so it'll be about 30 seconds. He goes, I don't know if I have 30 seconds in me, bro. And he did the fucking interview, and then right then he's like, and yeah, so we should be fine here. We should be fine the third. Ben, I gotta go tape this hand up because it's not good. It's like they just left. He goes, and that's Mason Shaw, warrior.
Remember Curtis Gabriel like fighting in the hallways too? Oh, just
Yeah, he got punched out. Vince Dunn beat the wheels off him in the hallway.
I love Mason Shaw. I love that kid.
Mason Shaw rocks, dude. He's like the classic. He's a kid that you just root for so hard. He's probably a AHL, NHL tweener, but like
Yeah,
he
like-
can fill a role.
Well, that was my huge thing. Like when there was like, and it sounds like they're finally like not going to do it because apparently D'Lo thinks he's going to get more than what the Wild are going to pay him, which I guess was like $1.5 million. I'm like, God bless you. Someone wants to overpay you, but
Dude,
love
if
D'Lo.
1.5, I'm not even.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna. I was like, I will give you the league minimum to punch somebody's face out for the regular season and be invisible in the playoffs. Anyway, beside the point. But there was like all this talk. Oh, they should bring back like D'Lo's like 13th forward. I'm like, or you could have Mason Shaw or Mitchell Chafee do it. Like two guys that are on rookie deals that can actually skate, and you know, like it's like Shaw.
I love Chafee.
Yeah,
I
like,
love Chafee.
like they're not like probably long-term NHLers, but like, yeah, you need them in a pinch. Like, I can come in and play a game or two. Like, you
Hockey
inject
is
some speed in line.
relentless on the Zoom cam tonight.
What happens
You're
when
right,
Misha
though.
leaves?
You're right, though. Those two kids can give you something at the AHL level on like an infrequent basis, and they're both making 700, 750. Like, and not even, they're
Energy
not even
guys.
counting against your cap all the time either. Like, Chafee to me has legit, like,
Yeah, bottom
third
six,
line
Yeah.
upside max.
is
But,
he from
like,
Western Mass?
No, he did
No.
go to UMass, though, and he was nasty.
Yeah.
His shot is fucked, dude. There's Seth.
Seth again. Seth, that should be your new profile picture. To the haters.
That's the strength and conditioning coach with dually logos.
Just
Hoppy's
here,
gonna
I'll
edit
just,
together.
I'll just
Close
do
up cam
this.
of everybody.
Yeah,
I'll just
Seth's
do
got all
this,
the
and then
logos.
everybody can get what they want.
No, but
Seth's
before
got
you
all
do
the
it,
logos.
Seth, you have to take a pen and draw like two dots and a little smiley face on it.
Don't
Seth, put it up again. Put the thumb up again. Put it up again.
1 second.
I gotta get a picture.
The self-depreciating humor.
Oh, I can't wait to see what he's up to.
Oh,
drawing
Think
a
about deprecating.
Wait, I gotta
Oh my
line it
God.
up.
You got to
Look
move your
at
face
the-
back a little
What
bit.
happened? Was the pen not working?
There you go.
No, it's pretty much dead.
Inflation. Yeah.
Is that a tongue?
Yeah, it's got a little.
I don't know what's going on. He's
You're doing the
It's
colon.
not gonna help
like,
your case, man. They're gonna be like,
E.
yeah, that's the perfect thumb.
I'm
That's
giving the
not a
people what they
thumb.
want.
You are. You're giving everybody exactly what they're looking for. As you
Why
always
did I
do.
draw
though.
the eyes side? Well, never mind. Worked out fine.
Oh, fucking A. I am legitimately fascinated to see what Billy does, though, from here to the start of the season with the fucking roster. Because he has to do something. He has to move, like, whether it's Kulikov,
It's cool.
There's
Doesn't even really move the needle either.
1.4 million in cap space right now for one guy.
I mean,
Shout
like
out to-
Rossi's making the team. Rossi's
Shout out to
making the team.
Kevin Gorg, who just sauced a like on the Sound the Foghorn post about Europe.
Nice.
That a boy.
Good
Good
old
for
Gordon
Gorg.
Gorg's a-
KG.
Gorg's a
KG.
beauty.
He is.
I feel like he's totally like, hey, this is the guy we can pick on whenever we want. You can't say anything about
That picture of him celebrating when they I think it was the Nashville game when they won in overtime, and he's the only one with his hands raised. That was so great.
He's a beauty. He's a good
100%.
dude.
Like he's gonna have to be the new meme now that all of a sudden Dan Myers isn't on the beat for the team anymore.
Yeah, too bad. I don't know what happened with
Yeah, I
that.
don't know either.
I do.
I don't know.
Fucking cocksucker.
Oh,
Boys, Seth Jones is trending on Twitter.
Oh no! Oh
Yeah,
no!
Chicago
That's
is
unfortunate.
does.
What did he
That's
get?
unfortunate.
So
Did he
is
get
Dylan-
traded for a second-round pick?
Dylan Stroma, out of all people, is too. So is Duncan Keith. What is
Well,
going on?
Well, Dylan Strome is pending because I think Friedman or someone tweeted out that he's probably going to become a UFA.
Oh,
He's not getting called. Dude, that was a thing at but like
is Duncan
like,
Keith retiring?
they're midway through the first round of the playoffs. They're like, yeah, Strome's not.
There's been mumbles. I
was
saw
like,
some
dude,
rumblings about
what?
that the other day that he might
I was like,
not.
float it out to other GMs.
Isn't
Hey,
there some-
like, we'll take a third round pick if you're not going to qualify him anyways. Like,
Mhm.
How crazy is it that the Blackhawks paid significantly more for Seth Jones than what they got back for DeBrincat?
Yeah.
They
Makes no
arguably
sense.
got more for Hagel than they got.
They
for
did. They did get more for Hagel because they got two
They
first
gave
round
up-
picks out of it.
But I mean, the picks are Tampa.
Well, they're late
still,
Tampa
They're
picks.
basically second rounders. But like, it's
Well,
a pretty like you could say the
last
minimum of
year-
comparable returns for a good defensive third line winger and a legitimate star sniper.
they gave away last year's first. They had two. Fuck. And they gave up 6 this year. So, like,
I had fuck. I'd have to. I think I literally just deleted the note. Like,
And Boquist too.
Boquist, who's pretty sick.
give me 1 second. I have something on the Blackhawks. Let me see if I can find it.
if you can put him with your check,
Okay, so
Boquist with your check.
if you can,
I like that a lot.
Werenski can do whatever he wants.
so
Well, what's funny is that could have been Chicago too.
But like,
Yeah.
so on top of these trades, remember Chicago also traded away Teuvo Teravainen and Artemi Panarin. What
I
they had
remember.
left, this was
Sad.
as of February 15th, 2021. The players they had left from those two deals: Nicholas Nordgren, who was not even ranked in their prospect pool among like 20 players, Calvin DeHaan, Nikita Zadorov, Anton Lindholm, who was not ranked in their prospect pool, and Artur Kayumov, who was their 9th ranked prospect, projected at best as a third liner. For Artemi Panarin and Teuvo Teravainen, that's all they had left.
No, the Sod, that was what, so they got back Brandon Sod for giving away Panarin.
And then they traded Sod again.
They traded Brandon Sod to get back Anton fucking Lindholm and Nikita Zadorov. That was that trade. That
Guys,
was
this one,
And
this
neither of
one's
them
even
are on
better.
the team.
But the kicker was they traded back for Sod because Taze and Kane were like, yeah, we want that guy back. Like, over Panarin? Are you drunk?
So someone tweeted a couple hours ago, there's a world where Chicago Blackhawks have Alex DeBrincat, Trevor Zegras, Adam Boquist, Cole Sillinger, 6th overall pick, and $9.5 million more in cap space for 8 years. Then there's Stan Bowman and Kyle Davidson's world. Kirby Dach, Seth Jones, 7th overall pick.
But now you don't even have Kirby Dach.
And now they don't have Kirby Dach.
Off anymore.
Again, I don't like the Doc thing.
I think he could
That's
be
basically
a
for
good
Nazar.
player.
You get Nazar out of it.
Yeah,
like,
no, that's
Mhm.
you get a kid with a higher ceiling, realistically, better skill, better skater, and fits your like timeline for that rebuild, and you can start fresh. Like, I'll take that one.
Yeah.
But again, you could have ended up with Nazar and a better player at 7.
yeah.
But again, like I said before, if you flip 7 and 13 and where they took Korchinski and Nazar, like if you end up with both of them, that's fine. So like it like evens out in the wash, I guess.
They got Nazar to bargain and overpaid for the other one. So watch.
Exactly. So it's like, okay.
No, the worst part of the doctrine was the fact that the Islanders gave the 13th round pick essentially for
insane.
Hideous.
Romanov.
Who's like maybe a okay second pairing defenseman at best.
In my head, like Lamoriello acquired what everyone was hoping Romanov would turn into.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, in our system where our team's been really good.
Remember that Devon Tays guy you didn't want to pay? Because you were paying Andrew Ladd, and I think someone had a tweet. They have like 7 or 8 players that will be signed over $6 million past the age of 35 within like 4 to 5 years.
Part of the reason they had to give up fucking Taves was because they had Komarov under contract. They needed to give Cizikas 6
Komarov
years.
and Ladd, I think.
Martin.
Do you guys know?
Just don't bring your fourth line, and you can keep Devon Taves.
Casey Cizikas killed a guy. Did you guys know that? You have to look it up.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. He killed a guy
Yeah.
and didn't get. Yeah,
Brick killed a man.
look it up. Yeah, Casey Cizikas killed a dude.
Yeah, that,
They were playing.
CC
They were playing.
nearly
They were
killed a
playing
girl.
rugby, and he killed a guy.
I forget about that all the time.
It is a wild story.
What would Father Pat say
Cizikas
about this?
pretty much killed fucking Brandon Carlo.
Foul.
Watch that happen.
No, 2 fouls.
Foul. No, 2 fouls. I gotta piss again. I'm bringing the headphones with me this time though.
Oh, Leo.
There's a very key piece to the story that the guy that he did sort of kill had suffered a major concussion 2 weeks before
So
it amplified. That's why, yeah.
So was that borderline suicide or?
No, it was in 2007 when we didn't know shit about concussions.
right.
So I in youth hockey, so this would have been when I was a peewee. So how old are you when you're a peewee? Like 12? Does that sound about right?
13.
My second year
yeah.
peewees. So
13.
I would have been 2008. I'm in a tournament up in Sauk Rapids, and I get hit by this kid like twice my size. It wasn't hard. He's just twice my size. His shoulder hits my head. Fine, then I hit my head into the glass. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like, didn't hurt or anything. And like, period later, this was like in the first, but like second period comes around, can't see shit out of my left eye. Like, it's just full on blurry vision. And I'm like sitting on the bench, like popping my contact out. Like, I feel fine at this point. I'm like, and eventually I just go to my coach and be like, Coach, I can't see. Like, I had like this blurry vision. Like, I can't see the puck. Like, I can't play. Like, do you feel fine? I'm like, yeah, I can't see right now. I was like, all right.
Take a swig of water, jump back out. Sorry.
No, I said, all right, well, you'll just like, I should sit on the bench. And the game ends, and I start to get a headache. And I feel like shit. And it was an early morning game. It's like an 8:30 game. And I get in the car, and I'm like, Mom, I don't feel good. My head hurts. I feel sick. She's like, well, did you eat breakfast? I'm like, no. Did you drink a lot of water on the bench? I'm like, I don't know, like same amount as normal. Just like, okay, you're just dehydrated. You need to get some food in you. So I go home, eat like a bowl of oatmeal, drink water, and then she's like, take a nap. So I go home and I take a nap. This is on Hockey Day, Minnesota. So I've now at this point continued playing, ate food, taken a nap, and I wake up, I throw up. So I've now shown literally every single sign of a concussion, but we just didn't know shit about them at the time. And I kind of threw up. I'm like, I kind of feel better. Head still hurts a little bit. I'll, take a couple ibuprofen and call it good. And I went out, played the next game, scored 2 goals. But it's like, man, I could have really like fucked myself up because I very clearly had like a more than minor concussion. But he has no idea.
Nope.
Oh God. Fucking Hoppy.
Got him.
I can't help myself. But no, I'm with you, Brett. I've had more concussions than I should probably publicly acknowledge. So.
I've had 3. I have 3 that I know of for sure.
Yeah, I
Only
got like
3?
a couple of that I can confirm.
3. All from hockey. 2 out of the 3 happened on Hockey Day, Minnesota. So I no longer touch an ice rink on Hockey Day, Minnesota for my own safety. I refuse.
Well, I mean, you fucking tuck twice next game. I'd be like fucking like running around no bucket in warm-ups. Like, yo, anyone
You dismissed my story of
Someone
my
wanna bum
my
it?
first when I did that. I got it. It was when concussions weren't known. And like the long story short is I got a very clear concussion in a game during a tournament, went home, slept, threw up, went back and played another game and scored a hat trick. So
I mean, Brett, maybe if you weren't so selfish, you took more fucking conkies, you'd be in the NHL right now at this point.
Saying.
Fucking
or if I was maybe 4 inches taller, that would maybe help too. There's
allegedly
been one player that I can think of, if you count Caulfield, maybe 2 that are my height and played in the NHL. Nathan Kirby and Cole Caulfield. 5'6".
Kirby, the short king.
5'6". That'll play.
The BC guy.
Yeah, he is. Just like Billy, my guy.
What do we think of Marshall Warren? Is he gonna ever get a chance?
He has a shot. I don't think he's not a
Brad Hunt.
Oh,
yeah. He's a better skater though.
Nate Prosser. Nate, who's the gopher that they had for a little bit?
I think honestly, like just watching him in person so many times this year, like
Sadek?
I think if you redrafted that year, he'd probably go 3rd round. Like he's.
Well, I think he was projected, and he just kind of fell for like really reasons people really didn't understand. Like I remember when the Wild made that pick, like everyone's like, "Yeah, this is the guy we projected to go like 2 rounds earlier," and he just kind of fell for some unknown reason.
Yeah, I can't even remember, but I do know because I was talking to someone. I can't remember what they're a scout for. It's not an NHL team, but someone else. There might be an amateur scout that just like focuses on the Hockey East, but I can't remember what team. But they were saying if that kid gets redrafted, or if you're gonna redo that draft, that kid goes like twice as high as he should have, or he did go. But he's just like super mobile, and like especially this year where BC for the first time in forever sucked because they lost McBain, they lost half their team to the fucking Olympics, and then everyone else got hurt. So Marshall Warren all of a sudden.
Well, and then even from the previous year, like Boldy and Newhook, and then who was the other kid there? With Chicago. I can't think of the dude's name, but like
I have Seth trained now to check every 4 seconds whether or not it's ISO-cammed on him. His eyes are just straight down to his phone, and then just a quick little pop up to make sure it's not ISO-cam.
You're gonna have to go back and like video, like or get producer picking to go back and just find like ISO-cam screenshots of a bunch of people.
They're good ones. Fuck boys. Okay.
Go ahead and try me.
We are a little over 5.5 hours here.
Amazing.
Let's wrap quick.
New record.
Anyone? We'll go to Seth first. Impressions, whether it's wild related or draft related or whatever. Z, you're going last, so you got plenty of time to drink beers. Seth, impressions on the draft, first round, go.
Well, I thought it was a terrible first round for. Oh wait, what? Sorry. No, like Judd Brackett is bracket. Judd Brackett is clearly very good at this. His first round pick since being part of the Minnesota Wild front office. Marco Rossi, Jesper Wallstead, Carson Lambos, Liam Ogren, and Danilo Yurov. He's clearly building a core that can take this team through once the buyouts are done, and he's doing a real damn good job of it. So I thought the first round was great. Had a couple of guys that fell right to them and just knocked it out of the park.
Dan, elaborate further.
Yeah, I think as good as we've seen in the first rounds the last couple of years, it's really been those mid and later round picks that we've been missing. And I think you go back and you look at the Chuck Fletcher era, there is not a single third round pick player that Chuck Fletcher made who is still in the NHL. There is one fourth round player who is still in the NHL, and that's Capo Kakkonen. Like it is such a drop off with those third and fourth round picks that really that's what makes or breaks as a GM. And we've started to see already the plan and the vision that Guerin and Brackett have as they're building through the draft and building for sustainability. that I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do tomorrow. You know, they've got a couple of second-round picks. I think it's just the one third-round pick this year, but how they continue to build this team up year after year, really going about it the right way. They've stocked up the decor. They've piped up the goaltending pipeline is there. So now they're getting to build out and add to the forwards and really see all of that come to fruition as well. I think that's really cool to see.
Micheletti, any different thoughts?
I'm super excited for that. They got two forwards. I mean, we're pretty stocked with D and goalie, and tomorrow is going to be very interesting with the agent powwow of Billy G and Cam Talbot's agents, and I wouldn't want anybody else running a draft than Judd Brackett. So thank you, Vancouver Canucks, for your service. Also, thank you, Edmonton Oilers, last year for Jesper Wallstead. So future's bright.
Suck it, Isha. Brett?
Yeah, no, I think I just echo a lot of people said. I think kind of the one area maybe I don't necessarily agree is like, yes, they have Jesper Wallstedt, but I don't feel particularly confident in literally any other goalie after that. Like, I don't think Hunter Jones is going to be much of anything. They lost. They lost the other kid that walked to free agency. His name escapes me because I wrote him off, the UMass Lowell kid.
Lindbergh.
Lindbergh, that's the one. Philip, right?
Not Lindgren. Yeah. He is on the Rangers and he's the defenseman, not a goalie.
Yeah, so like I had like hopes.
Charlie was in St. Louis.
But like outside of Walsh, I didn't really see a lot of upside. But like there wasn't really like a goalie at all ever through this process.
Fuck you, Sean.
Really looking at. So like I think there's room to improve there, but like goaltending is voodoo, and if Walsh's a legit number one, I think you can find and just throw backups in there that are existing already in the league. So not really concerned there. I love how he's built out the defensive pool, and I think just it's not so much even that they have 7, 8 if you include Masters, 9 if you include Warren. Like there's a lot of good defensemen in that group. But what I like about that defensive group is it's a lot of different types of defensemen. It's not you have a guy like Kalen Addison who's kind of the all offense right shot. You have a guy like Faber who's kind of more the defensive guy. You have Lambos who's more of a two-way guy. Like you have Damon Hunt and Ryan O'Rourke who are kind of these sandpaper energy guys, right? Like you have different types of defensemen that, all project probably into league at the same time. So you can figure out, all right, who fits where. And as you watch them develop, you're going to be able to move them. Can you package them with other picks, other prospects to upgrade your forward position when you do have the cap space? So I think there's a lot of panic about how do they get through this cap hell. Like, is Kaprizov going to leave and all this stuff? And like, that stuff's all 5 years down the road. If you go back and look at the Wild roster from 2017, I think there might be like 3 players left from that roster. Like, it's not going to look the same, and don't expect it to. That's how hockey works, right? Like, the only certainties are probably that Brodin, Spurgeon, and Eck are still here because they have full no move clauses, right? Like, beyond that, like anything else can happen. So I think they're like everyone else alluded to, like they've done a really good job of building up a pool of players to build through the draft, which for this team, it hasn't really ever happened before. We had that brief stretch, of course, like Coyle, Zucker, Granlund, Niederreiter, but like that was 4 players really that they built through the draft. And besides that, they really haven't had any like homegrown talent. So I'm excited to see what these players become and who becomes a contributor, who moves on, and just to see how he continues to navigate through this. And I don't think Billy Guerin's offseason is done. If the Talbot stuff goes south, there's maybe a move to be made there. And I would probably bet a significant amount of money that one or both of Dmitry Kulikov or Tyson Jost will not be on this roster to start the season, barring some other weird injury to a forward or a defenseman. I think there could be another move, whether it's bringing in a forward, signing someone, and moving one of those two out. I don't think he's done, to say the least. I think Caruso is kind of alluded to. He's got something else up his sleeve, I think was the term he used. So, and I would agree with that.
Never done. Z, close us out. What are your thoughts?
I mean,
and finish your beer
tonight.
It's like I didn't grab it. Oh wait, here they are.
That one's gone. So just tonight, they just added 2 kids who absolutely project to be top 6 wingers. Danil Yurov, probably going to be a winger in the NHL, but has played center in the past. But you had 2 high-end, high-ceiling players to a prospect pool that, for my money, is probably top 5 in the league. And, Brett started talking about it in terms of the back end having different kinds of prospects. They have that everywhere in their pool as well.
Mhm.
So it's not just, the defense, they have different kinds of prospects. You look at the forwards, you've got a kid like Marco Rossi, who projects to be a number 1 center out and out, also plays a 2-way game at a very high level. Like, not just is serviceable defensively, is elite offensively, defensively. You've got a kid like Murat Husnudinov, who could be center, could be wing, could be a playmaker. He's elite defensively. Beckman, sniper, first off, sniper with a lot of skill. Pavel Novak, who, by the
Get well,
spot.
Cindy.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, that's scary. But sniper who took another leap this year. But you've got that diversity in terms of the types of hockey players in your prospect pool already, where like you can look at the pool right now and you can build out a team. If I was going to build a team for 5 years that would be at least competitive, just in the prospect pool I have now, I can do that. Like all 4 lines, 3 pairs defensively, and Jesper Wallstedt, who again, for my money, he's the best prospect, goaltending prospect that hasn't played in the National Hockey League yet. So you have that in the chamber, plus you're a team that's already competitive. They're in an unbelievably good spot. Like this is for my, like I've said this before, this is the sweet spot. You've got a competitive team, you have options, and you have one of the deepest prospect pools in the league. And tonight you just added 2 kids that do project to be top 6. So, the way they've rebounded from the shit show that was Fenton, and they pick up Billy G, who we've said this today, knows what he's good at, knows what he's not, knows who to hire, hires them to do their job and lets them do their job. Where, we've seen the trade talks tonight where they were talking about, hey, should we move up? Should we move up here? They didn't make a panic move and they got too high on prospects. So we'll see what happens the rest of, who knows? For all we know, like Billy G could have another trade up his sleeve tomorrow to move up, move down. We'll see what they do, but he's definitely not done yet. But they are in the absolute sweet spot for an NHL franchise. And it's not just short-term success that they're built for. They're built for long-term success. So it's exciting. It's a really good, this feels like the first time ever that it's been like, oh, we're excited now and for the future in Minnesota. This feels weird. Like I'm a little bit uncomfortable here, but that's just what they've done.
$15 million in cap space.
Yeah. Well, that's what's crazy too. Like they're in this spot and they've bought out 2 players who are making.
They're basically playing in the same league with $14 million less than every other team.
$14, that'd be nice.
$14.
And they're still here. And like again, it's just the fact that he was able to get 2 first-round picks this year and last year for a team that's super competitive and has aspirations of making deep playoff runs. Like, as a Minnesota Wild fan, you can't really complain right now. Like the first round exit obviously sucked. Like it is what it is.
Terrible.
But like there's no reason to be like, oh, well, that was our shot and that's it. And now everything's gonna be bad now. It's like, or it's like, I don't even know what tomorrow brings because like I said, as someone that's watched all these prospects for fucking years, it's very exciting. And again, I can't believe that those 2 kids that they took tonight were there. Like they should not have been there. So built to succeed now, built to succeed in the future, and we'll see what tomorrow brings literally with the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, not 7th, but 6th round picks as well. So we'll see what happens, but I'm excited. It's just a good day for Minnesota for sure.
Fucking love it. Appreciate all you boys. Thank you, Dev, for jumping on earlier. Everyone check out Wild Takes, or as Isha always just says, 10K Takes. Check out our boy Dan Bradley at Podsnipe Selly, Brett Marshall and the boys over at Sound the Foghorn, Seth Topol, which I can pronounce and Isha cannot, over at Locked On Wild, Mr. Thumb. That's a beautiful image there. And of course, the rest of us here, Isha and myself on the Sota Pod, Spoke Z, also on the Sota Pod channel under Judd's Buds, Alex Micheletti, one of the many contributors to MNCAA, thank you all so much. Been an awesome draft. And yet again, we have 3 years in a row now with the same crew, and we've had good drafts. So no new invitees next year until we have a bad draft. Thank you all, boys. Have a good night.
Yeah, everyone can
Thanks,
fuck
everybody.
off.
All right.
What?